Hello, dear listeners. This is the Reporter's Flash News. At 3 a.m. on May 5, 2025, a serious traffic accident occurred in Zheng City. A car was crushed by a truck, and dozens of rear-end collisions happened at the scene. The harsh wail of the siren pierced through the distorted car window, mixing with the broadcast and drilling into Bai Qi's ears. The truck's tire crushed his chest, scorching blood smeared his vision, and the excruciating pain of shattered bones spread through his limbs and body. His fading consciousness was slipping away rapidly. In his dying moments, Bai Qi's last thought was, why is the broadcast quality of this damn car so good? Darkness completely enveloped him, his consciousness sinking, his soul felt as if it had broken free from 1,000-pound shackles, light and effortless. Death arrived, as expected. Congratulations, you are dead. A strange voice suddenly echoed in his mind, each word clumsy and awkward, like a child learning to speak, rough and stiff. Bai Qi shook his head violently, a drunken-like throbbing pain hit him, and he rasped, dead already, and you say congratulations? What kind of twisted sense of humor is that? Wait, where am I? He looked around, the familiar steering wheel, the worn-out gear stick, the yellowing car air freshener. This was clearly his own car. Could the car have died with him? Was he in heaven or hell now? Still in a daze, a faint blue light screen suddenly appeared in front of him, cold text jumping line by line. Boss, Bai Qi. Dungeon level, 1 star. Unique talent 1, summon a small car 100%, and can travel between the realms of life and death. Talent 2, when you ask where to, the other party must enter your car. Talent 3, you can make any passenger in your car give you a reward. Bai Qi's pupils shrank suddenly. Dungeon boss? Wasn't this the kind of setting in the weird novels he loved to read when he rested between rides? So after dying, he turned into one of those eerie characters who kills people based on rules in the books? Instinctively, he leaned toward the rearview mirror on the passenger side. The man in the mirror looked as pale as paper, but otherwise, he was the same as before he died. But the next second, with a thought, tiny scars instantly crawled up his limbs. Thick blood flowed down his forehead, and a grotesque hole appeared on the top of his head, revealing a blurry view of brain tissue inside. His gaze dimmed, and a faint black mist swirled around him. At first glance, he looked like a corpse that had just crawled out of the morgue. That was exactly how he looked in his final moments before death. Terrifying, yet strangely familiar. This scene even startled him. It took him quite a while to adapt and accept this new appearance. The car quietly pulled over to the side of the road. The surrounding residential buildings had scattered lights on. Bai Qi's mind was a chaotic mess. Kill someone? He was just a simple and honest ride-hailing driver. Not to mention killing someone, he barely even argued with anyone. How could he kill anyone? But that cold voice seemed to still echo in his ears. There was a clear warning in his mind, he needed to consume souls, or he would die. No choice, huh? So this is why ghosts kill people. All for survival? Bai Qi curled his lips in self-mockery, the confusion in his eyes replaced by resolve. He didn't want to die again. His grip on the steering wheel tightened. His car, it should be called a ghost car now. It could now pick up passengers in the living world and travel between the realms of life and death. His first ride should be starting soon. The street was quiet and empty in the dead of night. Bai Qi started the car. The black BYD slid silently into the night, not even turning on its headlights, like a cheetah moving through the jungle. Brother son, take care. I've called a car for you, just wait on the side of the road. The bar on the corner had just closed. The voice of the waitress floated over from a distance, followed by the clatter of the rolling gate falling. On the curb, a man, dressed in an ill-fitting black suit, slumped down, his body heavy with the stench of alcohol, the very man who had just left a bar, the internet cafe owner, Sun Chao. Burp, what kind of lousy ride-hailing app is this, making me wait so long? I'm definitely going to complain. Sun Chao cursed as he kicked a stone by the roadside, the street lamp above flickering erratically, stretching his shadow long. The shops around had long closed, the alley ahead as dark as a lurking beast, exuding an indescribable chill. Heh, sitting alone by the road, isn't that just tempting me? Bai Qi smirked, stepping on the gas, the car gliding in front of Sun Chao like a ghost. He rolled down the window, his voice flat and emotionless, a tone that had been honed by years of driving for ride-hailing services. Where to? As soon as the 3 words fell, Sun Chao seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand. His body stiffened, then mechanically, he stretched out his hand, opened the back seat door, and sat inside. The moment the car door closed, 2 faint blue light screens popped up simultaneously, one in front of Bai Qi, the other in front of Sun Chao. On the light screen in front of Sun Chao, the cold rules were clearly visible. Night taxi rules. Rule 1, after getting in, you must fasten your seatbelt. Even if the seatbelt buckle feels sticky, do not release it. This is your only safety anchor. Rule 2, do not touch the car's storage box. There is nothing you need inside. If you accidentally open it and see any bloody items, close it immediately, keeping your eyes shut for 10 seconds. Do not open them during the entire process. Rule 3. If you see someone outside the window who looks exactly like you waving, do not scream, do not point them out to the driver. Pretend you didn't see them and lower the sun visor. Rule 4. If you get off and notice any of your belongings are missing, do not return to the car to look for them. Just leave. That item has already been taken by them. Please find hope for survival and live through the accident in 5 hours. Who's playing a prank? Sun Xiao instantly sobered up, leaping up and frantically searching inside the car. Where's the camera? Where did you hide it? Do you believe I'll sue you? But he turned over every corner of the back seat, and there was nothing suspicious to be found, let alone a camera. Only then did he belatedly realize the car didn't have its headlights on. Outside the window was pitch black, as if even the moonlight had been swallowed, yet the car was driving smoothly, and he couldn't see the road ahead. Turn on the headlights. How can you see the road in the dark like this? Sun Xiao was thoroughly panicked, pointing toward the driver's seat and cursing, his voice full of anger and fear. Bai Qi remained silent, only coldly staring at him through the rearview mirror. The temperature inside the car dropped rapidly, the biting coldness climbing up his spine, and Sun Xiao couldn't help but shiver. He was horrified to discover that his body was slowly sinking, the seat turning into quicksand, inch by inch, swallowing him up. Help! Help! He struggled desperately, his hands flailing about, and his fingertips accidentally brushed the storage box in front. With a click, the storage box popped open, and a piece of white paper floated down onto his lap. It was the rule page. Sun Xiao grabbed it as if it were a lifeline, scrambling to pick it up, his gaze locked on the first rule. Seat belt. He didn't hesitate, pulling the seatbelt over and clicking it in place. The buckle felt sticky, as if it had blood on it. Sun Xiao's scalp tingled, but he gripped the seatbelt tightly, not daring to release it. In the next moment, the sinking feeling disappeared, the seat returned to its normal feel, as if everything that happened just now was a hallucination. But the crumpled rule paper on his lap, and the lingering sticky sensation on his fingers, all reminded him this wasn't a prank. This is a game where lives are bet on the line. Sun Xiao gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking the back of his suit, his trembling hands shaking as he looked at the rule page, his eyes filled with pure terror. Chapter 2, Mirror World. The car cabin was extremely cold, with cold mist swirling around his feet as if it were alive. Sun Xiao's hands shook as he held the crumpled rule sheet, his pupils trembling, the alcohol long wiped away by the bone-chilling fear. His eyes were fixed, repeatedly chewing on the few rules, as if grasping onto the last straw. Bai Qi leaned against the driver's seat, the Eerie car providing a perfect line of sight to watch Sun Xiao's pathetic state. He could feel faint traces of fear mixed with alcohol seeping from Sun Xiao, being slowly absorbed by this Eerie car. At the same time, in the corner of his vision, a semi-transparent countdown, visible only to him, was silently ticking down. Soul stabilization countdown, 4 hours 59 minutes and 32 seconds. Below it, a small line of text explained, initial soul-body instability, must secure at least one qualified living soul within 5 hours to complete the anchoring, or it will gradually disintegrate. 5 hours, does killing someone mean I'll die? Bai Qi sneered in his heart, the memory of death and the current sense of crisis intertwining, making his gaze colder. Not only must he survive, but he must survive better, he had nothing left to lose now. The car was still the same BYD, but the perception was completely different. It felt like the shell of a living creature, an extension of his body, and he was like a turtle, shrunk inside. Bai Qi could sense the vehicle's overwhelming thirst to absorb fear, barely contained. Driver, where are we going? Sun Xiao's voice trembled, almost on the verge of crying. My home is in Anshin Garden. Bai Qi glanced at him through the rearview mirror. In the mirror, the hole on his forehead was slowly oozing dark color, his face pale and white. That's right. His voice was flat, almost mockingly casual as he spoke. This is the road to your community, Anshin Road, just drive safely. Bai Qi didn't even try to hide his murderous intent. Sun Xiao looked outside, the darkness was thick and dense, and the occasional passing blurry shadows twisted grotesquely. There was no such thing as Anshin Road. He had never seen the scenery around here. His mental defenses completely crumbled, and the terror intensified, making the Eerie car seem to grow more pleased, even speeding up a bit. I want to get out. Stop the car. I'll pay more. I'll give you all my money. Sun Xiao completely lost control, frantically tugging at the door handle, banging on the car window. Bai Qi was, of course, unmoved. He split a strand of his mind to slightly adjust the car's environment, planning to wrap the cold more tightly around Sun Xiao. Just then, the car took another sharp turn. Ha! Sun Xiao's scream got stuck in his throat. Under the streetlight outside, there appeared a version of him, smiling stiffly, identical in every way. The waving motion was quick, the posture exaggerated, and the figure swayed back and forth as if waving a greeting, but its eyes were fixed on him inside the car. Sun Xiao was terrified, his soul flying out of his body, hastily closing his eyes, silently chanting numbers in his heart, his fingernails digging into his palm. Bai Qi, at that moment, suddenly appeared beside Sun Xiao, placing one hand over his eyes. 10 seconds later, Sun Xiao opened his eyes, but his body shuddered, his hands flailing. In front of him was complete darkness, like being in a narrow alley at midnight, cold and dark. Bai Qi slowly pressed Sun Xiao into the car window, pulling him into the mirror world. This place was even darker than the outside world, everything around was incomprehensible, like a combination of nearsightedness and astigmatism. The air was cold and suffocating. Through the window, what he saw wasn't his own face, but the driver's blood-soaked smile. No. Let me out. What is this hellish place? Sun Xiao frantically banged on the window, but it was futile. And at that moment, inside the real car cabin, Bai Qi sat quietly, and after dragging Sun Xiao into the mirror world, the constant smell of alcohol and loud noise finally disappeared. He could feel the fear and despair of Sun Xiao trapped in the mirror world, the car eagerly absorbing his emotions. But this was not enough, there was still a gap from the final value of the target. The prey needed to completely collapse and die before the fruit could be harvested in full. He no longer cared about Sun Xiao's final fate, the car would handle that. He now had something more important to focus on. The first transaction had entered the automatic process, it was time to delve deeper into this light screen. With a thought, the light blue screen reappeared. He skipped over the personal panel and directly clicked on the strange forum. The interface with dark red borders unfolded, and one title after another appeared before his eyes, cold, strange, but he could understand them, though they were awkward to read. Bai Qi quickly browsed through the interesting posts, and then his attention was drawn to a few newly added discussions. Forum, what's going on right now? Am I a ghost? Poster, Echo of the Alley, 1-star dungeon boss. Comment safe family, probably, we seem to be the first batch of the strange ones. I haven't seen any high-level ones in the forum. Record sharing the first living soul harvest experience, it felt like a full meal, the soul body solidified a lot, and the control over the self-rule became clearer. Poster, red dance shoes outside the window, 1-star dungeon boss. This post made Bai Qi's eyes stop. He looked at his own soul body's stability count, where the remaining time was almost up. The forum's information informed him of his situation, he was actually part of the first batch of the strange ones. This was somewhat different from what Bai Qi had imagined. He thought there would be more powerful strange beings, but to his surprise, there wasn't even a grasp of the 2-star dungeon. He closed the forum and opened Ghost Market, seeing those expensive items costing dozens of living souls, which shocked him. Upon closer inspection, he realized these were actually things from the ones who were feeding him. These people were pure fools. They were too scared to kill and had hung up the ones feeding them. Wouldn't they starve to death in the future? He glanced at the dungeon time and then began to feel nervous. Less than half an hour remained before he could kill Sun Xiao, and he could finally complete the first task. At this moment, Bai Qi noticed the rule paper that had just fallen on the back seat. His gaze stopped at the 4th rule. He suddenly realized he hadn't asked for the fare. Bai Qi quickly spoke, QR code or cash? As soon as his words fell, the latest Apple phone landed in his hands. This scene left Bai Qi a little puzzled. What was going on with the fare being paid with a phone? I become a ghost, what use is this thing for me? Bai Qi casually glanced at the introduction, then froze. Necromancer's phone. Description, unlimited battery, can watch dramas, listen to music, and is almost impossible to appear in the world. What does almost impossible mean? Does this phone not work in the strange dungeon? His mind began to stir. He was opening a dungeon in the Yang world, yet he could still obtain items from the Yang world. The most important thing was that he could travel between the Yin and Yang worlds. That was the most incredible part. Bai Qi placed the phone on the phone holder and tapped to start scrolling through short videos, not paying attention to the road conditions. After all, a car accident was bound to happen today, so whether he looked at the road didn't matter. He could even take a driving test with his eyes closed now, and still pass without any mistakes. Chapter 3, The Underworld. Inside the mirror world, Sun Xiao frantically pounded on the car window, looking through the mirror and seeing Bai Qi's figure at that moment. Endless despair surged from his heart, as if his throat was being strangled by a hand, and helplessness engulfed his entire body. Dungeon ending countdown, 10 minutes 17 seconds. Bai Qi put down his phone and looked again in the direction where Sun Xiao was. In fact, the mirror world and reality are one, but the things that make up the world are completely opposite. Time was running out. It was time to face the great fortune. Bai Qi sat upright, both hands gripping the steering wheel, then suddenly accelerated. The black car was like a gust of wind, swiftly rushing into the darkness. The familiar outline appeared slowly ahead, and other vehicles began to approach, as if trying to surround him. Bai Qi paid no attention, pushing the accelerator all the way to the floor, heading straight for the large truck in front of him. Boom! Ah! The sound of the collision almost coincided with a scream, as Sun Chao's entire body was crushed, blood burning, flesh and bones scattered everywhere, the scene incredibly brutal. A familiar scenario, but this time it wasn't his own death, but the death of someone else. There was still some guilt, but not much. He himself walked out from the explosion as if nothing had happened. Congratulations on completing your first kill. Living Soul X1. Aside from that, there was nothing. Bai Qi couldn't help but click his tongue. He had expected rewards like treasure chests, but it turned out there was only a soul. Without saying anything, Bai Qi directly devoured the soul. The energy of the living soul surged into his body, and he felt light and incredibly comfortable. Most importantly, he had a feeling, deep down, telling him that if he devoured enough living souls, his rules would level up. So good. Bai Qi couldn't help but exclaim. He quickly looked at the remaining time of his soul form. Remaining time of soul form, 5 days. A full 5 days. This made Bai Qi very happy. He thought the system would only give him a few hours of breathing room, then it would be constant killing. He didn't expect there to be rest time. Bai Qi was now in the human world and hadn't figured out how to return to the underworld yet, so the most important thing now was to find a way back. He casually made a gesture, and a familiar small car appeared in front of him. TSK, they give me the power but no manual. I have to figure it all out myself. Bai Qi got into the car and started fiddling around, trying to find a way to the underworld. His eyes turned to the car's GPS. With a mindset of giving it a try, he directly typed underworld in the destination. A route appeared in Bai Qi's mind, and he was immediately delighted. I can't believe it's this convenient, and so user-friendly. Meanwhile, the country's top leaders were all looking grim. They had already noticed the series of disappearances this month, which left them at a loss. Now, they were having a collective discussion about the matter. Old Zhang, how many people have disappeared in your area? The man sitting in the main seat was Li Weigua, a provincial governor. He was feeling overwhelmed, with too many missing person cases under his jurisdiction. This situation was definitely unusual. If it wasn't handled well, his position might be in jeopardy. Governor, the situation is already very bad. Just in City Z, more than 100 people have disappeared. This is a planned kidnapping. Li Weigua's face grew even more serious. He picked up the phone beside him and gently pressed a few buttons. Beep beep. The phone barely rang before the other side answered, seemingly prepared in advance. Governor Li, you have disappearances over there too? The voice on the other end clearly knew something, and even spoke first, preemptively revealing it. Prime Minister? Are you saying other provinces have disappearances too? Li Weigua stood up while holding the phone, his face turning ugly. Not just that. In an instant, tens of thousands of people have vanished across the country. This is not a normal kidnapping. Something extraordinary is happening. I have already arranged for the military department to investigate. You all need to stabilize the situation for now. Similar things echoed around the world. The great change in the world was about to begin. I wonder if I can eat after turning into a ghost. The taste is so bland in my mouth that it feels like it's fading away. Bai Qi had already reclined his seat, lying down in the chair, holding his phone and watching a food commentary. The temperature inside the car was dropping, but the surrounding lights were growing brighter, as if they were entering a tunnel. Bai Qi was startled and quickly sat up, looking around. The surrounding darkness had vanished, and what came into view were residential buildings, but these buildings were eerily silent and lacked any light. Outside the buildings, many shadowy figures had gathered, though it was unclear what they were doing. Bai Qi was confused, and the car unknowingly came to a stop. The shadows over there seemed to have noticed something and started walking toward him. Damn! Bai Qi was startled, immediately preparing to turn around. Just as he was about to turn, someone from the crowd suddenly shouted, "Wait! That taxi, wait!" Bai Qi furrowed his brows, and without control, his ghostly form appeared. However, after turning the car around, he did not drive away, he still wanted to see what was going on. After waiting for a while, the group of people finally reached Bai Qi's car. When they saw his appearance, they didn't show any fear. "You're a ghost too, right?" These words froze Bai Qi in place. He looked at the person who spoke, feeling speechless. This opening of the conversation would take him a lifetime to learn. "Whatever you are, I am too." Bai Qi looked at these people. No, now they should be these ghosts. "Hey, how are you asking that? We've come this far. If we aren't ghosts, are we human?" Another ghost beside him joked. Bai Qi caught the meaning of the words. He must have arrived in the underworld by now. He glanced around at the surroundings. Bai Qi felt that this underworld was different from his impression. Apart from being eerie, it didn't seem much different from the living world. "Little brother, are you the boss of a dungeon?" Can I become an NPC in your dungeon? I'm really good at acting, I'll never slow you down. Let me, I'm strong. I won't disappoint you. I'll do it, I'll do it. After some understanding, Bai Qi finally learned that not every ghost was a dungeon boss. People like these were roaming ghosts, those who hadn't unlocked a dungeon. This surprised Bai Qi. How could they survive if they couldn't absorb souls? Wouldn't their souls disintegrate? You don't know, actually, we're different from you. We didn't die tragically enough, our resentment wasn't strong enough, and the souls we formed are weaker, so we can only go to other dungeons to work. Our starting time is only 10 days. If we don't join other dungeons within 10 days, we will dissipate and completely die. Bai Qi was shocked. This was so cruel, it felt like they were forcing ghosts to die. Ahem, right now I can't take any NPCs, the dungeon space is too small, there's simply no room. Bai Qi helplessly waved his hand, pointing to the limited space inside his car as he spoke. He was telling the truth. For now, this car could only fit himself. Chapter 4, Choosing a Dungeon Area. The ghosts retreated like a tide, leaving only deeper fatigue in their eyes. They didn't speak anymore, silently dispersing back into the shadows of the Eerie residential building, as if that was their only home. Bai Qi watched them disappear into the damaged stairwell and couldn't help but think. What would happen if I'm not a dungeon boss? The most likely scenario was that he would be like these people, begging others to let him join their dungeons. He turned the car around and didn't say anything. The black BYD slowly glided along the empty, deathly quiet streets of the underworld. The scenery outside the window resembled the living world, but wasn't quite the same. The building outlines were twisted, the streetlights emitted a faint green glow, and the figures that occasionally floated by had stiff limbs, with an unnatural, sluggish feel. Everything here was enveloped in a layer of decay, like the world had given up on itself. Under the slow-paced tone, it was completely out of place with his car, a vehicle that could travel between two worlds, radiating a fierce and menacing aura. Ding, it has been detected that you have not yet bound your instance, please bind it as soon as possible. The strange system's voice echoed, seemingly right next to his ear. Bai Qi was stunned. If he hadn't chosen an instance, how did he open the instance before? Was there no need for an instance location in the Yang world? Though he was confused, he didn't delve into it further. Bai Qi drove the car around the Yin realm, looking for a place without other instance bosses. It didn't take long for him to find a spot he liked. Ding! Would you like to choose Yin Realm District 7, Nameless Gas Station as your instance location? Please confirm, yes/no? A light blue screen popped up. Bai Qi thought for a moment and chose yes. Instance Night Taxi anchor point successfully set. Current instance range, Nameless Gas Station and the surrounding 100-meter road. Unlocked basic features, Instance Core, can slowly absorb free Yin energy when placed inside the gas station, stabilizing the internal Yin energy. Employee recruitment, can invite souls without instances to sign contracts and become NPCs for the instance. Please build your rule domain as soon as possible to defend against potential invasions and the attention of other instances. A series of messages made Bai Qi feel energized. Employee recruitment? That was a shock to him. He never thought he'd be a boss one day. He drove to the chosen nameless gas station. The sign was rusted beyond recognition, the gas pumps covered in dust, the convenience store's glass shattered, with empty shelves inside, thick black stains accumulating. But the overall structure was still intact. More importantly, this area had indeed become a place he could control, according to his perception. He parked the car under the shadow of the gas station and got out to enter the building. Bai Qi planned to renovate the gas station and set the position for the core. There was no strange smell inside, but it looked very old. He then entered the innermost room of the gas station, which was the office. Pushing open the iron door, a rotten smell hit his nose, very unpleasant, like someone had died inside. Bai Qi's face darkened, and he quickly walked in, intending to find the source of the smell. Old bookshelves, some damaged office desks, and a real leather sofa with a skeleton lying on it. It was hard to tell how long it had been there. Damn, there are skeletons in the Yin realm? Bai Qi lifted the skeleton with one hand, and an introduction appeared before his eyes. Doomed skeleton. Description: it's a sad story. It was a rainy night. It was a painful night. It was. Function: can adjust the time within the instance. Bai Qi, who had been frowning a moment ago, smiled slightly and carefully stored the skeleton away. Nothing else was unusual, just some things that were old, which could be cleaned up later to restore everything to its original state. He sat on the sofa and, with a thought, decided to recruit a few employees. Bai Qi clicked on the new employee interface. The interface was simple, with only a blank list and an option to post recruitment information. He opened the posting page, thought for a moment, and began typing. Recruiting one employee. After posting the information, it seemed to spread through some Yin realm rule. Bai Qi waited for a while, but saw no movement, so he began to study other functions. He took out the core and placed it in his pants pocket. This thing didn't say it had to be placed in the gas station. He could also place it in his car later if he wanted. About half an hour later, a cautious figure appeared at the broken wire fence outside the gas station. He appeared to be in his 30s, with an ordinary face, wearing a city slicker's oily smoothness and the weary traces of long struggles. His soul was more solid than the group of ghosts from earlier. Bai Qi sensed something. He walked out from the gas station, looking at the man and speaking in a calm voice. "Come here, let's talk." The ghost man froze for a moment, then hurriedly floated over, not daring to get too close, standing 3 meters away, rubbing his hands, forcing a flattering smile on his face. "My lord, my name is Zhou Zhu. In my past life, I played small roles, also worked in sales. I'm good with words." Bai Qi sized him up and spoke again. "Continue." Zhou Zhu's smile turned bitter. "My lord, as you can see, I'm just a weak wandering soul, no better than the small-time instances, and those that lack NPCs are either extremely dangerous death instances where you die instantly, or they have strict requirements, like needing a specific way to die. I'm just ordinary, with no special skills, not particularly miserable, not high enough to matter nor low enough to be completely discarded." Very realistic and very honest. Bai Qi nodded. What he needed was a ghost with some sense and ability to communicate. The rules are simple. First, without permission, you cannot leave the instance's range, the gas station and surrounding 100 meters. Second, do the things I ask to the best of your ability. You can discuss it, but do not deceive me. Third, don't ask questions you shouldn't, and don't touch things you shouldn't. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and a very faint trace of dark energy from the core of the instance floated towards Zhou Zhu. Zhou Zhu's soul body trembled, hurriedly absorbing it, his face showing an expression of surprise. This meant he had passed the interview. Having been a ride-hailing driver in his past life, Zhou Zhu had seen all kinds of people, and he had encountered many like this. Zhou Zhu swallowed non-existent saliva, his back instinctively straightened a little. "Don't worry. From now on, Zhou Zhu will follow you. Whatever you need, just command me." "Good, the first task is to quickly clean up the gas station, at least make it look livable." Hearing this, Zhou Zhu immediately nodded. This position was highly sought after. He had to complete Bai Qi's orders with all his might. If he got kicked out, he would have nowhere to cry. Bai Qi prepared to tidy up his instance and then restart it to earn more soul energy. First, there was the issue with the gas station lights. Bai Qi fiddled with them for a while before fixing them, just barely usable. But for now, the shelves were empty, which was a bit troublesome. However, it wasn't a big issue, he could always replenish them later. Just as he and Zhou Zhu were diligently cleaning, several lines of blood-red text suddenly appeared in the sky. Global announcement. The age of the strange instances has begun. Ordinary strange instances cannot be opened, but talents can be awakened. The human faction will also awaken talents, becoming players, and after each victory, there is a chance to gain ghost tools. Bai Qi stared at the blood-red text in the sky for a moment, then seemed to understand. So this is the official start? Looks like we need to move quickly. Chapter 5, The Age of the Supernatural has begun. At this very moment, the world began to change drastically. Strange instances swept across the globe like a storm. B City, 2:07 a.m. Chen Tao locked his delivery scooter and turned to head toward the hallway. Lin Xiaoye pushed her bicycle out of the convenience store, rubbing her sore neck. Zhang Mingyuan clicked End Ride in his ride-hailing app, planning to finish his cigarette and head home to sleep. The three of them looked up at the same time. Because the sky suddenly turned dark. It wasn't just the night falling, or clouds covering the moon. It was as if someone had turned off the switch for the entire world. Absolute darkness swallowed the sky. Then, scarlet text appeared in the air, the darkness spread out. Global announcement. The era of strange instances has officially begun. Players will gain talents once they enter the instances. Have a nice journey. The text lasted for nearly 10 seconds before disappearing. Light returned. After a brief silence, the world erupted into chaos, like a tsunami. In the busy Shibuya crossing, hundreds of thousands of people saw the red text, and traffic instantly came to a standstill. Screams, cries, and car horns filled the air. Some people knelt in prayer, others frantically dialed their phones. Someone directly suffered a mental breakdown. God! Is this the end of the world? A man in a suit looked at the sky in horror, while the blood-red words disappeared without him lowering his head. Coal Country, Times Square. The massive advertisement screen suddenly went black, then flashed the same scarlet words. The crowd in the square was first stunned, then panic spread like wildfire. Player? What does that mean? God exists. This is a prophecy from the divine. The 7 billion people worldwide experienced this dual shock of visuals in mind at the same second. But the real hell only began after the words disappeared. In the western suburbs of the political city's residential area, Chen Tao stood at the doorway, his body stiff. What was that just now? He muttered to himself. Suddenly, his phone vibrated wildly. WeChat groups, Moments, Weibo Hot Search, all social platforms exploded at the same time. Did you see those red words? What is that weird instance? What does player mean? And talents, could it be that novels are becoming reality? Is the world going to end? Chen Tao trembled as he clicked on a video. It was a live broadcast from the Bund in Shanghai. In the video, dozens of people vanished the moment the red words disappeared. It was as if they were erased from the world by an eraser, leaving no trace behind. Are you kidding me? Chen Tao's voice was shaking. Ah! A sharp scream pierced into Chen Tao's brain, coming from a woman in the neighboring building. Chen Tao rushed over and saw a door wide open in the opposite household. A middle-aged woman collapsed on the floor, and in front of her, only a pair of child's slippers remained. The child had just been watching TV, and the moment the red words appeared, the person vanished. A woman's heart-wrenching cry, how? My how? How is gone. Mom! Where did you go, Mom? Don't scare me! Someone downstairs shouted. Such voices echoed throughout the entire building, with terrified screams endlessly filling the air. Chen Tao stumbled down the stairs. On the open space in the community, a dozen or so people had gathered, each face showing extreme fear. My husband disappeared right before my eyes. My daughter too. What is happening? What is this? The sound of police sirens grew louder, but everyone knew, even if the police came, it would be useless. This was an event beyond human comprehension. Happening simultaneously around the globe. National Emergency Command Center. Li Weiguo stared at the scrolling data on the big screen, his face as pale as paper. He had been appointed as a senior commander due to his exceptional abilities. Report. Preliminary statistics show the number of missing persons in our province is 9,872. The meeting room fell dead silent. Li Weiguo felt his vision darken, nearly fainting. Nearly 10,000 people were missing in just one province. What about the entire country? What about the whole world? He didn't dare to think further. What about the surveillance? Li Weiguo's voice was hoarse. Retrieve the last footage of all the missing persons. Technicians quickly typed on the keyboard, and the big screen split into dozens of small screens. At the entrance of a convenience store, Lin Xiaoye was pushing a bicycle. Suddenly her body shook, and both she and the bike vanished. At the hallway entrance, the moment Chen Tao turned around, his whole body flickered like poor signal reception, and then he was gone. In the ride-sharing car, Zhang Mingyuan lowered his head to look at his phone, and in that instant, the driver's seat was empty. Vanished into thin air. A military officer murmured. There was no physical process, it's like they were teleported away. No one spoke. In the vast national emergency meeting room, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. At that moment, the screen suddenly switched. A researcher in a white lab coat appeared on the screen, with a laboratory in the background. Li Weiguo, I am Dr. Wang Mingyuan from the National Anomaly Research Institute, the researcher spoke rapidly. We've done spectral analysis on those red words, the results are very bizarre. Get to the point. Li Weiguo said gravely. Those words are not light. Dr. Wang took a deep breath. They seem like some kind of direct manifestation at the level of rules. They weren't seen, they were cognized. Even a blind person, as long as their mind is clear. The temperature in the conference room suddenly dropped, and Li Weiguo slumped in his chair. He recalled a sentence from the report he had just read: the era of the strange instances has officially begun. Not arrived. But begun. Which means, this is just the beginning. There will be a second wave, a third wave, an nth wave of players. More instances will appear in the real world. More people will disappear, die. Notify all departments. Li Weiguo slowly stood up, his voice filled with determination. Activate the National Level 1 Wartime Readiness status. Notify the military, seal off all areas where abnormal phenomena appear. Notify research institutions, spare no expense in studying those red letters and instances. Notify the medical system, prepare to receive survivors. He paused, then added, if there are any survivors. As the orders were given, the red dots representing abnormal phenomena on the command center screen increased at a terrifying rate. In the commercial street in the city center. On the school playground. At the entrance of the hospital emergency room. It spread like cancer cells across the globe. At this moment, those who had been chosen had already entered the instance. Chen Tao stood in the Eerie, rundown gas station, feeling cold all over. Lin Xiaoye sat limply on the ground, her bicycle fallen beside her. Zhang Mingyuan stared at the black BYD car and the pale-faced driver inside, his mind blank. They heard the system prompt. Welcome to the instance, Midnight Highway. Instance level, 1 star. Number of players, 3/3. Conditions to pass, run 444 kilometers, or decipher the core rules of the instance. Failure penalty, death. The 5 sentences were instantly branded into their consciousness. Chapter 6, Midnight Highway 1. Where is this? Lin Xiaoya's voice was tinged with sobs. Chen Tao wanted to run, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead. Zhang Mingyuan forced himself to stay calm and started to observe the surroundings. The sign of the gas station was rusted in many places, but the light was still on, as if someone was there. The convenience store's glass was shattered, and the shelves were empty. In the distance was boundless darkness, with only the headlights and the gas station lights maintaining a small visible area. The most bizarre thing was the sky. There were no stars, no moon. Only a murky, blood-like dark red color. The underworld, this is the instance mentioned in the sky. Zhang Mingyuan muttered. Get in the car? A sudden voice startled the three, and they all turned to look at the black car. The driver rolled down the window, revealing a face that didn't seem alive. It was Bai Qi. He had done his best to make the gas station look perfect, but it still appeared somewhat shabby. Do you want to spend the night here? The three exchanged glances. Clearly, something was off here, and none of them dared to try anything rash. Should they get in? Would something strange happen if they didn't? They were all deeply conflicted, but to their horror, without any warning, they found themselves moving and getting into the car one by one. What's going on? My body. Chen Tao said as he slammed the car door shut, his face looking horrified. The three sat inside the car, none of them daring to speak for a moment. Instance rules are as follows. 1. From the moment the vehicle starts, at every hour on the dot, you must open the storage compartment and take out one item. 2. After obtaining the item, you must immediately get out of the car, enter the gas station convenience store, and stay for no more than 30 minutes. 3. Each time you return to the car from the convenience store, there may be an extra passenger in the car. Do not ask about their identity, and do not make eye contact. 4. The vehicle will keep looping within this 100-meter stretch until it reaches 444 kilometers. Once the vehicle's mileage reaches 444 kilometers, the journey will automatically end. 5. The car radio will broadcast important announcements. Please listen carefully. 6. Violating traffic rules will result in corresponding consequences. Bai Qi had modified the rules for the instance site he controlled, making them more fitting. What are your talents? Zhang Mingyuan asked first. He had already realized his own talent. It's spiritual sight, said Lin Xiaoya, wiping her tears as she choked up. What's the use? Zhang Mingyuan asked again. It can locate strange spots, and each instance can be used 3 times. Zhang Mingyuan's gaze shifted to Chen Tao. The other person didn't waste time and immediately spoke. My talent is 4 powers, which enhances my physical strength. Zhang Mingyuan looked at him for a moment, then spoke. My talent is repentance, which allows me to avoid a fatal rule once. As long as we don't break the rules, can we get out? Lin Xiaoya murmured. Don't move yet, we need to check if there are any traps in this thing. Don't trigger any rules unknowingly. Zhang Mingyuan said in a deep voice. The 6th rule was the most suspicious, because the other rules were very specific, but this 6th rule was vague. It was definitely a trap. Zhang Mingyuan kept thinking to himself. He was a driver, and he was very familiar with traffic safety. Traffic rules. What do you think is the most important? He asked first, looking at Chen Tao and Lin Xiaoya. Yielding to pedestrians? Wearing a seatbelt? The two answered at the same time. Zhang Mingyuan's eyes brightened and he immediately spoke. Quick, put on your seatbelts. The clock in the car showed 1:55. With 5 minutes remaining until the next hour, Bai Qi did not start the car. Instead, he directly disappeared from the vehicle. You still want me to drive? Dream on. Bai Qi naturally wouldn't drive. His only role was to get these 3 into the car. Where's the driver? Why is he gone? Chen Tao was the first to notice something was off. What should we do? Who's going to drive? Lin Xiaoya asked in panic. Hearing this, Zhang Mingyuan said in a deep voice, Don't panic, I've been a driver before. I'll do it. Scan or cash? Just as Zhang Mingyuan sat in the driver's seat, a male voice suddenly came from the car, like a pre-recorded message. It was naturally Bai Qi who spoke. He was currently sitting in the mirror world, leisurely watching the 3 of them. What? Zhang Mingyuan's words hadn't finished when a painful groan suddenly came from behind. My leg. Ugh. Chen Tao's lower leg completely disappeared, and blood splattered all over the car. I. Put. Lin Xiaoya hadn't even finished speaking before she spit out a mouthful of blood, completely unexpected. You have been attacked by a non-death rule. Do you want to activate your talent? Zhang Mingyuan froze. When had they broken the rules? Was it that sentence just now? After a moment of thinking, Zhang Mingyuan chose not to use his talent for now. In an instant, his right hand disappeared, as if it had never existed. Only an empty arm was left, blood spraying from the wound. The pain made Zhang Mingyuan break out in cold sweat. He quickly ripped off his shirt to wrap the wound, steadying the steering wheel with one hand. The car slowly started moving, its speed incredibly slow. Zhang Mingyuan looked at the storage box. He knew that in 5 minutes, he had to open it and take whatever was inside. Then he had to get out of the car and enter that strange convenience store. Outside the car window, the darkness was as thick as ink. But Zhang Mingyuan couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them in the dark. Many pairs of eyes. In reality, it was all just an illusion. Bai Qi could confidently say that, from start to finish, the only one watching them all along was himself, a ghost. Chen Tao's hands were trembling. Lin Xiaoya had already cried herself dry, and Zhang Mingyuan clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. The pain kept him awake. He recalled that line from the global announcement earlier, wishing you a pleasant journey. Pleasant? This was clearly a one-way ticket to hell. Among the three, only one had a truly powerful talent, and that was Zhang Mingyuan. Being immune to a death rule once was one of the top talents. The clock in the car showed 1:58. Only 2 minutes left before they had to get out. Zhang Mingyuan stretched his remaining hand toward the storage box. Chen Tao's face was red, and the loss of his calf was agonizing. His arm muscles were bulging, ready to activate his talent at any moment. Lin Xiaoya tightly shut her eyes, her lips trembling, as she felt something missing inside her body. At that moment, Bai Qi held an extra hand, a small leg, and a kidney in his hands. The sticky feeling of blood made Bai Qi uncomfortable, and he threw these items straight into the back seat. 1:59. The engine's sound echoed in the darkness, and the odometer jumped 12 kilometers. Outside the window, something had caught up with the car, a blurry shadow flashing at the edge of the headlights. Zhang Mingyuan saw it. It was a face. A face exactly the same as Lin Xiaoya's. It was smiling. Chapter 7, Late Night Highway 2. That ghostly face was actually something Bai Qi had made using ghostly energy to scare them, with no real danger. It was just meant to make them panic more. Time slowly reached 2 o'clock. The beep sound that marked the hour pierced the silence like an ice pick. Zhang Mingyuan, with his remaining left hand, pulled open the storage compartment. His large movement made his severed arm wound hit the steering wheel. He grunted, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Lin Xiaoya and Chen Tao stared nervously, afraid that something might happen. Inside the compartment was only one item. It was a cross wrench, covered with dark red stains, and the handle was wrapped with a cloth soaked in oil. One end of the wrench had obvious bending marks, as if it had been used to pry something open violently. This item was created by Bai Qi's ghostly energy wrapping around the wrench, with an effect similar to ghostly illusions. Only one. Lin Xiaoya's voice trembled. The rule says, take one item. It didn't specify whether it's one per person or just one in total. Chen Tao looked at the wrench, swallowing hard. I'll do it. My ability enhances my physical strength, I won't die instantly. Zhang Mingyuan froze when he heard this, then nodded and patted Chen Tao's shoulder. Don't worry, my talent can be used by others. If there's a life-threatening situation, I'll help you. Not caring whether this was true or not, Chen Tao still felt somewhat comforted by these words. His leg, still bleeding from the break, slowly reached for the wrench with one hand, his ability ready to activate at any moment. Ah! Suddenly, Chen Tao's body convulsed violently, as if he was being electrocuted. The stain on the wrench's handle seemed alive, with countless black gases crawling up the wrench toward him. The veins under his skin bulged instantly, turning a dark blue-black color, spreading all the way to his shoulder. What was even more terrifying was his face. His cheekbones and jawline started to change, shifting toward a strange outline. Let go! Zhang Mingyuan shouted urgently. Chen Tao wanted to let go, but his fingers seemed welded to the wrench, unable to release. His eyeballs filled with blood vessels, and the depths of his pupils reflected not the inside of the car, but a gas pump at a gas station, with a man in blue work clothes with his back to him, inserting the gas nozzle into the tank of a black BYD. I see. Chen Tao's voice became hoarse. Use your ability. Zhang Mingyuan shouted. For strengths. Chen Tao growled, and the muscles in his arms suddenly swelled, veins bulging. He managed to force that strange blue-black color back by an inch, and only then could he release his grip. The wrench clattered and fell under the car seat. Chen Tao collapsed in his seat, panting heavily, with clear blue-black marks left on his arm, as if something had gripped it forcefully. And his face, although it returned to normal, the muscles around his eyes and mouth twitched involuntarily, as if still resisting some sort of imprint. I saw a person. Chen Tao stared at the wrench, his expression full of fear. Don't worry about that. Zhang Mingyuan looked at the car door, where the lock was still secured. We took the item, we need to get out of the car quickly. Before he could finish his sentence, the 3 car door locks clicked open at the same time. A crack of dense darkness rushed in, bringing a bone-chilling cold. Get out! Zhang Mingyuan gritted his teeth. Lin Xiaoye, help Chen Tao. The 3 of them scrambled out of the car in the most awkward way. Chen Tao hopped on one leg, Lin Xiaoye supporting him. He was clutching his stomach, unable to straighten his back from the pain. Zhang Mingyuan pushed the car door open with his left arm and body, and slammed it out. He turned back to look. The black BYD was quietly parked in place, its headlights still on, but through the car window there appeared the ghostly figure of Bai Qi. He was bending over, picking up a wrench from under the seat, weighing it in his hand, then turned and grinned at the direction they were running. That smile, backlit by the car's headlights, became nothing but a dark, hollow silhouette. This was, of course, Bai Qi's ghostly form. His ghostly aura spread through every corner of the Eerie instance, briefly creating illusions. The 3 were only 50 meters from the gas station, and that distance felt like the longest 50 meters of their lives. It was as though something was breathing in the darkness, and now and then, whispers echoed, making the 3 of them look absolutely dreadful. Multiple breaths came from different directions, synchronized with their footsteps. Every time Chen Tao jumped, a heavy sound echoed in the dark, like some giant creature was leaping along with them. Lin Xiaoye held her abdomen, feeling like a block of ice had been shoved into her hollow kidney area. Unable to resist, she used her spiritual vision for the first time. Her vision suddenly changed, the darkness fading away, and she could see the surroundings clearly. The sides of the road were not empty spaces, but instead packed with countless figures standing shoulder to shoulder. They were all wearing blue overalls, their faces waxy and their eyes hollow. They stood still, motionless, only their necks slowly turning to follow the 3's running. But Lin Xiaoye sighed with relief because she realized these seemingly terrifying figures were merely illusions. What did you see? Zhang Mingyuan asked nervously. It's all just illusions around us, don't be scared. Lin Xiaoye explained everything she had seen. Hearing this, Zhang Mingyuan breathed a huge sigh of relief, supporting Chen Tao, and the 3 hurried on toward the gas station. The glass door was right in front of them. Chen Tao picked up a piece of broken stone from the side and threw it hard. Bang! The glass shattered into pieces. But Bai Qi, sitting inside the car and watching the show with great interest, had a dark expression. This glass was one of the few items that hadn't been corroded, and this guy actually smashed it himself? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He had to teach these guys a lesson. Seeing that there was no danger, the 3 gritted their teeth and went inside. The door closed automatically behind them and locked. Inside the convenience store time, 2:02. The first thing that hit them was the smell of dust, mildew, and a faint trace of rust. The gas station convenience store was about 40 square meters, with shelves scattered with small snacks and daily necessities, all covered in thick dust. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling buzzed, casting a pale, sickly light. Directly opposite was the cashier counter, with an old radio on top, crackling. On the counter was an open ledger, with a steel pen resting beside it, the cap off. Behind the counter, a deep blue cloth curtain hung, with employee restroom, unauthorized personnel keep out printed on it. Under the curtain, a pair of legs in blue overalls and old leather shoes were visible. The staff was inside, and the atmosphere was both eerie and quiet, with no one speaking. They all saw the old leather shoes sticking out. Seeing this, Zhang Mingyuan and the others, who had just thought they could take a rest, immediately snapped back to attention. The blood-red writing on the wall caught their attention, the words looking crooked and awkward. Convenience store night shift rules. 1. The products in the store are for display only. Touching, eating, or taking them away is strictly prohibited. Violators must compensate at full price. Payment can be made by offering equivalent parts of the body. 2. The staff answers only 3 questions per shift. Before asking, please ring the bell. But beware, they haven't smiled in a long time. Don't tell bad jokes. 3. The employee rest area behind the counter is off limits. If you hear cries for help from inside. The shopping baskets inside the store are red. If you find a black shopping basket, please do not use it and immediately kick it to the corner. The store's monitoring system is malfunctioning. If you see an image on the screen that is not from inside the store, remember, that is not a replay. 5. New rules. Lin Xiaoye's face grew even paler. Zhang Mingyuan quickly scanned his surroundings, his eyes landing on the copper bell above the cash register, then looking towards the corner where, as expected, several red plastic shopping baskets were stacked together. But right next to the red baskets, in the shadows, there was a lone black metal wire woven basket. Rule 4, black shopping baskets, please do not use them, immediately kick them to the corner. Chen Tao, kick that black basket away. He started speaking but suddenly remembered that Chen Tao only had one usable leg. Chen Tao didn't say anything. He moved over with one leg, jumping to kick the black basket. SSS. The black basket moved by itself. It rolled forward half a turn, and from inside came a very faint sound, like fingernails scraping metal, very harsh. Chen Tao's hair stood on end, and he quickly took a step back. Thud. The basket was kicked to the corner of the wall, and it didn't stop until it hit the wall. But the scraping sound stopped, replaced by the sound of dripping water. 1 drop, 2 drops, dark red liquid seeped from the bottom of the basket and pooled into a small puddle on the ground. Don't mind it. Zhang Mingyuan forced himself to look away, then spoke, let's search for clues first. The rule says no touching of products, we must be cautious with every step we take. He looked at the radio on the counter, which had been making noise but only static. At that moment. Whoosh. The curtain to the staff lounge was lifted by a hand. The hand was pale, the knuckles thick, and there was black dirt between the nails. Soon after, a face peeked out. Chen Tao gasped. That face was surprisingly similar to the man in the blue work uniform he had seen earlier in the wrench illusion. But the person in front of him was older, more worn out, with deep-set eyes, cracked and peeling lips, almost like a homeless person. But then, the outline of this face slowly changed, shifting to resemble Chen Tao's facial features. It was as if an invisible mold was pressing the staff member's face into Chen Tao's face. This person was Zhou Zhu, and after the Bizarre Era began, every ghost gained a special ability, and his ability was flesh manipulation. Bai Qi had unilaterally stated that he really liked this ability because it always felt very useful. Zhou Zhu completely stepped out from behind the curtain. He was wearing slightly oversized blue work clothes, moving stiffly, every step making a cracking sound, as if his joints lacked oil, extremely uncoordinated. He walked to the counter, stopped, and slowly lifted his head, scanning the 3 people. Finally, his gaze landed on Chen Tao's face. The 2 locked eyes. The dark purple mark on Chen Tao's arm started to heat up. He felt the skin on his cheekbones and jaw itching, subtly wriggling. You all want to buy something? The staff member spoke, his voice as grating as sandpaper scraping against metal. No. Zhang Mingyuan stepped forward, blocking Chen Tao. We want to ask a question. He pointed to the second rule written on the wall, ring the bell, ask 3 questions, right? Zhou Zhu didn't speak, he just stared at him. After 2 or 3 seconds, he nodded. Zhang Mingyuan took a deep breath and walked to the counter, gripping the copper bell. Ding-ling. The bell rang clearly, echoing in the dead silence of the convenience store. Zhou Zhu leaned slightly forward, waiting for the question. The first question, we need gasoline. Where can we get it? Bai Qi, sitting in the car, froze when he heard the question. He hadn't expected them to realize the issue with gasoline so soon. Although his car didn't require gasoline, to obstruct the players, he had set up this trap. He hadn't expected Zhang Mingyuan to be so clever and ask this question directly. Zhou Zhu was also momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected them to ask this question so directly. He still thought the other person might ask what this place was or how to get through. But his high level of professionalism pulled his thoughts back, and he immediately spoke up. With flesh and blood. Flesh and blood? Zhang Mingyuan frowned tightly, the answer he least wanted to hear had appeared. What difference is there between this and directly telling him to use his body as fuel? Chen Tao and Lin Xiaoye also had grim expressions, clearly guessing what was coming. 2 questions were left. What does it mean when the rules say there may be an extra passenger? Zhang Mingyuan asked again. This time, Zhou Zhu answered very bluntly. It means a complete passenger, just like you. Zhou Zhu's answer was vague and completely meaningless. Zhang Mingyuan said nothing and asked again, where is the driver? Zhou Zhu looked at him for a moment, then replied, in the car. With all 3 questions answered, Zhou Zhu stood in place, motionless, as if turned into a statue. Damn it! This damn copy never wanted us to survive. Chen Tao's face was flushed red, clearly furious. Woo. I don't want to die yet. Lin Xiaoye finally couldn't hold back her tears and began crying on the floor. The 3 of them knew they would die, and it would be the kind of death that came without warning. They sat in the shop for over 10 minutes, finally adjusting their emotions, and began discussing the next plan. The 3 of them sat down together, and Zhang Mingyuan spoke first. We might all die this time, so don't hold anything back, we must work together with all our strength. I understand. Lin Xiaoye wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, suppressing the pain in her abdomen as she spoke. Do we also have to obey traffic rules when we drive later? Chen Tao murmured, holding his remaining half of a right leg. Zhang Mingyuan froze when he heard this. He had just been thinking about pushing forward with all his strength, completely forgetting about the earlier rule to follow traffic safety. If you have any questions, just say them. I didn't think of the traffic safety part you mentioned. Let's straighten things out properly. Zhang Mingyuan said gravely. I remembered, before the safety time was always short, and the 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Reluctantly, the three of them left the gas station, helping each other. Chapter 9, Late Night Highway 4. Fortunately, the road back to the car was not dangerous, and the three of them quickly sat down in their respective positions. The moment the car door closed, the three of them exhaled at the same time. This time, there shouldn't be a strange passenger. Zhang Mingyuan stared at the rearview mirror, letting out a sigh of relief. Looks like not every time will bring an extra passenger. Finally, something good has happened. Chen Tao slouched in the back seat, the pain from his severed leg making his face turn pale. Lin Xiaoya crossed her arms, her body trembling slightly. Did you guys not smell it? The smell of blood, it's stronger than before. What she said was true. That mixed stench of rust and rotten flesh was slowly seeping out from the air conditioning vents and the seat seams, growing more intense. In fact, it was all Bai Qi's fault. He hadn't discarded the body parts, instead, he had stored them. Zhang Mingyuan glanced at the dashboard, the fuel gauge pointed at a quarter of a tank, and the small screen displayed the estimated mileage, 102 kilometers. 100 kilometers. He whispered. We still need to drive at least 342 kilometers, the fuel. Clearly, there wasn't enough fuel. They would probably have to use flesh and blood as fuel. Flesh and blood. Chen Tao stared at his severed leg and suddenly laughed. The laughter was dry, like sandpaper rubbing together. The shopkeeper said gasoline has to be exchanged for flesh and blood. Does that mean I've already prepaid part of it? No one answered. The car slowly started and drove into the darkness. The time was now 2:05 a.m. The area illuminated by the headlights seemed even narrower than before. Only the road in front, less than 5 meters, could be seen clearly. The darkness on both sides was as thick as ink. It seemed like it could devour the faint light at any moment. The car radio made a crackling sound, starting to play. It is now 2:35 a.m. The section near the West Suburb gas station, please vehicles be cautious and avoid. Repeat, please vehicles be cautious and avoid. The voice was intermittent, mixed with strong electrical interference. Avoid what? Lin Xiaoya nervously looked outside the window. There was nothing but darkness outside. But Zhang Mingyuan's attention was on the dark road ahead, completely unwilling to relax his vigilance. Just as he was tense, a sign suddenly appeared by the roadside in the distance. Please avoid pedestrians. Before Zhang Mingyuan could be puzzled, he suddenly noticed a person standing on the road ahead. There's a person, Zhang Mingyuan said in a low voice, slowing down the car, ready to turn at any moment. The two people in the backseat froze when they heard him, both stretching their necks forward, but due to their seatbelts, they couldn't see anything. A loud bang echoed in the sky, and a handsome guy appeared. Bai Qi stood in front of their car, grinning, looking just like an ordinary player. Although it seemed like it, Zhang Mingyuan clearly wasn't planning to stop. He immediately turned the steering wheel to the right, slamming on the gas, intending to rush past. Humph. You broke my glass, it's really impossible not to teach you a lesson. Bai Qi snorted coldly, his figure reappearing in front of the car at an extremely fast speed. He was trying to use the traffic safety rule to kill. He wanted Zhang Mingyuan to crash into him, then he could directly kill the most troublesome player of the three. Deliberate. This guy is definitely here to sabotage us. Chen Tao gripped the backrest, yelling angrily. Zhang Mingyuan naturally saw through this. He immediately reversed the car and turned it around on the spot, then drove in the opposite direction. Not bad, buddy, you're so quick-witted? Bai Qi stared at the car racing in the opposite direction, unable to hide his surprise. He truly didn't expect that the traffic safety rule was actually understood so well by a player who had just participated in the first dungeon. Well done, Zhang bro. That creepy guy didn't catch up, we shook him off. Chen Tao clapped and cheered, getting all excited. Zhang Mingyuan's decisive turn was actually just a professional habit. He had used this way to escape from scams before, and he was very skilled at it. Crackle. Emergency broadcast. West Suburb gas station, a malicious injury incident occurred. The suspect is driving a black BYD. Small event, racing against the driver with speed and passion. During the race, traffic rules are nullified, and if you win, you will earn fuel for 50 kilometers, but if you lose, you will lose 50 kilometers. Damn it. The broadcast suddenly sounded, and Zhang Mingyuan cursed loudly. Bai Qi summoned another car, and the car instantly appeared next to Zhang Mingyuan's vehicle. The race had begun. Both the person and the ghost pressed the accelerator to the floor, leaving only two black afterimages in the night. Traffic rules were temporarily ineffective, now it was Zhang Mingyuan's turn. The roar of the engine echoed through the sky, tires gripping the ground as the car sped. Zhang Mingyuan, a veteran driver, remained calm despite the fast speed. Bai Qi's car was slightly behind, the strong wind scratching the body. It was his first time driving such a fast car, so he was still a little unskilled. Seeing that he couldn't overtake Zhang Mingyuan for the time being, Bai Qi immediately changed his strategy and used his car to scrape against the opponent. The two cars began to struggle against each other, sparks flying from the collisions. Bai Qi's car moved forward, while the other side slowly lifted. The car's tires were ground down, emitting thick black smoke. The smell was unbearably pungent. Chen Tao. Use the talent. Zhang Mingyuan shouted. He knew very well that if the tires continued to wear like this, it would be impossible to complete the 444-kilometer challenge. He had to shake off the other car's attacks. Upon hearing this, Chen Tao stopped hesitating. He stretched out his arm from the window, his veins bulging, and he pushed the car towards Bai Qi. Ha! Chen Tao's face turned red, even the broken leg wrapped in cloth started to bleed again. Bai Qi felt the car being slowly moved, his eyebrows couldn't help but furrow. The car was increasingly drifting off course. If he didn't correct the direction soon, they might directly crash off the road, causing the race to end. He had no choice but to give up on this attack, waiting for the right moment. The moment the car was no longer suspended, Zhang Mingyuan quickly stepped on the gas, and the car shot out like an arrow. Looking at the car in the rearview mirror, which had been left behind by quite a distance, Zhang Mingyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiaoye was currently rebandaging Chen Tao's leg injury. The three of them said nothing, not feeling happy for avoiding the attack. The car continued to drive steadily. Bai Qi's attack had failed this time. Victory in the race, congratulations on winning fuel. The car's estimated distance reached 135 kilometers. At this time, only about half an hour had passed, and there was still some time before the hour. This meant that the traffic safety rule took effect again, and they couldn't exceed the speed limit. Ugh! Because of repeatedly using his talent, Chen Tao's muscles were now cramping, twitching painfully. But there was no way to fix it now, he could only endure. This time, they had traveled nearly 70 kilometers, and the car stopped again in front of a gas station. The three looked at each other. It was time for the hour to change, and they had to take something from the storage box. I'll do it this time. Lin Xiaoye gritted her teeth and said. She was the most intact among the three, the other two had their own roles. Zhang Mingyuan could drive, Chen Tao's talent was effective against physical attacks, only she felt like a burden, she didn't want to be the burden. Zhang Mingyuan and the other two exchanged surprised glances, seemingly not expecting her to have this kind of courage. Alright, if you're in danger, we'll save you, Zhang Mingyuan nodded slightly, getting ready. Chapter 10, Late Night Highway 5. Lin Xiaoye took a deep breath, then opened the storage box. Gulp. Zhang Mingyuan saw the contents in the storage box, and his throat tightened. A hammer, a fruit knife, and a blood-stained cloth. 3? Why are there 3? Lin Xiaoye stared blankly at the 3 items before her. Damn it, if that's the case, each of us has to take one. Chen Tao cursed, feeling like he was going crazy from these strange things. No time to hesitate now, each of us takes one. Zhang Mingyuan was the first to reach out and grabbed the hammer. Chen Tao and Lin Xiaoye, seeing there was no problem, followed suit. Chen Tao took the fruit knife, Lin Xiaoye took the cloth, and everything seemed normal, just like a regular hammer or fruit knife. The 3 of them were a bit confused, not understanding why nothing strange happened. This was definitely not the usual behavior of this scenario. But time didn't wait for anyone, they still had to enter the gas station, so they threw the items on the ground and helped each other towards the station. Chen Tao, why do I feel like you've gotten lighter? Zhang Mingyuan asked as he braced Chen Tao's legless side with his shoulder, looking puzzled. Huh? No, maybe it's because my calf is broken, Chen Tao waved his hand, indicating he wasn't sure either. Maybe I'm just too nervous. This hellish place really isn't meant for humans. Zhang Mingyuan chuckled dryly, pushing open the glass door. The 3 of them entered the gas station, planning to rest for a bit. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, like they had missed something. Just as he turned to say something, he froze, followed by a chill down his spine. He realized what was wrong. They had broken the glass door of the gas station before, but now that door was standing intact. Chen Tao and the others sat down on the ground. Seeing that Zhang Mingyuan wasn't sitting, they were a little puzzled. What's wrong? Did you notice something? Chen Tao asked in confusion. Zhang Mingyuan didn't respond to the question. Instead, he quietly closed his eyes and reached his arm up towards the top of his head. SSSSSS. He touched something, but his head was clearly empty. How could there be something to touch? No wonder. No wonder I didn't feel the wind outside earlier, no wonder Chen Tao became lighter. So this is it. Zhang Mingyuan kept exploring with his hands while keeping his eyes shut. He covered his eyes with his hand and then slowly pulled them apart. A faint light streamed into his eyes, and the dim yellow car lights were still on, while his left hand was still holding the hammer, seemingly never having put it down. Turning to look at Chen Tao and Lin Xiaoye, he realized they looked similar to him. They were now talking with their eyes closed, as if chatting with each other. Zhang Mingyuan broke out in a cold sweat and quickly threw the hammer away. Then he crawled to the back seat, shaking Chen Tao and Lin Xiaoye's shoulders with both hands. When he got no response, he used his remaining hand to pry their eyes open. What's going on? Chen Tao, who had just opened his eyes, looked confused. Wasn't he at the gas station just now? Lin Xiaoye was equally puzzled, but her face changed drastically when she saw the surrounding situation. What are we doing here? Lin Xiaoye didn't know how to speak, looking at Zhang Mingyuan with confusion. It's an illusion. The moment the three of us touched the objects earlier, we entered a dream. Zhang Mingyuan said gravely. What? But we were able to communicate just now, Chen Tao finally realized and asked in confusion. Yes, but that was all an illusion. We were talking with our eyes closed the whole time, Zhang Mingyuan said, pushing open the car door. They needed to get into the gas station quickly. Though still confused, Lin Xiaoye helped Chen Tao get out of the car, and the three of them felt the breeze, finally letting out a sigh of relief. They opened the shattered glass store door and entered the gas station again. There were shopping baskets piled up in the corner. This time, there were no black baskets, but there were still shoes behind the curtain at the cashier counter. He's still there, Chen Tao said in a deep voice. The big hand behind the curtain pushed it open again, just like last time. The store clerk was still quietly staring at them. The three of them didn't deliberately look at the clerk. They simply sat aside, having no intention of exploring the convenience store. At this moment, Bai Qi was sitting in the office, watching the three of them with a worried look. He had set up many items in the convenience store to benefit the player team, but he didn't expect that they wouldn't explore at all. All his efforts had been in vain. Can we go back? My grandmother is still at home, Chen Tao whispered. No one answered, and no one could. No one knew if they would die in the next second. Don't give up, we can get out of here, Zhang Mingyuan said as he stood up to comfort them. He walked toward the shelves, intending to see if there were any items or methods to break the situation. The shelves were covered in dust, and a decaying smell filled the air. Zhang Mingyuan walked among the shelves, looking left and right, but didn't find anything unusual. Just as he was about to turn back, he suddenly stepped on something. Zhang Mingyuan didn't rush to look down. He first checked the clerk's situation. Seeing no reaction from him, he bent down to pick up the object on the ground. It was a folded note. Zhang Mingyuan unfolded it, and the writing on it was neat, a sharp contrast to the rules on the wall. Do you know? Sometimes only selfish people can live longer. Deceive each other, plot against each other, and only by using your teammates as shields can you survive. Zhang Mingyuan furrowed his brows tightly. He glanced around, but didn't see anything unusual. This note might be real, but it was more likely a trick to sow discord among them. He calmly stuffed the note into his pocket and walked back towards Chen Tao and the others. Did you find anything? Chen Tao asked when Zhang Mingyuan returned. No, this place is dilapidated, doesn't look like it has any useful information. Zhang Mingyuan didn't mention the note, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Are you buying anything? Zhou Zhu, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. We don't have any money, we can't buy anything. Zhang Mingyuan stood up and looked at Zhou Zhu. No money is needed, just flesh and blood. Zhou Zhu spoke in a calm voice, his words as cold as ice. Zhang Mingyuan glanced at the dusty shelves, his expression strange. After all, these items were of no use to them now, they had no need to buy them. I think you misunderstood. Here, we believe in equivalent exchange. The goods are all worth much more than their price. Zhou Zhu smiled and explained. Then, what are you selling? Chen Tao was the first to ask. Zhou Zhu didn't speak but began pulling items from beneath the counter and placing them on the table. A small leg, a palm, and a bloody kidney. The items on the table were very familiar to them because they were exactly what they had paid for in car fare. This is my leg? Chen Tao stared at the flesh in front of him, his face full of shock. Zhang Mingyuan's face darkened as he stared at the body parts, a shiver running through his heart. Why are you showing us these? After buying them, can they actually be attached again? Chen Tao asked again. He really needed his leg back. Zhou Zhu's lips, which had never shown any expression before, suddenly curled into a grin. His pale face and eerie smile sent chills down one's spine. Yes, just as you think, flesh for flesh, a fair trade, isn't it a good deal? Chen Tao's spirit shook at those words, and he lifted his gaze to stare at Zhou Zhu, his eyes burning. I want to trade. Chen Tao could not live without his legs. How would he care for his grandmother if he lost them? Can I trade my organs for it? Chen Tao spoke quickly, panic in his voice. He thought for a moment and then added, can I trade my appendix and kidney? Zhou Zhu nodded and reached out towards Chen Tao's abdomen. His flesh made no attempt to resist but instead seemed to pull away, creating a tear. The excruciating pain made Chen Tao break out in a cold sweat, his short hair soaked. He gritted his teeth and endured. Zhou Shu moved quickly, taking just 2 minutes to remove the organs. During this, Chen Tao's blood behaved strangely, not a drop seemed to spill. Zhou Zhu took the small leg and aligned it with the point where Chen Tao's leg had been severed. Then something incredible happened. The broken edges of the two pieces extended blood vessels and flesh buds. In just a few seconds, they were reconnected. Standing to the side, Zhang Mingyuan and Lin Xiaoye were both stunned. They hadn't expected the severed body parts to be reattached. Do you want to trade too? Zhou Zhu asked, looking at Zhang Mingyuan and Lin Xiaoye. Zhang Mingyuan paused for a moment, then spoke, can I trade one of my eyes for my palm? Sure, Zhou Zhu replied without hesitation. The eye was an important organ, so it was more valuable than the palm. Zhang Mingyuan nodded without hesitation and pointed to his poor eye, then let's do it. In just a few minutes, Zhang Mingyuan's limbs were fully restored. Lin Xiaoye, of course, didn't trade. He had been lucky earlier and had only lost a kidney, his limbs had suffered no damage. Zhang Mingyuan clenched his fist and looked up at Zhou Zhu. He picked up the bell with his newly restored hand and began to shake it. It was time to ask questions. You must know the information about how to survive, right? Zhang Mingyuan looked at Zhou Zhu, hoping to catch some sign of a crack in his expression. What do you want to know? Zhou Zhu did not deny it, which made Zhang Mingyuan think his guess was very accurate. Are there any props in this shop that can help us? He needed to know if searching here was worth it. Yes. Zhou Zhu answered very straightforwardly, because it was Bai Qi's order. What is our chance of survival? Zhou Zhu thought for a moment, then looked at Zhang Mingyuan and the others, and spoke, less than 10%. The three of them turned pale, this was extremely bad news. Last question, can you be killed? Zhang Mingyuan asked, wanting to know the answer. Click. Before Zhou Zhu could answer, the door of a room behind him suddenly opened. The person who entered was no one else but Bai Qi. I'll answer the last question for you. I hope you won't feel hopeless after hearing this, he said with a smile, pulling out a chair beside Zhou Zhu. He didn't know what Zhou Zhu was thinking, there were chairs, so why did he insist on standing? He can be killed, but I can't, Bai Qi said, crossing his legs and pointing at Zhou Zhu. What does that mean? Aren't you all ghosts? Chen Tao couldn't help but speak out in opposition. Not the same, not the same. He's an employee, I'm the boss. I'm the owner of this instance, and we won't truly die. At most, we'll be severely injured and recover in a few days. And, all of you living people could be pulled back into the instance at any time. Guess what your world will be like? Bai Qi's race was bizarre, fundamentally, he was no longer the same species as humans, so he didn't care about the human camp's attitude at all. Zhang Mingyuan's heart shook when he heard this. He thought of his parents. Would they also be transported into the instance in the future? He didn't dare to continue thinking, because he already knew the kind of suffering humanity was enduring at this moment. To be honest, you're too smart. I can't figure you out. A few times, I wanted to kill you, but you always managed to escape. You're truly a genius, Bai Qi said, staring at Zhang Mingyuan. I'll be careful, Zhang Mingyuan said, glaring at Bai Qi with great anger. Bai Qi waved his hand, not intending to pay attention to them anymore. He was preparing to give Zhou Zhu some instructions. Can you spare us? I. Lin Xiaoye had thought that everything would end once they returned to the living world, but now Bai Qi told her that they would enter the instance again in the future. She completely broke down. Bai Qi did not turn around when he heard her words, only wearing a self-deprecating smile as he said, First, I can't spare you. Second, I'm just following the rules. His words pierced like an ice pick into Lin Xiaoye's heart, causing her to kneel on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. He entered the staff lounge and then brought Zhou Zhu inside as well. Wait a moment, I'm going to adjust the weather and add some new items to the shop. Okay, boss, I'll make sure to get the job done. Zhou Zhu nodded, taking the task very seriously in terms of his salary. By the way, I have 2 notes here. Remember to let everyone except Zhang Mingyuan see one, and make sure they don't know about each other. If Zhang Mingyuan were here, he would see that the notes in Bai Qi's hand were identical to the ones in his pocket. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Mingyuan and the others exited the gas station, preparing to hit the road again. But when they opened the door, they were stunned. Outside was a vast expanse of white, with snowflakes floating down like goose feathers, and the snow on the ground had already accumulated quite a bit. It's snowing? Chen Tao exclaimed, and the air he exhaled turned white. The cars in the distance were also covered with a white coat, and this was only after 30 minutes of change. Zhang Mingyuan's face darkened as he called for Chen Tao and the others to get back in the car. The temperature inside the car was slightly higher than outside. The three of them fastened their seatbelts, and the car slowly started, heading into the darkness. Chapter 12, Midnight Highway 7. Bai Qi was calmly browsing the forum at this moment, and the people in there were truly something else. For example, brothers, this hellish world has nothing, the houses are all broken and falling apart. Can I guide these players to help me repair the house? In the end, give one of them a chance to clear the level? Bai Qi thought this little brother's idea was very advanced and worth learning from. But the most common posts on the forum were complaints about the boring anomalies. They had almost nothing to do other than killing people. Bai Qi smiled slightly, using the forum's record feature to upload a photo from his phone. And he captioned it, "Guess what this thing is, no rewards for guessing right." Within a few minutes, a bunch of bizarre replies showed up under the post. Stage play, bro, I beg you, where did you get this phone? Abandoned house, did those players bring it? But I didn't see them take it out. Bai Qi didn't reply. He didn't want to sell his phone just yet, unless he had a second one. Bai Qi was living comfortably, but at this moment, Zhang Mingyuan and the other two were not so lucky. Ha! So cold, when we came here, it was summer. How come the weather in this instance changes? Chen Tao huddled in the corner, his body shaking. At this point, Zhang Mingyuan was the most uncomfortable. He felt that the temperature inside the car was at least minus 10 degrees, and he was only wearing a short-sleeve shirt. He had to hold onto the steering wheel, his hands so numb he could hardly feel them. Urgent message, heavy snowstorm recently, roads are slippery, please slow down and avoid colliding with the vehicle ahead. The broadcast suddenly spoke, and Zhang Mingyuan's hands were nearly frozen to the steering wheel. Upon hearing this, he couldn't hold back anymore. Damn instance. Damn anomalies. To hell with it. He cursed loudly but still drove carefully, moving slowly. In a blizzard, the visibility was too low, and the car's fuel consumption would increase. He could accelerate, but if he went too fast, it wouldn't be the anomaly that killed them first, but a car crash. Time now felt like it was dragging. They really wanted to gather some materials right now and start a fire. I can't see clearly. You two come help me look, I'm worried there might be an obstruction. The heavy snow reduced visibility to just 2 or 3 meters, and the car's speed was reduced to a crawl. The three of them nervously watched ahead, afraid that a car might suddenly appear. It seemed like time had frozen in this heavy snow. There were still more than 40 minutes until the hour, but they were already struggling to hold on. At this moment, Lin Xiaoye suddenly gasped and shouted. Stop the car. Zhang Mingyuan didn't hesitate and immediately slammed the brakes to the floor. However, the ice and snow on the ground were too slippery, and the car didn't stop, instead sliding to the side. The car slid nearly 10 meters and finally stopped in front of a black car, with less than half a meter between them. It was a close call. If Lin Xiaoye hadn't noticed in time, they would have been in trouble. How did you see it? It was over 10 meters away. Chen Tao exclaimed. Talent. My talent is exploration type, so it should enhance my eyesight. This was way too dangerous, so Zhang Mingyuan decided to take a break for now and warm up a bit. Chen Tao and the others naturally had no objections. They also needed to move around to warm up. The three of them got out of the car and started jogging around, grabbing some snow from the ground and holding it in their hands to warm up. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan looked at the car that had stopped in front of them, wanting to see if there were any key items inside. He called over Chen Tao, and the two of them began to smash the car window. Bang! The glass shattered, and the interior of the car was identical to theirs, as if it had been molded from the same template. Zhang Mingyuan was most familiar with this kind of car. His hand grabbed the window edge and directly climbed into the vehicle. At this moment, Lin Xiaoye suddenly felt like she stepped on something. She looked down and found it was a folded piece of paper. Bending down to pick it up, she instinctively unfolded it. It only had one sentence written on it. If only one person is left alive among the three of you, that person will directly pass the level. Driving car 444 will ignore all rules and pass directly. Lin Xiaoye's eyes widened, and then she hurriedly folded the paper back and put it into her pocket. If Zhang Mingyuan and Chen Tao both died, then she would pass the level? This paper was too dangerous, she absolutely couldn't let anyone else see it. At this moment, Chen Tao was at the back of the car, smashing the trunk. This was something Zhang Mingyuan had asked him to do, saying it was to look for clues or items. Click. The trunk was pried open, revealing some tools, but what caught his attention was the folded paper beside them. Chen Tao casually picked it up and instinctively opened the paper. If only one person is left alive among the three of you, that person will directly pass the level. Driving car 444 will ignore all rules and pass directly. The exact same paper as Lin Xiaoye's. This was Bai Qi's work, all part of his plan to leave them clues. Chen Tao's heart skipped a beat, but then he seemed to think of something. He put the paper away and continued searching inside the car. Zhou Zhu had placed 3 pieces of paper in total, one outside the car, one inside, and one in the trunk. He was absolutely confident they would search the car. Because Zhang Mingyuan was cautious and liked to gather information, Zhou Zhu had deliberately placed these on their expected path. As expected, the others were indeed searching the car. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan also discovered the paper. It was very similar to the one he had found in the store, but the contents were a little different. His face immediately darkened. He folded it up and quickly stuffed it away before climbing out of the car in a few quick movements. He didn't know if Lin Xiaoye and the others had found the same paper. If they had, that would be a problem, because it would definitely cause a rift between them. Did you find anything in the trunk? Zhang Mingyuan asked Chen Tao, who was still rummaging through tools. Nothing. It's all just tools, no clues at all. How about you? Chen Tao lied, choosing to hide the truth. He was only leaving himself a backup plan. Yes, just a backup plan. At this point, Lin Xiaoye also walked over and said, I feel like we've moved around enough. How about you guys? Zhang Mingyuan and Chen Tao both indicated they were almost done. The 3 of them, each with their own thoughts, got back into the car. Zhang Mingyuan restarted the engine and began driving slowly on the snow-covered road. The snow outside showed no sign of stopping, as if it wanted to bury them there, falling relentlessly without a break. The atmosphere inside the car was a little subtle. Bai Qi's move was indeed very effective. You can speed up, I'll keep an eye on things for you, Lin Xiaoye suddenly said, offering to help Zhang Mingyuan by watching for him. Zhang Mingyuan glanced at her and then shook his head. The car will slip in this snow, it's not just about visibility. Let's keep it slow this time. Zhang Mingyuan rejected Lin Xiaoye's kindness. He didn't think much of it, he just felt she didn't quite understand their current situation. Really? This is where you start tripping each other up? Seems like everyone wants the chance to be the last one standing. Bai Qi was sitting in the staff lounge, carefully observing their situation. His goal had already been achieved. The previously united team was now difficult to attack. If they each had their own agenda, it would be much easier to deal with them. He planned to visit the living world once this mission was over. He wanted to bring something back to the underworld. If successful, his future life would definitely be much more comfortable. Time passed quickly at Bai Qi's place. Zhang Mingyuan and the others had already parked the car at the gas station again. At this moment, their condition was indeed not very good. Who wants to open the storage box? Chen Tao gasped, his eyes fixed on the storage box. No one spoke. This time, no one stepped forward. They all didn't want to get hurt or die. Zhang Mingyuan glanced at the 2 of them and whispered, let's play rock paper scissors. It'll be simpler and fairer. Chen Tao and Lin Xiaoye didn't refute. Neither of them was a fool. All 3 probably had an inkling of what was going on, but none of them spoke it out loud. No one objected, so let's begin, Zhang Mingyuan said, raising his hand, looking at Lin Xiaoye and Chen Tao. The 3 of them raised their hands at the same time, scissors. Rock. Paper. Zhang Mingyuan picked scissors, while Lin Xiaoye and Chen Tao both picked paper. Chen Tao's face became serious, and he raised his hand again, waiting for the right moment. Rock, scissors, paper. Chen Tao had rock, Lin Xiaoye had scissors. Chen Tao sighed in relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. How could this be? Lin Xiaoye stared blankly at her hand, then looked at the tightly closed storage box. She gritted her teeth and reached for it, hoping to see 3 items inside. Click. The storage box opened, and the items came into view. It was a blood-stained kitchen knife. Gulp. Since there had been no casualties in previous rounds, Lin Xiaoye, holding onto a glimmer of hope, reached out to grab it. The moment the kitchen knife was in her hand, she felt a cold chill creeping into her body, causing her to shudder involuntarily. But she didn't notice that her hand was slowly moving toward her own head. What are you doing? Zhang Mingyuan suddenly asked, puzzled. He saw Lin Xiaoye bringing the knife toward her neck, and he was confused. It was only at that moment that Lin Xiaoye realized what her hand was doing. She hurriedly used her other hand to push the knife away. The kitchen knife no longer focused on her neck, but instead swung toward Lin Xiaoye's right arm. Ah! A scream rang out, Lin Xiaoye's entire arm was severed, and blood poured out. The whole thing took only a few dozen seconds. Zhang Mingyuan hadn't even reacted when Lin Xiaoye had already lost an arm. Chen Tao quickly tore off a piece of his shirt and tried to stop the bleeding. The pain was too intense, and Lin Xiaoye passed out from it. The 2 of them hurriedly carried Lin Xiaoye toward the gas station, hoping they could find some help inside. Zhang Mingyuan picked up Lin Xiaoya's severed arm and rushed into the gas station. Nothing had changed. Only in the corner was the black shopping basket again. Chen Tao laid Lin Xiaoya down and kicked the black shopping basket into the darkness before looking at Zhang Mingyuan. The three of them hadn't fully torn their faces apart yet, so they still needed to help Lin Xiaoya. It wasn't yet time to decide the winner. Zhang Mingyuan walked to the counter. Unlike before, Zhou Zhu was sitting there this time. We need you to help her. What price do you ask? Zhang Mingyuan pointed at Lin Xiaoya and said. Half an arm, I'm being very fair, Zhou Zhu said, his face emotionless, stating his price. Fine, just half. Zhang Mingyuan agreed and motioned for Chen Tao to bring Lin Xiaoya over. He then handed Lin Xiaoya's arm to Zhou Zhu. Zhou Zhu was very principled. He said half, so he took half. He immediately cut the arm in half and handed the remaining part back. Zhou Zhu raised his hand and pressed it against the severed end of Lin Xiaoya's arm. His talent activated, and the blood began to clot and scab over. Lin Xiaoya slowly opened her eyes, looking dazed. She had just had a dream. In the dream, she was still at home, eating hot pot, with her parents by her side. But now, the dream shattered. The harsh reality made her unable to hold back her tears. She slowly stood up. She glanced at her severed arm. She had escaped death this time, but what about next time? Will Zhang Mingyuan and the others deliberately not remind her, deliberately betray her? Zhang Mingyuan, seeing that Lin Xiaoya's problem had been solved, hurriedly picked up the bell. He shook it 3 times and then asked, how can we warm up inside the car? Or is there any warm clothing available? Zhou Zhu, without hesitation, spoke up, you can turn on the air conditioning in the car, but the fuel consumption will double. As for warmth, you can buy clothes. Zhang Mingyuan was stunned. He hadn't expected they actually sold clothes here, he had just asked casually. He called Lin Xiaoya and Chen Tao over to discuss how to choose. The two walked over, and despite the fact that flesh and blood were needed as payment, they didn't refuse. Double the fuel consumption? Doesn't that mean speeding up our death? This won't work. Chen Tao expressed his disapproval of the idea. Zhang Mingyuan nodded. He didn't want to double the fuel consumption either, because if there were warm clothes, that would certainly be a one-time solution. Lin Xiaoya nodded, indicating she shared the same thought. Then, the price. Zhang Mingyuan asked. 1 coat for 1 organ or 1 limb, Zhou Zhu said, quoting Bai Qi's fixed price, which was neither too expensive nor too cheap for them. Chen Tao took out his half arm and handed it to Lin Xiaoya since it was indeed her possession. Lin Xiaoya took it expressionlessly and then handed it to Zhou Zhu. Not enough, still half is missing, Zhou Zhu said in a low voice, his tone very calm. Lin Xiaoya didn't show any other expression. She knew the half arm was definitely not enough, she had just taken it out to try. Lin Xiaoya thought for a while and then spoke, add half a stomach. She knew about gastrectomy, so losing half a stomach wouldn't have too much impact. Zhou Zhu didn't say anything more. He reached out and directly grabbed Lin Xiaoya's abdomen. His hand, like a precise surgical knife, slowly separated half of her stomach. She endured the pain, took the coat Zhou Zhu handed over, and quickly put it on. Zhang Mingyuan thought for a while and then spoke, can I trade 1 ear? Zhou Zhu nodded, reached out, and directly took Zhang Mingyuan's ear off, then handed him a coat. Seeing this, Chen Tao also followed Zhang Mingyuan's example and exchanged his own ear for a coat. There were still 2 chances left to ask questions, and Zhang Mingyuan wasn't going to waste them. He immediately spoke. I want to know the price of fuel. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhu replied, 3 organs will take you 50 kilometers. The 3 of them were stunned. They hadn't expected fuel to be so expensive. And now, the fuel in the car was only enough for them to travel less than 60 kilometers. There were still more than 300 kilometers to go to cover the 444 kilometers. If calculated like this, only 1 person out of the 3 could make it out, and that person would certainly be crippled. Zhang Mingyuan did the math in his mind and his face changed drastically. Only 1 person could make it out, but none of them wanted to die here. A conflict began. Zhang Mingyuan prepared to ask the final question. His answer might directly shatter the last shred of trust between them. But he had to know because he would fight for that spot too. If there's only 1 person left, will that person really pass? Zhou Zhu was silent for a moment before speaking. To clarify, our boss doesn't allow mutual killing. He only allows you to kill within the rules. These words were like a bomb thrown into the cold lake water. This was almost already an open hint. The eyes of the 3 people changed. They originally thought that only by holding together could they leave here, but now it was completely different, because they did not know the method for all members to clear the level, yet now there was one method to clear the level placed right in front of them. Mutual attack was not allowed, but they could use the tools inside the storage box, or other rules. Zhang Mingyuan's face was extremely ugly. He put the matter openly on the table. He needed to know Lin Xiaoye and Chen Tao's attitude toward this matter. Do you really believe his words? He is a ghost. Zhang Mingyuan tried to save it. You do not need to explain anymore. With our ability, I am afraid it is very hard for all of us to clear the level. You should know this most clearly. Lin Xiaoye was the first to refute. She would rather believe a ghost, because she knew that if they united, then she would absolutely be the first person to die. Zhang Mingyuan, you do not need to speak anymore. We just compete fairly. Whoever can live to the end, whoever can leave here, this is the simplest method. Chen Tao also spoke. He knew that comparing cleverness with Zhang Mingyuan he definitely could not win. He did not know whether the other side would suddenly scheme against him. When Zhang Mingyuan heard this he was stunned. He stared blankly at the two people, feeling somewhat unfamiliar, but this was the truth, because no one wanted to be the first to die. Okay fine, then fair competition. Zhang Mingyuan's gaze was firm, as if he had made some decision. This time the three people did not gather, each staying in one corner either squatting or sitting. Zhang Mingyuan wandered inside the gas station, from time to time passing by the staff lounge, and again accidentally passing by the office, as if he was searching for something. Bai Qi sat in the office watching Zhang Mingyuan, feeling somewhat strange. Why did the other side keep wandering here? Could it be that he wanted to talk with him? Or was he looking for something? He could not hold back his curiosity, casually took a piece of paper and wrote a few words, then directly threw it onto the path that Zhang Mingyuan must pass. Zhang Mingyuan did not know about this, because he was looking for things that could be used, because most of the current rules they already clearly understood. If he wanted to kill the other side, then he must use rules that the other side did not know. At the corner, he suddenly saw a folded piece of paper, the same as the one he saw before. He did not hesitate at all to open it, preparing to look at the information inside. What are you looking for? After Zhang Mingyuan saw this sentence his body became stiff, cold sweat poured out. He looked around at the surroundings, and did not find any monitoring method. He said in a low voice, "Can you see me?" When Bai Qi heard this he smiled, wiped away the words above, and once again wrote a sentence. I am this instance itself, your every move cannot escape my eyes. Zhang Mingyuan was very angry when he saw this. The current situation was completely the other side's masterpiece, but he had no way at all. His current feeling was like being locked inside an electronic screen. Every action was being controlled. He no longer spoke, put the note back to its original place. He knew Bai Qi could not help him, he could only search by himself. Just as he turned around, his eyes suddenly caught the corner. There was quietly placed a black basket. The rule said to kick this thing away, did not say that it could not be touched. Thinking of this, he could not help but begin to walk toward that darkness, stretching out his hand to pick up the basket. One-time item, free order basket. Introduction: an item imagined by a certain being with evil taste, can only be used in a specific instance. His pupils shook. This kind of thing looked ordinary, but actually was very useful, because this whole gas station actually all counted as goods. He entered the gas station, that also counted as goods, then it could be purchased. He knew this shopping basket might be the key for himself to live. He put the shopping basket into a hidden position, making sure that Lin Xiaoye and Chen Tao could not see. He finally let out a sigh of relief. Half an hour passed quickly. If the three of them wanted to continue, they would have to drive, and driving required fuel. They had to sacrifice one more organ each to pay the debt. Without saying a word, Zhang Mingyuan was the first to sell one of his arms. Lin Xiaoye sold one of her ears, and Chen Tao sold one of his eyes. The three of them walked out of the gas station and got into the car. Zhang Mingyuan looked at the mileage, which had reached 100 again, feeling very annoyed inside. This time, the cold was resisted, and the thick cotton coat kept the wind and snow at bay, but everyone's heart was still ice cold. The car started, and Zhang Mingyuan had already fastened his seatbelt. He didn't remind anyone, just started the car and drove. Sitting in his office, Bai Qi was completely treated like a clown. He had just thought that Zhang Mingyuan might come to ask him for the rules or team up to kill the other two, but unexpectedly, the other party was so firm. It's good that I'm not a player. After all, your background determines everything, he murmured, folding up the note that had been returned to its place. Lin Xiaoye didn't say anything foolish like I'll be your eyes again. The car drove at a constant speed. The fuel consumption wasn't proportional to the distance traveled, but there was nothing they could do. Zhang Mingyuan carefully watched the road ahead, making sure that the first person to die wouldn't be him. It didn't matter who died in front of him. Chapter 15, Late Night Highway 10. His talent was very useful. It could immune him from one death rule. This was crucial. The snow was now almost as high as the tires. The speed of the car had been greatly reduced. If initially, driving 1 kilometer used up 1 kilometer of fuel, now it might take almost 2 kilometers of fuel. Now, the radio announces that there has been a car accident ahead. Nearly 10 rear-end collisions have occurred. Drivers nearby, please assist as much as possible. The radio sounded again, making the three people in the car uneasy. They feared that this accident might cost them their lives. Even though they were now enemies, there was no way around it. They still needed to discuss plans. What do we do? This seems like a new event. How should we respond? Zhang Mingyuan spoke first, though he wasn't actually planning to get out of the car. There were too many uncertain factors. He didn't want to take any chances. The radio said to help as much as possible. We don't really need to help, Lin Xiaoye said, lowering her head. She felt getting out to help wasn't very wise. Chen Tao saw that both of them said the same thing, so he immediately expressed that he had no objections. Zhang Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. The car slowed down a bit, ready to turn at any moment. Lin Xiaoye's eyes were fixed ahead. She had already seen the accident site. Black smoke was rising from there. We're almost there. Slow down a little more, she whispered. Zhang Mingyuan didn't waste any words. The car visibly slowed down, and the flames and thick smoke ahead became clearly visible. Dozens of cars had collided into each other, and except for the last few vehicles, the others had been completely deformed. The first car was a truck, which had suffered significant damage. The front had caved in, looking like a punctured piece of tofu. While silently sighing at the brutality of it, Zhang Mingyuan turned the car around, preparing to head back. But as he turned, a chill ran down his spine. His eyes stared straight ahead at what lay before him. The scene behind him looked exactly like the car accident scene he had just seen, as if it had been copied and pasted. He didn't believe it and turned his head again, but it had no effect. The car accident was still there, as if it had been carefully planned for them. Lin Xiaoye and Chen Tao also looked grim. The three of them got out of the car, ready to see how they could help. If they were to rescue someone, they would have to start with the most seriously injured. The three of them walked to the first car that had been crushed beyond recognition. The car was burning fiercely, and it seemed that the people inside had little chance of survival. Is it even worth saving? The car's almost flattened, Chen Tao said, looking at the metal pancake uncertainly. Zhang Mingyuan carefully thought about the broadcast, which only mentioned trying but didn't say they must save the dead. Alright, let's move back and take a look. If they had listened carefully, they would have noticed there was still a faint sound of breathing inside the car. The three of them approached the second car, which was equally horrific, but slightly better than the first. The driver's seat had not been crushed yet. Zhang Mingyuan stepped forward first, grabbing a handful of snow from the ground, ready to cool the car down first. After sprinkling snow over the car more than 10 times, the three began to pry open the car door. The strength of the three was immense, and soon they tore the car door off. The scene inside was horrifying. On the driver's seat lay a charred corpse, with a steel pipe impaling the person's abdomen. Their arm was draped over the pipe, seemingly trying to pull it out. This sight almost made the three of them vomit. The burnt flesh gave off a foul smell, and Zhang Mingyuan staggered back several steps. Is this even human? Lin Xiaoye's copy had only one more chance to use her talent, so she didn't use it. Because no matter if the body was human or a ghost, it was still dead. After gagging for a while, the three moved to the next car. This one hadn't caught fire, so they directly began to tear the door off. Click. The car door was removed, and inside lay two people, one with their throat impaled, the other seemingly unharmed. The three prepared to carry the one who seemed fine out. The moment they touched him, the person with the impaled throat suddenly opened his eyes and stared at them. Then he began to groan in pain, trying to pull the steel pipe that was stuck in his throat. But it was all in vain. His neck was bleeding, and his body started struggling violently, but the more he struggled, the more blood flowed. He soon died. This. Chen Tao scratched his head, unsure of what to do. Next. Zhang Mingyuan didn't look back and continued, starting to tear open the next car door. They carried out all the people who seemed alive, while those who had died were set aside. Along with the truck driver, there were 6 people who seemed alive, but strangely, none of them could wake up, even though they had no obvious injuries. We've already done everything we could, why is it still not over? Chen Tao said nervously, glancing around vigilantly, panic evident on his face. Just as they were confused, the unconscious people opened their eyes and, like machines, stiffly got up. Zhang Mingyuan was the first to see this and quickly retreated several steps in shock. What are you? Chen Tao also had 3 people in front of him, feeling terrified inside but keeping his face calm. But these awakened people didn't speak. It was as if they had no consciousness. They quietly walked toward Chen Tao. The situation for the 3 was the same, but Zhang Mingyuan was not the type to sit and wait. He immediately turned and ran towards the truck, grabbing the back of the vehicle with one hand and using his legs to climb to the rear. Chen Tao and Lin Xiaoye were a step slower and were surrounded by several people. Chen Tao gritted his teeth and activated his talent, for strengths, charging through the crowd. The immense strength knocked several people to the ground, and he also ran toward the truck. Lin Xiaoye wanted to follow Chen Tao, but the truth was harsh, she didn't have the ability. Zhang Mingyuan, seeing this, felt some sympathy, but he quickly turned his head. He didn't know what would happen to Lin Xiaoye in the end, but he couldn't save her. Chen Tao saw this and had no intention of watching. Like Zhang Mingyuan, he turned his head. The once tightly united team of three had now fallen to the point where they would no longer help each other. You guys? Lin Xiaoye saw this scene and was extremely angry. When she saw that these two had no intention of coming over to help, she immediately thought of something and turned to crash into the person closest to her. After knocking the person down, she didn't look back and ran straight toward the car they were driving toward. She opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and began trying to start the engine. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan and the other person, who were observing from afar, were immediately stunned. Damn it! We can't let her drive away. Zhang Mingyuan was the first to jump out of the car and crazily ran toward the car. Lin Xiaoye herself didn't know how to drive, but after watching Zhang Mingyuan drive for so long, she knew how to start the engine. She had thought about the situation where she might have to drive alone, so she had been learning how to operate it the whole way. Chapter 16, Midnight Highway 11. The car moved, and the car that had been crashed into slowly disappeared. The heavy snow made both of them shiver. Zhang Mingyuan didn't give up. He quickly ran forward, intending to wait temporarily outside the gas station. Chen Tao followed him. They had no reason to compete now, they had to get the car first. Do you regret it? Zhang Mingyuan suddenly asked, as if speaking to himself. Regret what? You mean we shouldn't have been on guard against each other? Chen Tao asked, confused. He gave us only a way to survive, but can you guarantee you won't die when carrying out the plan? Zhang Mingyuan said while walking. This is a scheme to drive us apart. You both can see it, so why do this? Why force me? Zhang Mingyuan seemed mad, talking to himself. Chen Tao didn't speak. He followed behind Zhang Mingyuan, and the two quickly arrived at the entrance of the gas station. This road was only about 100 meters long, so they soon saw Lin Xiaoye again. She was now driving, and every 10 minutes, they could see her again, showing no sign of stopping. Stupid, has she forgotten the rules? At the hour, she has to open the storage box alone. Has she forgotten how she lost her arm? Chen Tao leaned against the door outside the gas station, thinking that Lin Xiaoye was doomed. She might actually die this time. Zhang Mingyuan whispered. Because she was driving alone, only she could open the storage box, and what was inside could really cost someone their life. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoye was still crazily driving forward. As long as they die, I can survive. She had gone mad, and her whole demeanor looked completely abnormal. When she passed by the gas station again, the car suddenly stopped. What's going on? Why did it suddenly stop? Chen Tao looked at the car that had stopped in place, not knowing what Lin Xiaoye was up to now. The next second, the wheel spun violently, the steering wheel turned sharply to the right, and the car went straight for Zhang Mingyuan and Chen Tao. Please, just hurry up and die. Lin Xiaoye cried, her foot pressing the accelerator, chasing after Zhang Mingyuan and Chen Tao. Are you crazy? This copy doesn't allow players to kill each other. Zhang Mingyuan shouted. But Lin Xiaoye's mind was no longer normal. She couldn't hear Zhang Mingyuan's words at all, and her speed didn't decrease. Chen Tao was the first to run out, directly circling to the back of the gas station, but Zhang Mingyuan wasn't so lucky. The car was heading straight for him. Yelling at her was useless now. He had to avoid the collision as much as possible. The car was getting closer and closer to him. Zhang Mingyuan leaned against the glass door, seemingly with nowhere to run. In such cold weather, Zhang Mingyuan's back was soaked, but he timed it perfectly and made a desperate leap. The car's front barely brushed the tips of his shoes before crashing into the glass door behind him. No! When Bai Qi saw the scene in the office, her heart shattered. The entire glass door was shattered into pieces. The front of the car directly entered the gas station. He angrily pulled open the office door, and what caught his eye was Zhang Mingyuan stepping on the car and Lin Xiaoye sitting inside the car. But right now, they hadn't broken the death rules of Bai Qi, so he couldn't deal with them himself. But he couldn't just let it go. He immediately summoned a whip made of ghostly energy. Do you know what stupid thing you've done? He said coldly. His voice was colder than the falling snow outside, which made Lin Xiaoye, who had just been acting wildly, go completely silent. Bai Qi waved his hand, and the whip cracked through the air with a sonic boom. He couldn't kill them, but striking them with a whip was still within his power. The black whip, like a python, flew straight towards Zhang Mingyuan. Ah! Zhang Mingyuan couldn't react in time, the whip was too fast. His clothes were torn, and Zhang Mingyuan was flung into the snow. Wham! Another whip struck, breaking the car window and hitting Lin Xiaoye along with it. The front window shattered instantly. Lin Xiaoye, who had just been hysterical, suddenly seemed much clearer, no longer shouting or screaming. Her hands left the steering wheel, and she hugged her chest as she began to twitch. I thought you were really crazy, but the crash looked pretty convincing. Bai Qi smiled slightly and swung the whip again. The black whip began to circle around the gas station, soon finding its next target. At this moment, Chen Tao was wondering why it had gone silent. As he looked up, he saw the whip coming straight at him. Damn! He turned to escape, but clearly, he couldn't outrun the whip. It struck his back, sending him flying nearly 5 meters away. The three of them each got 1 lash, very fair and just. Looking at the time, it was exactly on the hour. Bai Qi was satisfied, feeling a little relieved. He still didn't understand why these players always like smashing his windows. Returning to the office, he continued browsing food tutorials on his phone. Zhang Mingyuan didn't actually suffer much damage, he was just pretending to be dead on the ground. When Bai Qi left, he quickly got up, brushed the snow off himself, and looked at Lin Xiaoya. He slowly walked over and saw that she hadn't opened her eyes. Zhang Mingyuan was pleased. Bai Qi had hit Lin Xiaoya the hardest, after all, she was the one who had broken his window, so Bai Qi had hit her harder. This also caused him to shatter the front car window. Still alive? Zhang Mingyuan whispered. Seeing no response, he dragged her out and tossed her onto the road in the distance. Zhang Mingyuan chose his own life over hers, so he needed Lin Xiaoya to die. At a distance, Chen Tao, clutching his back, saw this but didn't stop him. He seemed to pretend not to see and entered the gas station. Zhang Mingyuan took off her coat and put it on himself, its warmth now perfect for him. Without looking back, he walked into the gas station without any hesitation. He walked directly to the corner where he had hidden the basket, confidently clearing away the clutter that covered it. What? Zhang Mingyuan stared in surprise at the spot where the black basket had been, as it was now empty. Zhang Mingyuan didn't believe it. He walked to the place where he had first seen the black basket, but again, there was no trace of it. Are you looking for this? Chen Tao's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. At that moment, Chen Tao could no longer hold back his laughter. You didn't think that while you were wandering around the store, I wasn't doing anything, did you? Chen Tao laughed triumphantly, as if victory was within his grasp. I knew my brain wasn't as good as yours, so I've been watching you all this time. Now, I've won. Chen Tao handed the black basket to Zhou Zhu and pointed at Zhang Mingyuan, shouting loudly, I want to buy his life. Zhou Zhu moved. He walked out from behind the counter and straight toward Zhang Mingyuan. Zhang Mingyuan, seeing this, did not run away. Instead, he grinned and started laughing. Ha ha ha. If you couldn't bring yourself to kill me, I really wouldn't have been able to do it either. But now, it's clear I'm the real winner. Chen Tao's smile gradually faded. He didn't understand why Zhang Mingyuan could still laugh at a time like this. Death rule detected. Would you like to use your talent? Use it. Zhang Mingyuan shouted. He pointed at Chen Tao and said, transfer the deathlock. His talent was never about repentance, but about substitution. He had lied from the start. Chen Tao immediately felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He watched as the employee who had just walked towards Zhang Mingyuan was now walking toward him, a look of despair on his face. No, you can't do this. You cheated. You're a liar. Your talent is not repentance. But it was too late to say anything now. The deathlock had already been transferred to him. He was doomed. 4 forces. Chen Tao didn't want to wait for death passively. This was his last gamble. His muscles swelled, and his body became as solid as an iron tower. He charged at Zhang Mingyuan, intending to strike first and kill him. Zhou Zhu, of course, wouldn't let him have his way. He swung his arm forcefully, and a claw mark suddenly appeared on Chen Tao's body, sending him crashing to the ground. Ugh! The huge gap in strength made Chen Tao's last attempt futile. Zhou Zhu pressed his hand onto Chen Tao's head and kept slamming it into the ground until there was no movement left. Chen Tao was dead. Zhou Zhu dragged his body to the counter and placed it in the black shopping basket. Zhang Mingyuan was ecstatic. He had survived. He was the final winner. I'll sell him off and turn everything into fuel. He ran outside, dragging Lin Xiaoye, who had been frozen into an ice sculpture, back inside. This one too, turn it into fuel. Zhou Zhu nodded and dragged both corpses into the staff break room, then didn't come back out. Zhang Mingyuan sat alone, leaning against the counter, watching the blizzard outside, quietly waiting for the 30 minutes to end. Everything was set. Finally, he could leave this cursed place. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Mingyuan walked out of the gas station, drove the car that had crashed into the door onto the road, and slammed the accelerator. Please pull over. The broadcast suddenly came to life. Zhang Mingyuan looked at the gas station in confusion. There were 2 figures in front of him that were both familiar and strange. How is this possible? Didn't you both die? Zhang Mingyuan exclaimed in terror, slamming his foot on the accelerator, not planning to stop. But things didn't go as planned. The car stopped steadily in front of the two. No matter how hard Zhang Mingyuan pressed the pedal, it refused to accelerate. The car door suddenly opened, and a chill rushed in. You're lying. You clearly said the last person could leave. Zhang Mingyuan shouted angrily toward the air, knowing the boss could hear him. What nonsense are you talking? Aren't there two people sitting in the back? Bai Qi said innocently. Them? How can they be called people? They're clearly dead. Zhang Mingyuan glared angrily at Bai Qi, who was sitting in the front seat. What are you talking about? They have noses and eyes. Aren't they just people? Bai Qi smiled again. Zhang Mingyuan turned around to look at the two people in the back seat, one covered in ice shards, the other with blood flowing from their head. At that moment, both were smiling eerily, their eyes staring directly at Zhang Mingyuan. To be honest, you were about to win. But you had to sell them all to me. It looks like your fate was sealed. Bai Qi said before disappearing, leaving only the three people in the car, just like when they first arrived. My fault? If I hadn't sold them all now, it was too late to say anything, because death was closing in. The car started, and the two people in the back reached forward and held down Zhang Mingyuan. He removed his seatbelt. The car seat wrapped around Zhang Mingyuan's body, swallowing him whole like quicksand. End of the instance. Acquired Soul X3. Finally finished. It's time to head to the human realm. Bai Qi summoned two cars, one for Zhou Zhu and one for himself. This is the list of items we need. You should take the more expensive ones if possible. The car's trunk and roof can be left empty, but the items must be fully filled. Bai Qi handed Zhou Zhu a list, which had many items needed to repair his gas station. Okay, boss, can I bring some other things as well? Zhou Zhu hesitated. As long as you can fit it, go ahead. Bai Qi waved his hand and taught Zhou Zhu how to use the GPS. The two of them then set off for the human realm. Zhou Zhu was completely in awe of Bai Qi. Being able to travel between the realms was simply unbelievable. He definitely had chosen the right person to follow. Meanwhile, the human side was in chaos. Millions of people participated in the instance, but only a few returned, which showed how terrifying the low survival rate was. We can't fight back at all now. We can't find the enemy, weapons are useless, we can't protect the people, we can't even protect ourselves. The man sitting next to Li Weiguo shouted angrily. He was indeed one of the victims, and he hadn't regretted it, which made him even more irritable. Calm down. We can't attack this thing called an instance, so we can only adapt to it. Li Weiguo said solemnly. What do you mean? The man beside him asked, confused. Find those who have cleared the instance, then pay them to share how they survived, and get all the Taoists and such. Aren't they weird? What if we use those things? Li Weiguo's words silenced the meeting room. Everyone was carefully considering the feasibility of what he said. This is the only way. Otherwise, ordinary people entering the instance will definitely be dead, this is the only chance. One person nodded in agreement. At this time, Bai Qi had arrived at the human realm, with Zhou Zhu's car following behind his. The two ghosts headed to the gas station first. Buying items one by one was too troublesome. Bai Qi decided it would be better to get ready-made ones. Zhou Zhu could handle this alone, so Bai Qi parked the car in front of the store. He walked in as if no one was around, using ghost energy to hide his presence, and went straight to the mobile phone store. Things like this would probably be very popular in the underworld, so he waved his hand and took everything, with no intention of paying. Next, he moved on to the snack area. He found instant noodles and took 3 boxes. Then, he grabbed a lot of self-heating hot pots and other snacks. He also picked up electric hot pots and batteries because he needed them. For the batteries, it was easy. He simply took the backup power supply from the store. Chapter 18, Stock Up. The roof of the car was taken off, and Bai Qi filled it with all sorts of items. You could say, except for the driver's seat, no one could sit anywhere else. Seeing that it was almost packed, Bai Qi used the car's radio system to notify Zhou Zhu. Done yet? If you're done, meet me at the store entrance. At that moment, Zhou Zhu was extremely busy. Not only had he removed the roof, he had completely cut off the entire car roof and turned the sedan into a convertible. The items inside the car were stacked at least 2 meters high, and even the driver's seat was filled with things. He was sitting on the car's hood, using his talent to control a pair of hands to drive the car. Before long, Bai Qi saw the bizarre car design in the distance. What the heck, there's a pro! Bai Qi exclaimed. He had thought he had packed high enough. I didn't expect Zhou Zhu to be even better at pretending than me. Their cars weren't disguised, so the pedestrians around could see them clearly. They never even thought about hiding themselves. The mall surveillance had already captured this scene, especially Zhou Zhu, because he was sitting on the hood of the car while driving. The footage quickly advanced layer by layer, eventually reaching Li Weiguo's eyes. Who are these two? Why are you showing me this? He asked, confused, not understanding why the people below would present this footage to him. Boss, look at this. The congressman enlarged the footage and pointed at Zhou Zhu. Li Weiguo's expression grew more serious as he stared at Zhou Zhu's disappearing hands, then looked at the hands controlling the steering wheel inside the car, deep in thought. Are these two players? He wondered. Not sure, but I found this. He handed over a file to Li Weiguo, his expression a little awkward. Bai Qi, a driver, died in a traffic accident. Zhou Zhu, a slaughterhouse owner, died in a car accident while riding in a car. 2 dead people? How is that possible? Li Weiguo's pupils trembled, unable to believe the contents of the file. We've checked, they really are dead. The congressman said softly. You mean, they are strange? Block them off immediately. Li Weiguo ordered seriously. The people in the conference room had also seen the surveillance footage and knew the result when they saw Li Weiguo's expression. All departments coordinated urgently, heading toward the location of Bai Qi as fast as possible. Let's see what you've brought. Just don't be too outrageous. Bai Qi stood outside Zhou Zhu's car, starting to carefully check the items Zhou Zhu had. Some glass, cups, paint, and various items commonly needed at gas stations were all prepared, and then, fishing rods? A gliding board? Cigarettes? What kind of mess is this? Bai Qi couldn't help but complain in his heart, unaware that he was the strangest one, because the strange ones didn't need food. He brought so much food just because he liked eating. Alright, it's time to go back. I still haven't devoured any soul yet, so maybe I'll get a bit stronger later. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Bai Qi said with a smile, turning around to get in the car and start adjusting the location. Zhou Zhu followed closely behind, watching the treasure in his backseat with vigilance. If it fell out, it would be a loss. Beep beep. The sound of a horn blared as several green-brown jeeps surrounded Bai Qi and Zhou Zhu. Please get out of the car. A soldier wearing a military cap got out of the car, knocking on the window warily. Bai Qi frowned at the sight and started looking at the soldier with a more unfriendly gaze. I advise you to move the car, or you might die. Bai Qi said. He really didn't want to kill anyone here because killing people according to the rules was the only way to obtain soul essence. If he acted on his own, he wouldn't gain anything. The officer broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this, because he had already known what kind of creature he was facing before coming, so he dared not be careless. We can't move, we're carrying out a mission. The officer said quietly. Oh? Is that so? Then do you want to die or finish the mission? Bai Qi spoke again, black mist starting to emerge from his body as his eerie posture began to show. I. The officer was just a small soldier, sent to bear the brunt of things. He really didn't want to die, nor did he want to drag his teammates into death. Bai Qi sighed in disbelief and then leaned back in the car seat, saying, Call your superior immediately and tell him I need to talk to him. The officer hurriedly took out his walkie-talkie and whispered a few words. Soon after, he handed the walkie-talkie to Bai Qi. You're his superior, right? Move the rookie soldier away, or I'll go to your house and kill you right now. Bai Qi whispered, as if joking with a regular friend. What? You? The other person was directly stunned, not daring to say anything more because he knew Bai Qi might truly have this ability. Also, tell your superiors, the only one who can travel back and forth here is me. They don't need to be this scared, but if they anger me, I'll bring all the weirdness to the living world. Understood? Bai Qi's words pierced everyone's heart in the meeting room like a sharp blade. Li Weiguo's face darkened, but he was helpless. He didn't dare to gamble on whether the other party's words were true or not. The cars beside Bai Qi slowly spread out, starting to clear the way for them. Bai Qi glanced at them and almost smiled. It was obvious they were tailing him. They probably wanted to know how he traveled between the living and the dead, but their plan was doomed to fail because it was his gift. These people were destined to waste their time. Zhou Zhu, do you have family in the living world? Bai Qi sat on the hood of Zhou Zhu's car, enjoying the breeze and letting him drive. Boss, do you have family still alive? Zhou Zhu asked in confusion. What do you mean? Can't a ghost have family in the living world? Bai Qi asked, confused. He really didn't know this. I've spent so much time with the lower-level weird creatures, none of them have family. We came to the conclusion that if someone has family alive, they won't become a weird creature, they might just die straight away. Zhou Zhu replied in a low voice. Oh, I see. That's pretty humane, Bai Qi nodded, indicating it was quite humane. After all, no one could harm their own family. That would be too cruel. Even if they became ghosts, it would still be the same. After all, their consciousness didn't disappear. He opened the weird forum, preparing to see if there were any interesting posts. Friends, I found a great way to expand the area of my weird dungeon. Bai Qi saw this and became very interested, immediately scrolling down. Chapter 19, Really Stopping at the Gas Station. Weird dungeons can actually be interconnected, but it requires the boss of the dungeon's approval. It's like connecting two worlds. It doesn't affect each other's rules, kind of like cooperation. Bai Qi thought this was feasible, but he wasn't ready to do it yet because it wasn't necessary. He closed the light curtain and looked at the military vehicles beside him, then checked the car's navigation. The next intersection would lead to the underworld. Their wish was destined to fail. The car continued moving forward, turning the corner and speeding off, disappearing from sight. The soldiers in the military vehicles following them were filled with astonishment. They disappeared? How is that possible? A soldier panicked. Don't panic, this mission was classified. Think about the words in the sky before. It seems this is not something we can control. Bai Qi returned to the underworld, and it was just like when he first entered. Their strange appearance quickly attracted the attention of the wandering souls. A car? Where did this car come from? Why are there people sitting inside? The wandering soul closest to them looked at the car in confusion. Other wandering souls also heard the sound and gathered around. Is this a boss? It feels like it. They have a lot of supplies in their car, seems very valuable. Bai Qi's face darkened, and his figure instantly disappeared, reappearing in front of the ghosts. You're blocking the way. If you don't want your soul to scatter, move aside, Bai Qi said helplessly. Why does everyone keep blocking his way? You want us to move? There are so many of us, we might not lose to you, this young ghost, clearly just transformed into a weird creature not long ago, said, not noticing that the weird creatures behind him had already stepped aside, still blabbering. Fool. Bai Qi grabbed the ghost's soul and pulled it over. With one hand, Bai Qi grabbed the neck of the weird creature and lifted it up. What do you want to do? You can't just kill people. The ghost kept chattering, seemingly ready to explain something to him. First of all, you are already dead. You are a ghost now, not a human. Secondly, weird bosses are stronger than normal weird ones. What can you do to me? There are no police here. Even if there were, would they dare come out if you called them? Bai Qi smiled and said. With a hard squeeze, he directly crushed the ghost's neck, like broken glass. Bai Qi was no longer a young ghost. He had long mastered the concept of survival of the fittest on the forum. If he encountered the situation from when he first entered the underworld again, he wouldn't be so polite. Seeing the surrounding weird beings move aside, Bai Qi sat back down on the hood of the car. The two ghosts returned to the gas station. Looking at the shattered glass, Bai Qi sighed. He and Zhou moved everything from inside the car, placing snacks on the shelves, making it look somewhat like a convenience store. Next was the glass. Zhou gathered all the broken glass and installed the new glass he had purchased. Bai Qi naturally wouldn't let go of Chen Tao and Lin Xiaoya's bodies, so he asked Zhou to assign the task of painting the car to them. Bai Qi grabbed a pack of instant noodles and started cooking it with snowmelt water. He sat behind the counter, watching the vast white snow outside, unable to stop the smile from creeping on his face. He was still contemplating the use of soul energy, unsure whether to use it on himself or on the dungeon. If the dungeon was strengthened, it might expand in size, perhaps even build new buildings and open new dungeons. But without strength, it would be hard to hold on to. He hadn't forgotten that there were no police in this world. If you're strong, you're right. So strengthening himself was the safest way. After finishing the instant noodles, Bai Qi felt great, the taste was really good. This could be considered royal treatment in the underworld. Returning to the office, Bai Qi took out the soul energy and began devouring it. Darkness, fear, death, the multiple energies stacked together poured into his body, and Bai Qi visibly grew taller. His once thin body became strong, his height increased by several centimeters. With his pale face and sharp, knife-like features, he looked like a handsome ghost, cold and eerie. Feeling the energy inside his body, Bai Qi could clearly sense that he could enhance certain rules. The flaws of his dungeon were now obvious, the number of people was still too small. So he focused on modifying that first. He increased the original 3 to 6 people. The two cars were in an enemy relationship. Whoever could kill the enemy first would get the clue to the escape route. Then the convenience store rules were strengthened, with the addition of a new rule, nothing inside the store could be damaged. Bai Qi felt he had done all he could. To develop the dungeon quickly, the priority had to be the number of people, and then the rules. The 3 ghosts outside were almost done with their tasks. Zhou also needed his own room. After all, the employee lounge was for the staff to rest, but he still needed some private space. Leaving the gas station, he controlled the two corpses to move wooden boards from the car. Yes, from the very beginning, only Zhou had been working. The two corpses were being controlled by him. They first laid the foundation, and since no insulation was needed, the house was built quickly. Though it was small, it was enough for him, a ghost, and the two corpses to live there, since the corpses wouldn't move unless something happened. After everything was tidied up, Bai Qi prepared to post about the supplies from his gas station on the forum. After all, it was a shop, and it would be impossible not to sell anything. Bai Qi took a photo and posted with the caption, "Newly arrived goods." In the photo, Bai Qi stands in front of the shelves, with various products like phones, snacks, and all kinds of things behind him. As soon as this photo was posted, the forum exploded, and immediately someone left a comment saying, "Bro, please, share the location, will you?" Bai Qi sent the location of the gas station in Zone 4 online. He had already set the prices, and snacks could be bought with just flesh and blood, but things like phones required living souls. And the prices were clear, 2 living souls for 1 phone, no negotiation. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few minutes, someone knocked on the door, and Bai Qi stepped out of his office to see a young ghost standing outside. Bai Qi opened the door and welcomed the visitor in. "Bro, my name is Duan Kuan. Are all these things really for sale?" Bai Qi nodded and pointed to the price tags, saying, "That's right, the prices are clearly written. You can take a look yourself." Bai Qi sat at the cash register, leaning back in his chair, watching the forum. His post had gone viral and was instantly pinned to the top. Duan Kuan was very excited now. At first, when he became a boss, he was happy, but after a while, he found it boring. Besides browsing the forum, there was nothing else to entertain him. But now things were different. They were selling phones here. Although he had to return here every time to recharge, it was still pretty good. "The phone is really not expensive, but I still don't have 2 living souls. I've used up all my previous ones," Duan Kuan said with some regret. Chapter 20, Cat and Mouse Game 1. Before long, more strange creatures entered, and their faces lit up with joy as they looked at the products in front of them. Why didn't they snatch anything? Well, isn't that obvious? If they snatched things, the shopkeeper wouldn't restock and open the store again, right? Bai Qi had already stuffed a small portion of snacks into his office, and these were the ones he had carefully selected. The phones were under the counter, and whenever the strange creatures passed by, they couldn't help but stop and look at them. But no one bought them because they all had no spare money right now. The snacks, however, were quickly snatched up. The snacks sold could almost feed a dozen people. Zhou, a ghost, could almost finish one in a day, which was enough. "Bro, I really want this phone. My next instance hasn't started yet, wait for me," said one excited strange creature. Bai Qi looked at the time for his next instance activation. 48 hours. 2 days, it could be pretty boring. "Can I go with you to check it out?" "It's kind of boring, I can cosplay as an instance worker if needed," Bai Qi said, interested in seeing how others' instances worked. But to be honest, he just loved to learn. This might not be a good idea," the strange creature hesitated. "Nothing wrong with it. I'll give you a half-price phone, how about that?" Bai Qi said. The strange creature was pleasantly surprised and nodded heavily. "My name is Wei Gu. Welcome to visit my instance." Bai Qi called Zhou to come watch the store, then drove with Wei Gu to his instance. "Let me tell you in advance, my instance can only summon 2 players for now, so you can only be a staff member, not a part of the player group," Wei Gu whispered. Bai Qi waved his hand, signaling not to worry about that. The 2 ghosts quickly arrived at a dilapidated amusement park, and Bai Qi looked at Wei Gu with confusion. "Ahem, at the time, I thought bigger was better, so I chose this place. I regret it now. There's no decent bed here," Wei Gu explained awkwardly. Bai Qi was speechless, indicating that he wanted to first check out the rules of this amusement park. Wei Gu had no problem with that, and directly handed Bai Qi a piece of paper. Bai Qi unfolded the paper and looked at the contents inside. Hide-and-seek amusement park. Rule 1, you will turn into a mouse, and to pass, you must either return to human form or survive for 48 hours. Rule 2, there are 2 cats. Each one has a special ability, and you need to disguise yourself as a real mouse as much as possible. Rule 3, when you are on a ride at the amusement park, you will be in an absolutely safe state for 3 minutes, but all cats will continuously know your location for 1 minute. Rule 4, the amusement park will randomly refresh cheese, eating it will grant you 10 minutes of invisibility, but after eating, your body will undergo mutations. Rule 5, your own kind will also disguise themselves as players to deceive you, so be cautious. Bai Qi finished reading the rules, nodded, indicating that it was interesting. "Can I be a cat?" "It sounds like it would be fun," Bai Qi said to Wei Gu. Wei Gu nodded. Actually, he had no one here, usually, he alone had 3 abilities and chased mice, so having one more helper was good. Okay, there are 3 abilities, choose which one you want to use. Bai Qi displayed the 3 abilities. They were Stealth, Night Vision, and Speed. Bai Qi thought for a moment and then said, Stealth, I think this one should be quite useful. Having familiarized himself with the rules, Bai Qi also chose to start the instance. Instance, Hide-and-Seek Amusement Park. Level, 1 star. Completion method, survive for 24 hours. There was a space fluctuation at the entrance of the amusement park, and then 2 people walked out, 1 man and 1 woman. The man seemed to be about 30 years old, and the woman was a young person. But after they entered, they didn't seem surprised, as if they already knew they were about to enter the instance. Hello, I'm Wen Chang. I participated in an instance before. The person named Wen Chang looked quite reliable, seeming to have decent abilities. I'm Wang Jing. It's my first time participating. I've studied the relevant knowledge about instances. The girl named Wang Jing was less calm. Clearly it was her first time participating in an instance. Before the two could exchange much, the rules appeared floating in the air. When Cheng frowned as he looked at the rules, his previous instances weren't of this chasing type. Become a mouse? Cats catch mice? Mice are so small, they must be easy to hide. Looks like this instance shouldn't be too hard, Wen Cheng muttered to himself. Unknowingly, their bodies gradually shrank, and mouse ears and tails began to grow. Squeak, squeak, squeak. They couldn't speak, only able to squeak, but their abilities would likely still work, so they couldn't let their guard down. Before long, the 2 mice began to run in different directions. Apparently they had argued and decided to separate. 1 for each. I'll catch the girl, you catch the guy, how about that? Wei Ge whispered to Bai Qi. Bai Qi naturally didn't have a preference. His body gradually shrank, black fur, bright green eyes, and his entire form was perfectly proportioned. Seeing this, Wei Ge also began to shrink, turning into a gray cat, his body smaller than Bai Qi's, but more agile. The 2 cats split up and went to find their respective prey. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Before long, Bai Qi heard the squeaking sound. Clearly it was a mouse. He walked silently, quickly climbing over to the bottom of a wooden board. There, 4 or 5 mice were hiding, and they looked very much like Wen Chang from earlier. The mice are all the same color. This is really hard to find. Bai Qi got closer, his green pupils staring directly at the black mass. Cats already have incredibly sharp vision, and the moment those few mice saw the green eyes in front of them, they started to panic. The place immediately became a chaotic mess. At this moment, the real Wen Chang had already hidden quietly behind the slide, not daring to make a sound. He had just been arguing with the girl named Wang Jing about their abilities. He demanded that they reveal their talents to each other, but the other party refused, so they parted ways unhappily. However, it was also her loss. She was the one who had cleared the dungeon once, and not only did she possess a talent, but also a ghost artifact that she obtained from the treasure chest after clearing it. Although it was a one-time item, it was still far better than having nothing. Bai Qi saw that the group of mice had not come out yet, so he immediately reached out his claws, preparing to pin them down and kill them. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing this, the mice quickly dodged, but the cave was so small, and in no time, one was pinned down and killed. The rest of the mice saw this and knew it was bad, so they immediately began to scatter and flee. Chapter 21, Cat Catches Mice 2. One of the mice happened to run to the slide where Wen Chang was hiding. This is bad. Wen Chang felt something was wrong and hurriedly ran backward. But Bai Qi just happened to spot this slightly different mouse. He locked onto the direction this mouse was running and moved silently, without a sound underfoot, quietly making his way toward the place where Wen Chang was hiding. Since it was daytime, his black cat form was still very noticeable, so he had to walk in the shadows to ensure that the player couldn't see him. Bai Qi quietly approached the slide, moving in the shadows, his black fur blending almost seamlessly with the darkness, only his green eyes occasionally reflecting a faint glow. Inside the slide, Wen Chang held his breath, pressing against the cold metal wall, hoping not to be discovered. He could hear his own heartbeat racing. Although he had turned into a mouse, his senses seemed sharper. He saw the shadow of the black cat cast on the ground at the entrance of the slide, unmoving, as if waiting for something. Did it find me? Wen Chang thought nervously. Bai Qi was indeed hesitating. He had seen the fleeing mouse dive into the slide, but now there was no sound inside. However, Bai Qi had enough patience. He slowly circled around the slide, his steps still silent. From different angles, he observed the structure of the slide. It was a spiral slide, with the entrance at the bottom and an observation platform at the top. The slide was rusted and had holes in several places. If the mouse was small enough, it could escape through those holes. Bai Qi didn't rush into the narrow slide passage but suddenly leaped up to the top platform of the slide, which was made of grid-like iron plates, allowing him to vaguely see the space below through the gaps. Wen Chang heard a slight metallic sound from above, which made his heart tighten. Thud. He slowly looked up, and through the iron plate gaps, he met Bai Qi's green eyes staring down at him. Their eyes met. Wen Chang instinctively backed away, his paws stepping on a loose piece of metal, making a faint clang sound. Now's the chance. Bai Qi's claws shot down like lightning from between the grid gaps. When Chang almost instinctively rolled sideways, the sharp cat claws brushing past his back fur, ripping off a few strands of mouse fur. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The pain brought Wen Chang back to his senses. He couldn't stay here. Otherwise, he would definitely be caught. He rushed towards the slide exit, but Bai Qi had already predicted his movement. The black cat leaped down from the top and blocked the exit just in time. It was over. Wen Chang's heart turned cold, and just as he thought he was about to be caught, he suddenly remembered that he still had a one-time ghost artifact, a pile of incense ash, which could create thick smoke for 3 seconds to obscure the view. Without hesitation, he dug with his paws, pulling out the incense ash and throwing it directly at Bai Qi's face. Bang! Dense gray-white smoke instantly spread, covering the entire area of the slide exit. Pa pa pa. Caught off guard, Bai Qi was hit, the smoke forcing him to squint his eyes and step back repeatedly. He heard the faint sound of footsteps quickly fading away. The mouse was running. When the smoke cleared, the slide was already empty. He hadn't expected that the other party would have a one-time ghost artifact. This was a real blow to him. If other copies in the future also feature individuals with ghostly abilities, they will likely be tough to handle. Bai Qi stood up again and continued searching. At the other end of the amusement park, near the haunted house, Wang Jing was facing her own crisis. The mouse form she had turned into was slightly smaller than Wen Chang's, with grayish-brown fur blending well in the shadows. But after separating from Wen Chang, she quickly realized she was trapped in a dilemma. Her ability, Life Path, allowed her to faintly sense her own survival route. She was no longer a complete beginner. The school had already started offering dungeon courses, and she had learned much. Her talent was undeniably powerful, and everything she did now, including arguing with Wen Chang, was influenced by the existence of this survival path. Now, she already sensed danger, and it was coming from all directions. How is it possible that there are cats everywhere? She hid under an abandoned popcorn cart, her heart racing. The rules said there were only 2 cats, but her senses told her that at least 5 threats were slowly approaching from different directions. Unless Rule 5 was true, your own kind could also disguise themselves as players to deceive you. Are they other mice? She whispered. In this dungeon, apart from her and Wen Chang, the real players, there were other mice, but these mice could not be allies. They could only be enemies. These things might also be part of the pursuers or some kind of neutral unit, but they were certainly not friendly. She cautiously peeked her head out from under the cart and looked outside. In the moonlight, she saw several mice not far away, squeaking and seemingly communicating with each other. But how do mice communicate? Their movements were more coordinated than ordinary mice, and their eyes were much more intelligent, almost human-like. The more she thought about it, the more these creatures looked like humans. Suddenly, one of the mice turned its head and stared directly at her. Its eyes were exactly like those of a human, and Wang Jing was instantly frightened. She quickly pulled her head back, but it was too late. The faint sound of footsteps began to gather near the popcorn cart. I'm going to be surrounded. She looked around and found there was no other exit under the cart. Directly above her was the opening of the popcorn kettle, but it was too high for the mice to jump up. Fear made her mind a muddled mess, and she couldn't calm down to think. The footsteps grew louder, and she could already see several pairs of mouse paws appearing at the edge of the cart. At that moment, a sharp bell sound rang from the distance. The few red-eyed mice froze when they heard the bell, then quickly turned and disappeared into the shadows. Wang Jing froze for a few seconds before daring to peek her head out again. Outside, it was empty, as if everything that had just happened was a hallucination. But she knew that was the sound of the cat's bell. According to the rules, the cat would ring a bell when it moved. The cat had arrived, so those disguised mice had also fled. So the cats and the disguised mice are not on the same side? Or do they also fear the cats? Wang Jing pondered and decided to use this opportunity to change her location. But she couldn't stay in her current position, as she had likely already been exposed. Bai Qi was now crouching on the fence near the carousel area. It was dimly lit by green lights, with several wooden horses, their paint chipped, turning slowly with a creaking sound. He was waiting here to see if any mice would come near the safe zone. After all, encountering danger here would be a good way to stay alive. He was just waiting for a chance, and Wei Ge was doing the same. He was guarding a piece of cheese. As the creator of this dungeon, he knew very well the power of that cheese. Because the rule mentioned that mutations could restore part of the human form, and this applied to all mice. So, whenever it refreshed, he had to keep an eye on it for a while. Bai Qi quickly noticed a sneaky black shadow, carefully approaching the carousel area. He didn't want to alarm the mouse, so he quietly crouched in the shadows. He needed to make these players use up their safe zone time. The mouse was Wang Jing, and she stopped at the edge of the safe zone, hesitating to enter. The rules only said the safety applies when riding the equipment, and while the carousel was a piece of equipment she hadn't gotten on yet. Using it now would waste her one chance to survive. She planned to hide nearby, giving her enough time to react in case of danger. Bai Qi saw her hesitation and deliberately leaped lightly from the fence, taking 2 steps toward her direction. Wang Jing suddenly felt a chill down her spine and quickly turned around. Only 2 meters away stood Bai Qi, transformed into a black cat. The 2 pairs of eyes locked in the dim light, and Bai Qi's eerie green pupils stared directly at her. Bai Qi did it on purpose. He needed Wang Jing to use up her safety time. If another player was clever enough, they might also come near the safe zone, and if both of them arrived, things would get troublesome. With that thought, Bai Qi arched his back and let out a sharp cat's meow. Meow. Wang Jing shivered all over, not daring to hesitate any longer. She turned and dashed into the safe zone. Just as her foot stepped into the carousel area, Bai Qi instinctively sensed her position. Using the safe zone meant being tracked continuously. Though there were only 2 cats, the mice were not just 2. Almost simultaneously, a rustling sound came from the bushes, and a slightly larger black rat emerged. It stood on its hind legs like a person, taking slow steps toward the safe zone. At this moment, Wen Shang, hiding nearby, happened to witness the scene. What the hell? Still not used to walking on all fours? As expected, a newbie, Wen Shang sneered in his mind and ran over, ready to tease. But the next second, he froze. The rat had human-like pupils. Aside from its mouse body, Wen Shang actually felt it looked more like a person than he did. This thought lingered in his mind, even making him feel a momentary disorientation. No. No way. What's happening to me? Wen Shang suddenly felt a wave of fear. Why did he think a rat looked like a person? At that moment, the rat slowly turned its head, its gaze landing on Wen Shang's hiding spot. Wen Shang's scalp tingled, and he immediately turned around and sprinted toward the safe zone, not daring to stop for a second. Everything here was too strange. He had to keep his distance from that weird rat. The rat seemed unskilled in walking on 2 legs, moving slowly, and was soon left far behind by Wen Shang. Thank goodness, Wen Shang sighed in relief but suddenly sensed the safe zone being activated. Is it Wang Jing? He wondered, climbing up a nearby tree and peering toward the carousel, but unfortunately, the distance was too far, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Someone triggered the trap? Well, that means there really is danger over there. He crouched on a tree branch, deciding to stay hidden. Since there was a cat near the safe zone, he absolutely couldn't go over. Carousel area. Bai Qi sat quietly, watching Wang Jing shiver on the carousel. The intermittent music played, and the rusty carousel creaked, as if it might fall apart at any moment. 3 minutes felt like a long torment for Wang Jing, extreme fear wrapping around her, almost suffocating her. Please let me go, Wang Jing squeaked in terror. Bai Qi couldn't understand the mouse language, but he could clearly feel her despair. He tilted his head slightly. This gesture seemed especially eerie on a cat. Seeing the black cat had no intention of leaving, Wang Jing, when the music stopped, immediately bolted out of the safe zone and ran into the dense bushes. Squeak! The sharp sound of a mouse squeaking came from the bushes. Bai Qi, puzzled, followed, only to witness a strange scene. 2 mice. One is standing, the other is curled up in the distance, trembling all over. The curled up one is clearly Wang Jing, and the one standing, is it Wei Ji's employee? Or some kind of gifted creation? Bai Qi decided to observe first, crouching silently, watching the standing mouse slowly turn towards Wang Jing. At this moment, Wang Jing was terrified to the extreme. She had once narrowly escaped under the other's hands, but unexpectedly, she had encountered it again. Do I look like a human? The standing mouse suddenly spoke, not the squeaks of a mouse, but clear human speech. Wang Jing's fur stood on end. She no longer hesitated, using all her strength to burst forward, almost leaving an afterimage as she ran. And that standing mouse, to her surprise, grew a little at a visible speed. Its limbs became longer, and its form more human-like. It took long strides and chased after her, its speed not slower than Wang Jing's. Bai Qi also followed, though his strength was limited in this instance, and he could only move like an ordinary cat. Perhaps the theme of this instance was not simply chase, but survival. Wang Jing dared not look back, but the footsteps behind her were getting closer and closer. She couldn't understand why couldn't she shake off the mouse, running on 4 legs, when it was chasing her with 2. Soon, she was cornered under a large tree, with no way out. In her despair, Wang Jing suddenly remembered her talent, danger perception. She had been able to sense an escape route before, so why was there no way out now? Could her talent have malfunctioned? Just then, a squeak came from above, as if calling her. Wang Jing suddenly looked up. It was Wen Shang. He was lying on a branch, waving his paw at her. If she could reach the tree, she could jump from branch to escape. Wang Jing almost burst into tears. She turned around and scrambled desperately to climb. And that mouse began climbing the tree too, but its movements were unusually awkward, like an unskilled person learning to climb with 4 limbs. A chase began on the tree. when Chang had already slipped higher up, disappearing from sight. Wang Jing frantically climbed upwards, but when she passed a smooth branch, her foot slipped. She fell straight down. Below, the mouse looked up, excitement gleaming in its eyes. Just when Wang Jing thought she was doomed, when Chang, who had just disappeared, suddenly poked out from another branch and threw something at her. It was cheese. Squeak! 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 When Chang shouted loudly. Though Wang Jing couldn't understand, she understood his intent. In her desperate situation, she had no choice. If she didn't eat it, she would die from falling. If she did eat it, maybe there was a slim chance of survival. Wang Jing twisted in midair and bit down on the cheese. The next second, her figure vanished. In Bai Qi's eyes, Wang Jing had completely disappeared from sight. And that human-like mouse suddenly froze in place. It stood there blankly, its eyes hollow, as though it had suddenly lost its target. Chapter 23, Cat and Mouse 4. Bai Qi pondered, this cheese seemed to have an invisibility effect for the player. But maybe it's not invisibility, maybe it just prevents the strange creatures from seeing her. At this moment, Wang Jing also landed on the ground, but without serious injury. Seeing that the mouse no longer chased her, she quickly turned to flee. Wen Sheng, of course, did not give the cheese to Wang Jing for free. He needed someone to help him test the effect of the mutation, and that cheese was what he found at the top of the tree. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have come back to help Wang Jing escape. Bai Qi was somewhat puzzled by this and prepared to find Wei Ge to ask about the situation. He was also curious about the cheese's effect. Phew! Finally out of trouble, I almost died. Wang Jing, still in the form of a mouse, was panicking. If it hadn't been for the cheese, she definitely wouldn't have survived. But she knew that the cheese had side effects, so she was prepared to watch carefully to see what would happen. She didn't feel anything special for now. It was just that her teeth felt a little itchy, as if someone was scratching her mouth. What the hell? Wang Jing suddenly said, but this time it was not the squeaky sound of a mouse, but the language of a human. I can speak now? Is this a mutation? Wang Jing was extremely surprised. This was not a mutation at all. It was clearly a life-saving medicine. Looks like the mutation refers to turning into a human form. But what was that mouse standing before? Wang Jing suddenly thought of the mouse that could talk and stand earlier, and a shiver ran down her spine. Is this not a cat-and-mouse battle? But a game between mice to see who turns human first? Wang Jing figured out the general situation. At this moment, Bai Qi had already seen Wei Ge, who was lying on the tree, and the other was actually asleep. Hey! Why are you still sleeping in your instance? Bai Qi said irritably. Wei Ge, who was guarding the cheese, was also awakened by the noise, sleepily looking at Bai Qi. Waiting for the rabbit by the tree stump, Wei Ge rubbed his eyes and said with a grin. Waiting for the rabbit by the tree stump? Waiting for what? Just waiting? Bai Qi looked at Wei Ge in confusion. Wei Ge was stunned by the question and looked at the place where the cheese had been placed earlier, but now it was completely empty. Wei Ji's face instantly became awkward, and he said in a low voice, actually, in this instance, our cat lineup is pretty idle. The real opponents are the mice. We are neutral. You can go kill either side. Bai Qi laughed in anger when he heard this. He had really been imitating a cat just now. Damn you! Bai Qi kicked, and the whole tree shook violently. Wei Ge was thrown out and only left with a puddle of saliva on the ground. At this moment, the only player who didn't know the truth was Wen Chang. He was still heading towards those hidden areas that were suitable for mice to live. Why do I always feel like many eyes are watching me? Wen Chang looked around in confusion but didn't spot any strange creatures. He needed to find Wang Jing. He had to know what the effect of the mutation was because he might need to use this thing later. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of mice squeaking suddenly came from all directions, causing Wen Chang to tremble all over. The area that had just been empty was now surrounded by mice, and Wen Chang immediately became horrified. Although the mice's eyes weren't human pupils, their gaze was terrifying. Even from this distance, he felt as if he had already been bitten. Seeing this, Wen Chang quickly rushed into the mouse group and started running wildly. Even though his speed was incredibly fast, he was still being torn apart by the mice, his flesh and blood dripping, and dark red blood flowing from his wounds. But animals always unleash their potential in the face of death, and Wen Chang was no exception. He endured the pain and broke through the encirclement, his consciousness a little blurry. At this point, Wang Jing's situation was much better. After learning the truth, she specially avoided the mice and, thanks to her own talent, she was temporarily safe. Her next safe zone usage time was still 2 hours away, and during this period, she needed to find as much cheese as possible. The mouse chasing her had clearly eaten more than one piece of cheese. Regardless of what effect the cheese had on the mouse, it was undoubtedly extremely unfavorable for her. At this moment, Bai Qi was even more relaxed. Although he couldn't forcefully use his strength, his talent was still usable, so he immediately summoned a vehicle. However, the size of the vehicle was somewhat awkward. It was unclear whether it was because he had become smaller, but the vehicle he summoned was also much smaller, resembling a toy car. His cat paw rested on the steering wheel, and Bai Qi tried to turn, but because he couldn't grip the wheel properly, his paw slipped off. It's really troublesome. Bai Qi said helplessly. He laid his whole body on the steering wheel and started the car with an extremely funny operation. The vehicle moved slowly, Bai Qi's hands and feet moved simultaneously, and he began to turn. And the direction he was heading happened to be the direction where Wenchang was, and the mouse and the cat ran into each other. Bai Qi looked at the bleeding mouse in front of him with some confusion, but he didn't say anything and didn't plan to stop. He was preparing to drive right over it. Damn! A cat can drive? Wenchang, who was being chased, turned a corner and ran into a car, with a cat lying on it. Looking at the group of mice behind him, Wenchang grabbed the bumper, and the whole mouse was directly lifted up. The group of mice was stunned for a moment, and Wenchang directly shook off his pursuers. The scene was extremely comical, a cat driving a car with a mouse hanging in front of it. Before Wenchang could catch his breath, a mouse slowly walked out from the side of the road and directly walked toward him. But because the car was too fast, the mouse didn't catch up, but Wenchang was indeed greatly shocked, because he saw that the mouse already had human legs. What does this mean? According to the rules, they had to survive for 48 hours or transform into a human to pass, but what if a mouse turns into a human before him? Would it take his chance to pass? The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He rested under the car for a while, then hurriedly jumped out of the car to search for clues that could lead to transforming into a human. Meanwhile, Bai Qi also stopped the car. He was staring at the comments on the forum. His post was the most popular, and below it, there were strange comments about pre-ordering phones. They probably had some success in the dungeon. Beach day tour, where did the host get such things? Bedroom, why do you care? They have their own channels. If you mess things up and no one can buy phones, just wait and see. Bai Qi happily flipped through the comments. Many people were asking for his booze, but there were also many wanting to know his supply channels. However, Bai Qi ignored them. Chapter 24, Cat Chasing Mice 5. While Bai Qi was enjoying reading the forum, the high-level members of the human faction had already blown up. After learning that Bai Qi could travel between the realms of yin and yang, those in power began to take action. Meanwhile, the officials here were showing a completely different face. Every one of them was filled with excitement, as if they had just received some good news. Wei Guo, is what you said true? Those ancient objects really have a chance of awakening into ghost weapons? Someone in the meeting room couldn't help but ask. Not just ancient objects, anything used by people with tragic experiences could turn into ghost weapons. This has already been confirmed, Li Weiguo said solemnly. This new information would definitely improve the quality of their players. You're right, Wei Guo, my wife suddenly needs to give birth, I have to go back for a while, someone in the meeting room suddenly spoke. Right. I also need to go to a wedding banquet, another person said. My dog just had puppies, I need to go back and check. Li Weiguo's face darkened. How could he not see through their thoughts? They just wanted to collect these things. But if they could think of it, the country had already considered it. You don't need to bother anymore, the things you can access have already been bought by the country, Li Weiguo said with a smile. The people who were just anxious suddenly turned pale and sat back down without saying anything. Wasn't your wife about to give birth? Why did she suddenly stop? And your dog is that important? It's not urgent to leave now. Li Weiguo shouted angrily, and no one dared to raise their heads. They all lowered their heads, pretending not to hear. I'm not joking with you. If this disaster is not handled properly, the world will be destroyed. No matter how rich you are, no matter how much you greedily take, it will be useless. Li Weiguo slowly stood up from his chair and walked to the podium. Li Weiguo, I advise you not to slander us. Without evidence, how dare you accuse us of being greedy, one of them angrily shouted. No need to say anything more. The homes of those who were about to leave have already been sealed off. They can go enjoy their national meal later. Li Weiguo said with a slight smile. What? The few people who had tried to escape immediately stood up, but before they could move, a group of police officers entered the room and took them away. Brother Bai Qi, can you let me drive your car? I'll return it to you later. It's been so long since I raced. Weiguo stood by Bai Qi's car with a flattering expression. Bai Qi naturally did not refuse, since he wasn't driving at the moment, he was just sitting in the car, browsing forums. Come up, just don't drive too fast, Bai Qi gestured with his hand for Weiguo to get in, then sat in the passenger seat. Weiguo got in the car and started it, copying the same posture as Bai Qi. The two of them, like two idle cats, were completely uninterested in the fate of the players. At this moment, Wang Jing had found what she was looking for, a piece of cheese, exactly the same as the one she had eaten earlier. The place where the cheese was located, however, was extremely hidden. From Wang Jing's perspective, she could see a yellow spot on the distant mousetrap. What terrible luck, how am I supposed to get this cheese? Wang Jing thought for a moment, and suddenly had a bright idea. Let the mice test it for me. Wang Jing's figure flickered as she began searching for a stray mouse in the dark. Soon, she found one. This mouse seemed perfectly normal, and Wang Jing let out a sigh of relief as she carefully approached it, deliberately making a little noise. Squeak! The mouse immediately rushed towards the sound, its eyes turning red in an instant, which looked quite eerie. Got it! Wang Jing was pleased. This mouse hadn't alarmed its companions, only this one was chasing after her. Wang Jing led the enraged mouse towards the cheese, carefully avoiding the obstacles in her way. She saw the cheese once again. Although it was already afternoon, some sunlight was still shining through, conveniently marking the spot where the cheese lay. The mouse following her saw this and immediately pounced on it without hesitation. What puzzled her was that the mousetrap did not trigger, lying there like a piece of useless scrap metal. The mouse was happily feasting on the cheese. Damn it! The mousetrap is broken. Wang Jing almost slapped herself. Why didn't she check if it worked first before trying to find a solution? But now it was too late to fix things, and the cheese was already completely devoured by the mouse. Suddenly, the mouse's two front legs detached, and a pair of arms emerged. Run! The only thought left in Wang Jing's mind was to escape. She had been chased before, and now it was happening again. Wang Jing was fast, but the mouse was faster. Its arms moved even more nimbly than its claws, and it looked strong enough to cause serious trouble if caught. Wang Jing prayed constantly in her mind, as her talent was passive, so she could only rely on this method to find her way out. Just as she rounded a pile of trash, a sudden pulling sensation appeared behind her. Splat! Blood burst from her back as her tail was yanked off. The painful groan didn't help her escape. Now, she could only endure the pain and try to run. Blood spilled along the way as Wang Jing desperately ran, the feeling of danger growing closer behind her, and she didn't dare stop for a moment. Squeak, squeak! Wang Jing looked up and saw a mouse severely injured, its body full of bloody holes, much worse than herself. But what the mouse was saying, she couldn't understand. After all, she wasn't a real mouse. She ignored it and continued climbing towards the tree without slowing down. And the mouse with all the bloody holes was naturally Wen Chang. At this moment, he felt something was wrong, as if something was drilling into his head. When he saw Wang Jing, he only shouted once. Just as he relaxed his guard, the rustling sound from the direction Wang Jing had just run toward reached his ears again. Wang Jing! How dare you harm me? Wen Chang shouted angrily, but his injuries were too severe, and he couldn't move. Am I really going to die? Wen Chang murmured softly. The grass was pushed aside, and a pale hand brushed the plants aside. The mutated mouse just stared at Wen Chang. But it didn't attack, as if it had met a kindred spirit, just glanced at him before continuing to chase Wang Jing. At this moment, Wang Jing also saw the scene and froze for a moment. At first, she hadn't known the mouse was Wen Chang. It was only after Wen Chang cursed her a few times that she confirmed his identity, but there was nothing she could do. Her strength was insufficient, and she had no choice but to sell out her teammate. But now, what was going on? Chapter 25, Cat Catching Mouse 6. Why didn't the mutated mouse bite Wen Chang? Did he trigger some special rule? Although she was confused, the mutated mouse's target was still her, so she couldn't stop. No longer caring about Wen Chang's life or death, Wang Jing started jumping through the tree branches. To human eyes, the scene might seem comical, but to her, it was a life or death situation because, as she jumped, she immediately regretted it. What was the difference between this and jumping off a building? Wang Jing dared not look down, and the whole mouse continued forward, eventually slipping out of the mutated mouse's notice. What's going on now? Why didn't that mouse bite me? Wen Chang thought to himself. But after thinking carefully, he began to understand. He probably had the scent of the same species on him, so the mutated mouse couldn't tell whether he was real or fake. Wang Jing, you useless idiot, just wait. Wen Chang cursed as he leaned against the tree and began to rest. Their relationship had successfully shifted from allies to enemies, all thanks to Wang Jing. The situation was now obvious. The native mice were clearly much stronger than the two of them. Now that they had become enemies, their failure was just a matter of time. After resting for a while, Wen Chang stood up and suddenly felt like something was different about him. He hurriedly used his talent self-discipline. This talent wasn't particularly useful for other things, but it allowed him to detect his own injuries or strange infections and also had some resistance to illusions. It was this talent that had allowed him to barely pass the dungeon he had completed earlier, so it wasn't too bad. Detection. Body damage, 31, strange infection, 69. What's going on? What is this strange infection? When was I infected? When Chang was shocked. He thought carefully and suddenly saw the wounds on his body. A physical transmission infection? He realized it, he must have been infected when he was bitten. I need to find some cheese quickly. When Chang had no other choice but to take a gamble. He returned to the area near the safe zone. His previous time limit had expired, and he could use the safe zone again. He planned to search around here, especially in places where ordinary people wouldn't think to look. The chances of finding cheese there were definitely high. With that thought in mind, he began running around the area near the safe zone, searching through pipes, the tops of trees, or piles of junk. Perhaps it was the blessing of the heavens that allowed him to find a piece of cheese, and without hesitation, Wen Chang ate it. At first, Wen Chang didn't notice anything unusual, but soon, a tingling sensation filled his body, and his legs returned to a human form. This feeling. Wen Chang looked at his feet in surprise, unable to believe it. He could feel the enormous power within them, as if he had suddenly gained superhuman abilities. He tried running a couple of steps, and he was much faster than before. Good. The transformation of my legs and feet is here. This will double my speed in finding cheese. Wen Chang exclaimed with joy. On the other side, Wang Jing was also frantically searching for cheese, but only grew hair, which was of no use. Damn it! If I had transformed my arms and legs first, it wouldn't have been so hard, Wang Jing said, disappointed. She had eaten several pieces of cheese, but unfortunately, luck was not on her side, and she didn't get anything useful. At this moment, Wei Ge and Bai Qi were observing them. It was Bai Qi's first time seeing such a form of dungeon, so he needed to observe carefully. What kind of challenges have you set for them? It seems like it'll be easy to clear, Bai Qi asked, looking at Wei Ge with a questioning gaze. Ahem, actually, it's still quite difficult. Although eating the cheese restores their human bodies, they still can't fully transform into humans because there's still the heart cheese, Wei Ge replied. Bai Qi was still somewhat confused and didn't understand what kind of trick Wei Ge was playing. Basically, they will have to fight against each other in the end. The one who obtains the heart cheese will survive, and the other will be infected and become the next Rat King, Wei Ge said proudly, sounding very pleased with himself. Rat King? Infected? So, does that mean Wen Chang was infected early on? Bai Qi said thoughtfully. Not really, he still has a chance to survive, as long as he's faster than the other player, Wei Ge whispered. But if he doesn't get the heart cheese, he will have to stay behind and become the native Rat King. Bai Qi nodded, implying that this was purely a competitive dungeon, with no room for teamwork or friendship. You have quite a dark sense of humor, setting them up to stand together at the start. If they hadn't had conflicts between them, it would have been even more exciting later, Bai Qi said, smiling slyly at Wei Ge, like a cunning fox. Wei Ge gave a sheepish smile, indicating that it was just a little clever idea of his. Bai Qi shook his head, jumped off the car, and took it back. I'm going to take a walk. You can keep watching the air and sleeping, Bai Qi said. Upon hearing this, Wei Ge immediately blushed. He clearly had a piece of cheese earlier. Bai Qi didn't pay attention to Wei Ge's muttering and began wandering around the dungeon. Actually, Bai Qi had his own selfish reasons for visiting other people's dungeons. Since his own dungeon already had a ghost artifact, he wanted to see if there was one in others' dungeons as well. If he found one, he would give the phone to the other player for free. If not, he would sell it at half price, which didn't bother him at all. Based on where the ghost artifact appeared in his own dungeon, Bai Qi specifically searched the places that looked luxurious. He first went to the amusement park's office building. Although it only had 2 floors, it was still considered a building. Inside, dust was everywhere, giving the same feeling as his own gas station, as if it had been sealed for a long time. The spacious lobby had a door in the corner. Bai Qi walked over and opened it. Creak. The smell of rust and dust hit him, turning Bai Qi's fur gray. The space inside wasn't large, probably about 7 or 8 square meters, and various items were placed on both sides. Nothing useful, it seemed to be a storage room. Shaking off the dust on his body, Bai Qi went upstairs. This floor was obviously much better decorated than the one below. There were employee desks, the boss's office, and Bai Qi felt like he had come to the right place. He first went to the office, after all, this place was the most likely to have ghostly artifacts. He pushed open the glass door, and what caught his eye was a large wooden desk, behind which sat a shabby chair, and beside it, a bookshelf with no trace of books, only a pile of decayed remnants. How strange, why is it only the building and furniture that haven't decayed? Bai Qi was baffled. From the looks of the decaying books, it seemed like a long time had passed, yet the building still stood intact. Chapter 26, Cat Catching the Mouse 7. But clearly, this was not something for a ghost like him to ponder. Not wanting to think about irrelevant things anymore, Bai Qi walked to the desk, opened the drawer, and prepared to see if there was anything useful inside. Creak. How is it empty? Bai Qi, not willing to give up, continued searching. Empty, empty, still empty. Could it be that Wei Ge had already taken everything? That doesn't make sense, there's no sign of anyone searching here. If Wei Ge hadn't taken it, then it's possible he just hadn't looked in the right place. He went to the employee area, hoping to find something he needed. Sadly, the place was even emptier than the office. TSK probably not every instance has something like this. He walked out of the office building, planning to check other places. But just then, a mouse with hair walked past him. Bai Qi rubbed his eyes, had he been seeing things? This is really weird. Bai Qi decided to follow and see what it was up to. Silently, he trailed behind, curious to see what this mouse wanted. He recognized it as a player, which piqued his interest. This player was also pretty miserable, without the strength of massive hands or the speed of running legs, yet he had mutated to have hair. What a strange sight. Seeing that the player didn't notice him at all, Bai Qi confidently followed, taking big strides behind him. The direction they were heading was rather isolated, seemed to lead to the entrance, but since one couldn't go out, no player would normally come here. The player turned into the ticket booth, seemingly searching for something. Looking for cheese? Would it even respawn in such a remote place? Bai Qi thought to himself but followed anyway. This place is bound to have cheese, right? After all, who would think to look here? Wang Jing climbed up to the window, peering inside. There really is. I knew my guess was right. She exclaimed joyfully, then began searching for an entrance, finally spotting a small hole in the corner of the window. As expected, the heavens are on my side. She gleefully squeezed into the ticket booth, rushing towards the cheese on the desk. Bai Qi obviously couldn't fit into the hole, being much larger than the mouse, he couldn't squeeze through. He thought for a moment, then began circling the building to see if there was another way in. After some effort, Bai Qi found something resembling a vent on the outside, big enough for him to fit through. Without hesitation, he squeezed inside. The dust didn't bother him, soon, he had transformed from a black cat to a gray cat. But it was worth it. He was inside the building now. The interior was simple, a counter, a chair and desk, and a bed in the corner. However, the bed was dark and dirty, Wei Ge definitely hadn't been in here. At the desk, Wang Jing had already finished the cheese and was feeling the effects on her body. Bai Qi froze for a moment. This player really did guess right, cheese had respawned here after all. Wei Ge must be a scheming ghost, his heart full of malice. Bai Qi, on the other hand, was completely different. His life was pure, a true good ghost. At that moment, Wang Jing opened her eyes. The pupil inside turned from that of a mouse to that of a human, which was very strange. Damn it! Why is it that the things I get mutated into are all useless? Wang Jing, a girl, couldn't help but curse loudly, because her luck was just too bad. After Wang Jing cursed, she lifted her head, just in time to make eye contact with Bai Qi. She was stared at by a pair of eerie green eyes, and her whole body began to weaken, almost unable to stand. Bai Qi didn't waste time and immediately lunged forward, intending to kill this player right then and there. But the mouse was incredibly agile, and Bai Qi's lunge had no effect. Wang Jing quickly climbed back to the window and, with a quick turn, disappeared without a trace. So sensitive? Bai Qi thought to himself. Though he didn't use any strange abilities, a normal mouse wouldn't have dodged like that so easily. Sigh. After all that effort, I've made a fool of myself. He felt that if he hadn't acted impulsively, he could have definitely captured the opponent. He had been too impatient. Just as he was preparing to crawl out through the hole he came through, a flash of white caught his eye. What is that? Bai Qi walked toward the white light and found that it was a clown mask. Immediately, Bai Qi's heart trembled. Even though he had died, he couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. He had a faint guess as to what this object was. He picked up the mask, and the familiar panel appeared before him. Clown mask. Description: once worn by a powerful anomaly, it has the effects of altering one's appearance, evading mind reading, providing mental resistance, and never being damaged. I can't believe this. Bai Qi stared in shock at the system description, almost fainting from the surprise. The cursed item from his dungeon now seemed so insignificant compared to this one. Bai Qi hurriedly put the mask on, unconsciously revealing a strange smile. Then he returned to normal, the mask becoming transparent and fitting closely to Bai Qi's face. I got a big break. I'll give him the phone, and maybe some of the snacks I've been saving. Bai Qi felt a slight twinge of sympathy, but still forced himself to suppress it. Next, he just had to wait for the dungeon to finish, head back to sell the phone, and then increase his strength. Just thinking about it excited him. He quickly jumped out of the house and ran towards Wei Ge's direction. Meanwhile, Wen Cheng underwent a huge change. He not only had human arms and legs but also human eyes. Sure enough. Heaven is watching over me. With this power, I can definitely clear this dungeon. Wen Cheng trembled with excitement. Squeak squeak squeak, new guy, what are you standing around for? Wen Cheng didn't know when it happened, but he suddenly understood the mouse language, as if he had always been able to do so. The infection level had long been forgotten by him. He believed that as long as he obtained a human body the fastest, he would definitely survive. He kicked the mouse that had just spoken, sending it flying, and continued searching. The other mice around looked at him with confusion, not knowing what he was up to. Cheese. It's cheese. Suddenly, a squeaky sound came from afar, as if a mouse had found the scent of cheese. Wen Cheng would definitely not wait idly. He dropped to all fours, running like a mouse. He felt that this posture was perfect for running. Wen Cheng moved like a gust of wind, quickly disappearing from the sight of the other mice. He ran incredibly fast, dodging the mice in front of him, and soon reached the source of the sound. Chapter 27, Cat and Mouse Game 8. The situation at the scene was surprisingly strange. A mouse, which was more than twice the size of Wen Cheng, was standing in the middle of the other mice, holding a piece of cheese, eating it bite by bite. What is going on? How is he so much faster than me? Wen Cheng was astonished, watching as the figure in front of him slowly began to change, its legs becoming longer, and human features growing on the mouse's face. This is impossible. Wen Cheng cried out in horror, staring at the mouse's face, unable to believe his own eyes. Haha, my name is Wen Cheng. What are you looking at, you mouse? The mouse suddenly spoke, grinning at Wen Cheng. Go away. You're not Wen Cheng. I am. Wen Cheng gasped for breath, because the face of the mouse was exactly the same as his human face. What was he now? Seeing the mouse was about to rush towards him, Wen Cheng immediately ran backward, his eyes filled with fear. Could it be possible that this mouse would take his identity as a human? He thought to himself while running, the giant mouse already close behind him. Luckily, the safe zone was just ahead. If he couldn't escape, he'd rush straight into the safe zone. Life and death were in fate's hands, wealth in the sky. Other mice didn't chase him, but this big mouse was relentless. It could definitely tell the difference between him and the others. Wen Cheng kept thinking, but in a moment of distraction, he collided with a tree. Although there was no bleeding, the pain forced him to stop. In the next second, a sharp pain shot up to the top of his head as the mouse bit at his hind leg, carrying a stench. But the pain also triggered his adrenaline, and his entire mouse body raced toward the safe zone. With his hind leg bitten, the mouse visibly grew larger. The nearly 30-centimeter long mouse didn't pause at all, catching up with Wen Cheng in the blink of an eye. No! I can't die yet! He screamed in terror, thinking death was about to strike. But after waiting for a long time, no pain came, nor did the foul smell. He was only a few meters away from the safe zone, and the big mouse was clearly right behind him. Why hadn't it attacked? He turned to look at the large mouse, which was smiling at him, seemingly showing no desire to attack. Was it letting him go? Without wasting any more time, he sped toward the safe zone, like grabbing the last straw of salvation. 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter. Bang! He didn't make it. He was stuck outside, like a clown being played with. What's wrong with me? Why can't I get into the safe zone? Wen Cheng cried out in fear. He quickly used his talent, trying to check if there was something strange happening to him. Life 50%. Pollution level 89%. Description: you can no longer be called human. What? Why am I not human? I'm clearly human. What kind of broken talent is this? Wen Cheng cursed loudly, his face flushed red, clearly furious. Why are you human? I'm the one who should be human. The big mouse suddenly spoke, and its words stunned him. You're just a mouse. It's impossible for you to be human. Wen Cheng shouted in anger. Look at you, where do you look like a human? Now look at me. I have my own face, my own arms and legs. I should be the one called Wen Cheng. The big mouse grinned, pointing at its face, as if showing off. You? Wen Cheng completely lost his temper. If his human identity could be taken away, what was the difference between that and dying? It was better to fight back. With a powerful push of his legs, his entire mouse body shot like an arrow toward the big mouse. But how could such a huge size difference be easily overcome? The mouse's body was pressed to the ground, its limbs flailing wildly, as if it was about to be torn apart. Everything you have is mine. Let us become one, shall we? The big mouse grinned as it ate Wen Cheng's limbs, then his body and head. Not even a bone was left behind. Wen Cheng was dead, but it felt like he wasn't. What's happening to me? He looked at his enormous body, then glanced at the spot where he had just died. Confused? Are you wondering why you didn't die? The voice of the rat echoed in his heart, making Wen Chang freeze in surprise. What's happening to me? The rat did not answer him, instead speaking to itself, now I can compete, I lack nothing now, I can become a human. The rat's body was about 40 centimeters long, with a human face and limbs, looking very awkward. When Chang only had consciousness, he had no control over this body at all, it was like watching a TV show. That was close, almost got eaten by that black cat, but I'm not far from success now. Wang Jing looked at her strange rat-like form, feeling somewhat emotional. There wasn't much left of her human form, just her eyes, mouth, and hair, she looked almost like an ordinary rat. By now, nearly 14 hours had passed in the instance, and with her talent, she believed she could definitely clear it. I wonder how Wen Chang is doing, I hope he's okay, I still need him to distract the rat. Her expression didn't change at all, as if it were only natural for him to distract the rat for her. The next few hours were spent continuously gathering cheese, and she finally acquired the hands and feet she had been hoping for. Although her head and body were still those of a rat, she knew it was only a matter of time. Wang Jing! What are you doing here? A male voice suddenly sounded, and Wang Jing's expression changed. She quickly turned to look towards the source of the voice. It was a person. Though he was only about a meter tall, he was indeed a person, just shorter than usual. As he came closer, she finally recognized who it was. Wen Chang? How did you? Wang Jing exclaimed, because Wen Chang was almost fully human by now, with only his height and head differing from a regular human. I'm just walking around, want to join me? Wen Chang grinned. No need for that, if we find the cheese, it'll be hard to divide it. You should find your own, Wang Jing refused. She felt something was off about Wen Chang, he couldn't possibly be this polite with her. Okay then, goodbye. Wen Chang smiled and left, as if casually saying goodbye to a friend. What's going on? Did Wen Chang forget everything that happened before? Wang Jing stared at the spot where he left, confused and unable to make sense of it. But now wasn't the time to overthink, she had already fallen far behind, so she needed to catch up as quickly as possible. Chapter 28, The Cat Catches the Mouse 9. During this time, it was surprisingly calm. No cat suddenly came to catch her, and no other rats came to cause trouble. Everything was unexpectedly calm, as if something big was about to happen. This instance definitely wouldn't let her pass so calmly, tomorrow was likely the final outcome, which made Wang Jing's expression grow serious. The darkness and fatigue set in, her eyelids began to tremble, and the exhaustion of the whole day forced her to rest. Wang Jing fell asleep, but at this moment, Wen Chang had no sign of fatigue. He was frantically searching for cheese, and his body was growing rapidly. Rats loved the night, and countless rats began to gather around the safe zone, as if waiting for something. Squeak, squeak! A rather large rat stood in the center of the crowd, while the other rats were crouched on the ground, as if bowing down. Our king is about to arrive. He will break free from the shackles of weakness and become a true human. The rat spoke tearfully, and the surrounding rats grew agitated, as if excited. A shadow appeared in front of them, towering and imposing. A perfect human body, thick hair, bright eyes, though he was only a meter tall. But it was already 7 or 8 points close to being human. Wen Chang's consciousness was blocked, and he could only watch helplessly as the surrounding mice worshipped him. To be honest, he didn't even know why he still existed. When will I die? When will I disappear? He began to think. A night passed quickly, and the mice gathered around the safety zone had long disappeared. The sunlight was as scorching as fire, waking Wang Jing from her sleep. Looking at the surroundings, she felt a mix of emotions. What's the difference from reality? Does this strange world also have sunlight? She stood up, preparing to find the cheese. She was only a step away from turning into a human. She was sure she would collect it all today. At this moment, Bai Qi was lying in the car, and Wei Ge stared wide-eyed at the item Bai Qi handed him. A phone? Are you giving it to me now? He felt a bit incredulous. Don't dawdle. We're buddies. After I get back, come over to my place and try some snacks, Bai Qi said with a smile. Although Wei Ge felt something was off, he didn't say much and immediately took the phone. He turned it on, and the screen displayed a very tempting image. Bai Qi directly gave him his phone because, after all, he couldn't play with it now, and the apps on it wouldn't need his attention for a while. By the way, when does your dungeon usually end? I feel like they're getting along pretty peacefully, Bai Qi asked in confusion. Wei Ge raised the corners of his mouth and casually conjured a screen. The image on it was of the mouse eating Wen Chang. It's almost over. There's only one player left. If nothing goes wrong, it should end soon. Bai Qi raised an eyebrow. The way this dungeon kills was interesting. There were almost no clear rules about how to kill, but that was the biggest trap. The human camp had to fight each other, the mouse camp developed quickly, and the cat camp could intervene at any time. The killing between the three sides almost relied on instinct. Although it was interesting, this method of killing didn't suit Bai Qi's dungeon. His next dungeon would be a combat one, but players couldn't directly fight each other. The only way to kill was through the rules. That meant playing with human nature and brains. Bai Qi's dungeon was a pure killing one, which was very different from his idea. Bai Qi shook his head, stood up, and walked towards the safety zone because he knew there would definitely be a big battle here at the end. Wei Gu followed him this time and didn't lie there sunbathing. The two cats quietly waited, ready to watch the show. Found it again. My talent is indeed the most useful. She joyfully swallowed the piece of cheese, and her body began to transform back into her original form, except she was still without clothes. She hurriedly grabbed some leaves to wrap herself up, looking like a dumpling. She was now only a head away from turning back into a human. Victory was within reach. Ha! Finally found you, Wang Jing. A male voice came from behind. She recognized it, as it was Wen Chang's voice. Wang Jing cautiously looked at the figure, not saying a word, but her heart was extremely shocked because the other person was much larger than her. Judging by the size, he was at least 1.2 meters tall, while she was still not even 1 meter. Gulp. What do you want to do? I told you, I don't want to cooperate with you. Wang Jing said angrily. I came to give you this. Wen Chang wasn't angry about Wang Jing's attitude. Instead, he took out a piece of cheese. What do you mean by this? She was a bit confused. What did it mean for him to give her cheese? Was he out of his mind? But although she thought this in her heart, she still accepted the cheese. Thanks. Wang Jing swallowed it without any precautions. Her head started itching, and her bones began shifting. Her head became rounder. She turned back into a human, though she wasn't very tall. But in the end, it no longer looked like a mouse. What is the most important thing for a person? It's conscience. If you don't even have conscience, are you still even human? A voice suddenly echoed, and Bai Qi looked at Wei Gu beside him in confusion. Ahem, it was recorded in advance, just to set the mood. Wei Gu awkwardly smiled and explained. The game enters its final phase. The key to becoming human. Obtain the conscience cheese. As soon as these words rang out, Wen Chang's speed suddenly increased, and he directly reached Wang Jing's front. What do you mean? Wang Jing said in panic. She hadn't even seen his movement clearly. Now, even the slowest person could tell something was wrong. Wang Jing noticed it too, and quickly retreated. Wen Chang reached out, trying to grab her neck, but she dodged it just in time. Wang Jing seized the opportunity, turning and jumping into the nearby grass, disappearing from sight. Wen Chang didn't continue the chase, instead, he crouched down on the ground, looking for something. Conscience cheese, where are you? Is what I'm doing now very conscience-like? Come to me, please. His stiff eyes scanned the area, even looking in the direction of Bai Qi and Wei Gu, the two cats. Bai Qi frowned, puzzled, and asked, Can you even control it? I feel like it doesn't like you very much. Wei Gu waved his hand, It's fine, it's fine. He's just the last round's player, so it's normal for him to glare at me. Don't worry. Bai Qi, hearing this, was speechless. How did it end up as a pet to the player? He had always thought this mouse was a bit clever, but he didn't expect it to be this situation. Your dungeon is really messy. After you level up, it's probably going to get even stranger. Bai Qi muttered. Chapter 29, Cat Catches Mouse 10. Sai, what's this cheese thing you keep talking about? What is conscience cheese? Bai Qi asked in confusion. This? Actually, it's not some fancy thing. I was killed by a greedy official before I died, so I have some obsessions. This made Bai Qi unsure how to respond. The strange talent seemed somewhat related to his death, and he was an example. Then, isn't your conscience just one piece? Bai Qi tried asking. You can guess that? Impressive. Wei Gu gave Bai Qi a thumbs up with his little cat paw. I just want them to use their own lives to regain their conscience, to turn from a rat in the gutter back to a human. Wei Ji's gaze was deep, as if recalling something. Bai Qi nodded, no longer asking. His death had been quick, he was just crushed. It was just a forced downgrade from the three-dimensional world to the two-dimensional world. That made sense. What's wrong with Wen Chang? Has he gone crazy? Wang Jing thought to herself while running. She didn't understand why he gave her a piece of cheese and then attacked her. Could he be a rat pretending to be him? Wang Jing suddenly remembered the rule that said rats can mimic. What about the real Wen Chang? Is he still alive? Wang Jing's heart was filled with dread. She was scared now. There had been a notice telling her to find the conscience cheese, but he was no match for the fake Wen Chang now. If she got caught while searching, she didn't dare to think about it. She would definitely die. What should I do? Hide or go out and find the cheese? Wang Jing kept turning this question over in her mind. Her current talent didn't give her any guidance, so she could only act and hope to get some insight. The task now is to find the conscience cheese. This might be the key to clearing the level. I have to take a chance. Wang Jing made up her mind and stepped out from the shadows, starting to search for clues about the cheese. Now was the critical moment. Whoever found the conscience cheese first would clear the level. By the way, what will happen if your mouse clears the level? Will it return to the human world too? Bai Qi suddenly thought of this and asked suspiciously. If it clears the level, it will become a ghost, unable to return to the human world. Wei Ji's words shocked Bai Qi. He could actually turn an animal's soul into a human soul. This is unbelievable. Don't be surprised. Each of us weird ones seems to have a powerful ability. This should be to distinguish us from the ordinary ones. Cheese. Conscience. Where are you? Wen Cheng searched around, looking like a rat digging through a trash can. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, the sound of a rat squeaking came from under his feet. Wen Cheng impatiently looked down and asked, "What's up? Can't you see I'm busy?" "Master. We found the cheese," the Greyford rat whispered, trembling all over, unsure whether from excitement or fear. "Found it? Where?" Wen Cheng immediately forgot his impatience and asked excitedly. "Master, please follow me." The grey rat whispered, a sly smile on its face. But right now, Wen Cheng was so excited that he didn't even notice the rat's expression. Or perhaps, he just couldn't read the rat's expression anymore. The grey rat walked ahead, occasionally looking back at Wen Cheng, as if worried that he couldn't keep up. After a few more minutes, another grey-furred rat appeared ahead. This grey rat was almost as tall as Wang Jing, and except for its head, the rest of its body was exactly like a human's. What's going on here? Wen Cheng suddenly asked, clearly remembering that he had ordered the other rats not to eat the cheese. Heh, have you forgotten? We clearly formed a team, the grey rat smiled mischievously. Wen Cheng froze, then was astonished. You are Zhang Heng. Wen Cheng exclaimed, seemingly unable to believe it. Surprised? What's so surprising about it? If even you, Li Fei, can turn into a rat, why can't I? Zhang Heng whispered. At this moment, Wen Cheng, or perhaps he should be called Li Fei, his expression was filled with surprise, confusion, and fear. Little ones! Attack! Zhang Heng shouted without hesitation and charged toward Li Fei, with dozens of grey rats following him, charging toward their enemy. The battle was fierce on both sides. Li Fei swung his fists and collided head-on with the approaching Zhang Heng. The result was, of course, a victory for him, but the other rats began to climb up his legs and bite, as if wanting to tear him apart into pieces. Both sides started to exchange blows, each trying to strangle the other right there. I say, what's going on with you? Why is another person showing up? Bai Qi looked at Wei Gu with a suspicious look. Cough, this is normal. From now on, all rats will be players. Whoever clears the dungeon will become a weird one. It's just about who levels up well. Wei Gu felt like a genius. Alright, bro, you won. Your idea is indeed interesting. Bai Qi couldn't help but clap, though clapping with his cat paws made no sound. You useless thing. Do you think that after you backstabbed me, you can clear the dungeon? You heartless thing. You don't deserve the conscience cheese. Zhang Heng laughed loudly, seeming very pleased. He and Li Fei had entered this game together, initially thinking it was a team battle. But the more they fought, the stranger it became. The cats never appeared, instead, a group of rats appeared and fought them for the cheese. In the end, both of them were just one step away from victory, but Li Fei, with malicious intentions, backstabbed Zhang Heng while he was sleeping. In the end, they still couldn't find the conscience cheese. Do you think this time will be like the last? I won't let it happen. This time, I didn't backstab, I ate the player, I replaced him, I gave them the cheese. If I don't have conscience, who does? Li Fei shouted. For a moment, neither side could do anything to each other, so they could only exchange verbal blows. At this moment, a loud bang in the distance caught their attention. They both turned their heads at the same time and then saw something that sent a chill down their spines. What is that? Both of them were puzzled as they looked at the massive black shadow in the distance. The fear in her heart was overwhelming. At that moment, Wang Jing was also at the scene of the accident, completely scared and unsure of what to do. Is this cheese? How do I eat this? She stared at the huge block of cheese in front of her, not knowing how to take a bite. Zhang Heng and Li Fei both chose to halt the battle, and they both decided to go to the spot where the huge block of cheese had landed. In just a few minutes, the two of them saw the shape of the cheese, with a giant heart drawn on it. Is this the conscience cheese? Li Fei said with excitement. He had finally seen what the conscience cheese looked like. Chapter 30, Cat Chases Mouse 11. The three of them met for the first time, becoming wary of each other. Such a big cake, no one can finish it alone. Let's eat it together. How about whoever gets through first wins? Wang Jing said, her cold sweat dripping, but she still forced herself to speak. Huh? What if the rules don't allow it? The cake appeared in front of you, so that means you found it. Who knows if the rules will favor you? Li Fei had now completely revealed his cards. He wanted to monopolize the cheese. After all, he was the biggest one here. Don't panic, teaming up might not mean we can't beat him. He's very sinister, I fell for his tricks before. Let's team up and deal with him first. Zhang Hong immediately spoke up. Little girl, if you dare team up with him, I'll keep an eye on you and kill you. I won't care about anything else. And even if you kill me, do you think you'll survive? Li Fei's eyes fixed on Wang Jing, trying to fool her. Humph. Who do you think you are? You're already dead. The one who should get through is me. Wang Jing no longer listened to their nonsense. She directly began to climb onto the cheese, ready to take the first bite. You dare! Li Fei shouted angrily, and he started climbing up the edge as well, eating as he climbed, his whole being crazed. Zhang Hong followed closely behind. The three of them kept eating without stopping, devouring the cheese frantically. The cheese had many small holes in it. Wang Jing climbed directly into one. The space inside felt like a maze, making it hard for her to tell which way to go. But her innate guidance showed her the way. Even without that guidance, the conscience cheese couldn't just be earned by eating a lot. She kept digging with her hands. Her physical abilities were much higher than before in this game. Even though she wasn't a mouse anymore, she could still dig fast. She kept burrowing towards the center. She needed to find the real cheese. Zhang Hong had similar thoughts to Wang Jing. After eating some of the cheese, he found it didn't do much, and his head hadn't even transformed back to human form. This cheese was likely just an illusion or something else, but definitely not real cheese. Li Fei, on the other hand, was crazily tearing at the cheese, thinking that the key was eating more. Now he was racing against time. He dove into the cheese, like he was digging a hole. The three of them were almost all heading towards the center area, just at different speeds. Almost there, I can feel it. The way out is just ahead. She trembled with joy, her hands moving even faster. Her body was covered in cheese, looking like a little cheese person, but that didn't matter. Right now, she only cared about reaching the exit as quickly as possible. Crunch, crunch. The sound of teeth biting through the cheese echoed. It was so close, just like the exit was right in front of her. What's going on? She raised her head in confusion, seeing the cheese in front of her being dug out, revealing a big mouth. What? The big mouth belonged to Li Fei, whose stomach had become unrecognizably large. He could hardly move at all. At this moment, Wang Jing's innate ability had shown her the exit, and it was right in Li Fei's body. But now wasn't the time for thinking. His huge mouth was already lunging toward her. Without hesitation, she quickly turned and ran back the way she came. Li Fei, because of his massive size, was firmly stuck. Why is there a way out for him? Did he eat the conscience cheese? But that doesn't make sense. If he did, shouldn't he have passed the level by now? She couldn't understand, trying to piece together the reason. At the same time, Zhang Hong also dug through to the tunnel where Wang Jing was, but the two were far apart and couldn't see each other. Has someone been here? He crawled forward slowly, wanting to see who had come faster than him. Creak. Creak. The sound of chewing echoed, and Zhang Han looked around in confusion, but saw nothing strange. He could clearly hear someone eating cheese, the sound getting closer and closer, which made him instinctively crawl back towards the entrance he came from. After crawling for 2 steps, the uneasy feeling in his heart grew stronger, but he couldn't tell where the danger might be. Crack! A narrow crack appeared under his feet. Zhang Han was startled and didn't dare to move, freezing like a stone. But the crack showed no sign of stopping. If he didn't run now, he would have no chance. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and crawled forward with all his strength. The crack grew wider, and the path ahead of him also started to crack. Impossible, how could there be such a large gap in this cheese? Before he could think much more, he slid down directly. But luckily, everything around him was cheese, and he wasn't injured, only feeling some pain. He looked up at the ceiling. It was at least 6 or 7 meters from the entrance, yet there was such a large cavern. He didn't think about others at all because ordinary people couldn't possibly dig out such a large cave by themselves. Though his physical strength had increased, he didn't think he had that ability. Creak! Creak! The chewing sound came again, this time right in front of him. He couldn't help but be curious, heading straight towards the source of the sound. The chewing sound grew closer, and he saw the black figure in the distance. What is that thing? He leaned closer in confusion and saw exactly what it was. Li Fei? You? Zhang Hong was so surprised he couldn't speak, his whole body trembling as he looked at Li Fei. The thing in front of him felt like a disaster waiting to happen. Eat, delicious, conscience cheese. I have a conscience now. Li Fei stuttered, looking like he was delirious. Eat. Suddenly, Li Fei moved. He stood up, nearly 7 meters tall, his massive stomach bulging, eyes bloodshot, staring directly at Zhang Hong. Gulp. He regretted it. Why couldn't he just control his curiosity? But it was too late now. The other was slowly coming towards him, looking like a giant meatball rolling his way from afar. Are you crazy? Zhang Hong shouted as he ran backward, the other's eyes devoid of any light, completely taken over by red. His entire eye looked like a wild beast, as if it had been soaking in a body for days. Cheese, don't run away. Li Fei ignored him and just walked toward him, constantly muttering. Zhang Hong was running at full speed, but the cheese cave only had one path, and the space inside was shrinking. Li Fei had started running, closing in on him quickly. Damn it! Why is the space so small? Zhang Hong was now in an area almost as narrow as the tunnel he had dug. He could only crawl forward slowly like a caterpillar. Behind him, Li Fei had eaten all the cheese in his path, relentlessly chasing him. Cheese, so much, it's all mine, all mine. Li Fei shouted loudly, his belly fat stacking up, his body coated in yellow grease, with waxy yellow saliva hanging from his mouth. No! Don't eat me! Zhang Hong, smelling the increasingly foul odor in the air, fought back the urge to vomit. He desperately pushed forward. But it was all in vain, he couldn't outrun Li Fei. Eat. Cheese. Li Fei bit into it in one go, splitting it in half. No blood came out, his body was filled with a dark, oily substance, as if a barrel of black oil had been poured inside him. But surprisingly, Zhang Hong didn't feel any pain, he just felt part of his body was missing. Yet his large mouth kept biting, and he pushed forward with all his might. Because half of his body was gone, he felt he had more space to move. Zhang Heng's speed increased, almost seeming to surpass Li Fei's biting speed. I can live. I can still live. His rat head shouted joyfully, as if he had already cleared the level. But the next second, a tongue wrapped around his body and pulled him backward. Zhang Hong quickly turned his head and saw a thick tongue emerging from Li Fei's mouth, wrapping around his body. Li Fei. I'll never forgive you even if I become a ghost. As soon as he finished saying those harsh words, half of his body was dragged out, sucked into Li Fei's mouth like noodles. He's already a ghost, and he still wants to become one? Even when he's dead, he's still so greedy? Bai Qi shook his head. By the way, you're not the main character, why are you even involved? Just to let him eat? Bai Qi pointed at Li Fei. No, actually, he and Li Fei started at the same starting point, he just liked to hide. In the end, he didn't kill Li Fei forcefully. I think he's mentally ill, hiding when he has no strength, really thinking he's a boss. Wei Gu curled his lips, looking down on Zhang Hong. Bai Qi felt speechless, but he was also curious. How was this level supposed to be cleared? Did they really need to eat the entire cheese? He didn't ask Wei Gu, as spoilers would make it less interesting. Meanwhile, Wang Jing had already heard Li Fei's roar and Zhang Heng's last threatening words. What's going on here? Where is the moral cheese? Why do I feel like it's everywhere? This talent is definitely messed up. She was already on the edge, her mind in chaos. Moral cheese, moral? What does moral even mean? She kept thinking, trying to figure out how to clear the level. Suddenly, a chewing sound came from behind, forcing her to run and hide. With a leap, she used her powerful physical strength to land smoothly, then ran toward the forest. Seeing that Li Fei didn't chase her, Wang Jing let out a sigh of relief, sitting by a tree to rest. Her talent had been showing her paths to survival, but the directions were very inaccurate. Sometimes it was right in front of her, other times it was far away, and once, it even showed inside her own stomach. Is moral like a frozen heart? Or is it about taking out your heart and washing it? She kept thinking, after all, washing it would make it clean. She began to remember her own moral compass from her world. Who would I usually call someone with a conscience? Is it someone who gives me things? No, that's generosity. Is it someone who sells things cheaper? No, that's just a marketing tactic, not really morality, it's for their own benefit. Could it be people in politics? They like to donate money to schools, are they moral? No, that's not it either. That's probably hypocrisy, real good officials don't have money. It was as if a great realization hit her. Suddenly, she understood everything about this level. Cats are like the ordinary masses, players and previous players are like officials, and those native rats are like the troublemakers. Moral means not taking anything from the masses, not even a needle or a thread. I get it. I get it. I was turned into a rat, but I didn't truly become a rat. I'm still me. I don't need to eat any cheese. The rules clearly stated, that's transformation. She finally understood, and Wang Jing's face turned red with excitement, though she didn't know how to respond to the rat's form. I want to vomit it all out, I never needed those things. She scratched her throat, starting to gag, her whole body kneeling on the ground, tears and mucus flowing together. Maybe it was the joy of finding a way out, or perhaps it was the relief from having endured so many terrifying things, but she could finally be free. Ha, I survived. Ugh. Yellow, sticky vomit poured out of her, tears and mucus mixing together, but she didn't care. Her body began to shrink. Ugh. Her head began to deform. Her whole body was rapidly transforming into a harmless little mouse. I guessed right. Wang Jing lay on the ground, staring at her vomit, but she was filled with immense joy as a mouse quietly walked toward the forest. What the hell, is this the ending you set? Bai Qi stared in disbelief. Wei Gu slightly nodded and then spoke, although I became a ghost, I still don't hate them that much. After all, my death had nothing to do with them. As long as the final choice is the right one, why not let her live? Bai Qi instinctively clapped, feeling that Wei Gu was indeed a remarkable person. This copy is simple when you say it, but it's actually really hard. After all, anyone who realizes what conscience is can clear it, but truly understanding the meaning of conscience is really tough. Bai Qi murmured softly. What's next? Just wait for the copy to end? Bai Qi asked. I can directly give you the soul, after all, I promised you before. Wei Gu smiled. To be honest, Bai Qi was starting to feel some pain in his conscience. He couldn't stay here too long. Well, brother, don't think about the soul thing. Let's be friends. I'll give you this phone for free. Come to my shop next time and I'll give you a discount. Bai Qi said, then quickly turned into a shadow and rushed to the edge of the copy. Wei Gu. Open the door. I need to go back and sell the other phones first. Bai Qi shouted loudly. A small hole appeared in front of the copy, and Bai Qi darted through it. Phew. My conscience has already started to ache a little. Is this Wei Ji's rule? It's really impressive. Bai Qi held his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had no heart, he could still feel the pain. As for why it hurt, don't worry about that. I need to go back and prepare for my copy. This time I'll have a competition. Wei Ji's idea really gave me a lot of inspiration. Chapter 32, The Van. The car's here. Bai Qi casually summoned a car, then entered the navigation for a gas station and drove there directly. In no time, he was back at his copy, parked the car outside the door, opened the shop, and immediately locked eyes with Duan Kuan and the other weird beings. Boss Bai. You're finally back. We rushed over after collecting the souls, but your employee. One of the weird beings spoke excitedly. It's fine, it's fine. He's not the boss. For the big sales, I'm the one who takes care of it. If it's about buying snacks, he can decide. Bai Qi awkwardly explained. Duan Kuan stepped forward first, reaching out his hand. 2 souls floated into his grasp, but they were suppressed and couldn't escape. 1 phone, please. Duan Kuan's tone was very respectful, with no trace of mockery or troublemaking. All right, everyone take 1 at a time. I only have a little over 10 this time, no more. Bai Qi took a phone from under the counter and handed it to Duan Kuan. Duan Kuan didn't hesitate after receiving the phone box. He immediately ripped off the protective film and opened the lid. It's really a phone, but this model I've never seen before. Is it a new release? He asked, confused. It's just a phone. Stop asking so much. Move aside, move aside. Soon, someone behind began urging. Duan Kuan smiled awkwardly, moving aside, his eyes filled with excitement as he stared at Bai Qi. Why are you staring at me? Bai Qi looked into a mirror to check himself. He didn't notice anything strange. Well, you should be able to travel between the living and the dead, right? He whispered, leaning in close to Bai Qi. Bai Qi froze for a moment upon hearing this, but didn't panic. After all, this was something that couldn't be hidden for long, just didn't expect it to be figured out so quickly. Yes, what's the matter? Bai Qi leaned on the counter, letting Zhou Zhu handle the sales while he took the money on the side. I have a brother. We've been playing together since we were kids. Now that I've become weird, I was thinking of bringing him to the underworld too, Duan Kuan whispered, seemingly afraid Bai Qi would reject him. Wait, your brother said he doesn't want to live anymore? You died, and now you want to bring him to die too? Is that right? Bai Qi looked at Duan Kuan in surprise, not understanding what was going on in his mind. No, mainly because you must also know what the situation in the living world is like. We are destined to kill people. I'm afraid my brother will die in someone else's instance. I think it's more appropriate to bring him to my instance as an NPC. Duan Cohen scratched his head and laughed. He knew what he was saying didn't quite make sense, but that's the way it was. He just wanted his brother to stay by his side. TCH, so what do you want to do? Come with me to the living world? Bai Qi honestly didn't want to bring other people from the instances back and forth between the living and the dead. No need. I'll record a video with this phone, and you just need to bring it to him. Don't worry, even if he doesn't come, I'll give you 2 souls. Bai Qi thought this proposal was acceptable. It wasn't much trouble. He could just use the mask to disguise himself as an ordinary person and run around however he liked. No one would recognize him in front of others. Alright, record it. After the next instance ends, I'll take care of it. You can post a message on the forum first, so other weird things don't kill your brother. Bai Qi waved his hand, signaling him to go back to his business. Okay. Duan Cohen walked out of the gas station, and Bai Qi saw that there were no more customers in the shop, so he instructed, you take care of selling things yourself. I need to think about the next instance. Zhou Zhu nodded and agreed, sitting at the counter leisurely. He didn't have this kind of treatment when he was alive. How did life get better after dying? Back in the office, Bai Qi took out all the souls he had just collected. A total of 26 souls. If he absorbed them, wouldn't he be soaring with power? He didn't hesitate, bringing the souls to his mouth and, like sucking jelly, inhaling them all into his body. Bai Qi's eyes burst with golden light, and the ghostly aura around him expanded by more than double. The quality of it was also a leap. The energy inside him was being digested, and it was huge. Once fully absorbed, his power would surely be more advanced. His talent began to change. He could clearly sense that the rules he could set were becoming more solid, and his talent was slowly strengthening. The talent to summon vehicles suddenly changed. Like a beast breaking free from its chains, his talent had undergone a transformation. What's this feeling? It lets me choose a vehicle? His first talent, summoning vehicles, started to evolve, allowing him to choose another vehicle to fuse with. Although it sounded impressive, he could only pick one of the 2 options it gave. Pickup truck or van. These 2 choices left Bai Qi speechless. Both vehicles had their own advantages, but Bai Qi already knew what he had to pick. He focused his mind and entered his body. Talent 1 was evolving. He chose the van. Not because the pickup truck was bad, but because the van could do everything the pickup truck could, but the van had more seats. So Bai Qi chose the van. When he went to the living world, he could just take the roof off the van. Wouldn't that van be able to carry so much? Just thinking about it made him excited. Bai Qi then looked at the other talents. Talent 2 had become the locking skill. The distance is even farther now, allowing him to directly lock onto anyone within 10 meters and drag them into the car. And Rule 3 is even more sinister, he can now charge double the fare. He has really made a big upgrade. When the time comes, a single command for money will instantly take out the enemy. Wouldn't that be wonderful? His talent will evolve in the future, and he can't even imagine what it will be like. He stretched lazily, took out a self-heating hotpot from under the desk, activated the cursed skeleton's talent, looked out the window at the snow-covered ground, and then glanced at the self-heating hotpot in front of him, revealing a relaxed smile. This is life. Bai Qi opened the window, moved the desk over, and started eating hotpot while enjoying the breeze. Still no useful ghost tools? What have you been doing? Where did all those antiques go? A member of an official organization loudly scolded the person on the phone, looking very angry. Sir, we never received this information before. The country took all the genuine items at high prices. We really had the intention but no power. Get lost. He threw the phone to the ground and then spoke. Luo Shan, how about you? Do you have anything useful? The person being questioned also helplessly shook his head and whispered, Jiang Tao, I think Li Weigua has already thought of this step. He wouldn't give us any time to seek personal gains. Sigh. It seems that we can only look for things in the civilian world now. Even if he is all-powerful, he can't take everything from everyone's hands. Jiang Tao said angrily, seeming very dissatisfied. Seems like it, let's collect whatever we can for now. At least then we will have some capital to speak up in the future. Luo Shan nodded, stood up, and left the office. Chapter 33, Silent Highway 1. Zhou Zhu, in 2 hours I'll start the instance, get ready. Zhou Zhu was stunned when he heard this, then quickly stood up and started tidying up the shop. Meanwhile, Bai Qi had already left the gas station. He planned to build a parking lot so that parking in front of the store wouldn't be needed, making it look more attractive. Zhou Zhu's dormitory was next to the gas station, and Bai Qi began constructing the parking lot on the other side. Although he couldn't create concrete out of thin air, piling up a few mounds of dirt and drawing a few lines was still quite simple. In just a few minutes, the parking lot had already taken shape. It was a bit rudimentary, but it was still quite good. He took out his phone, preparing to search for some parking lot images. He wanted to see if there was anything that needed to be added. So troublesome? Why do we still need charging piles? Bai Qi didn't understand, but he didn't need to. After all, his car ran on infinite fuel. Pretty much, it will do for now. Bai Qi muttered to himself as he looked at the image of a building that had nothing to do with the abstract thing in front of him. It's not like we're building an aircraft carrier, close enough will be fine. Next, it was time to set the rules. Adding a parking lot wasn't just for looks, of course, some rules had to be added to mess with the players. When returning to the gas station, the car must be parked at the station? I think this rule is fine. Bai Qi rested his chin on one hand, letting his mind wander. In the busy moments of the two ghosts, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. It was time to start the instance. Welcome to the instance, Silent Highway. Instance level, 1.5 stars. Number of players, 6 out of 6. Clear conditions, run 800 kilometers or break the core rule of the instance. Failure penalty, death. 6 figures appeared in the middle of the highway, some male and some female. 2 of them still looked confused, but the other 4 had changed their expressions. 1.5 stars? Why did the difficulty increase? One of the men spoke first, breaking the silence. Sigh. Someone sighed, seemingly aware that the hope of surviving this was slim. Is this the instance? It's not as scary as I imagined. This remark made the others glance at him. Are you new here? Don't you know people die here? The person who spoke earlier asked in confusion. Hee, I know, but I'm sure I can survive. The young man seemed completely unafraid, as if invincible. I think we should introduce ourselves first. No need to mention our talents, we can keep that a secret. Another person suddenly spoke, wanting to familiarize themselves with everyone first. Since I suggested it, I'll go first. The person scratched his head, looking smooth in social situations. My name is Ho Jia, I've cleared a dungeon once, I live in. Ho Jia was clearly a smooth talker, appearing very sociable, but no one underestimated him. After all, everyone had cleared a dungeon, and you can't clear one without some ability. I'm Hong Zhe, I've cleared a dungeon too. I won't talk about my talent, it's more private. This was the person who had earlier remarked about the increasing difficulty. He appeared ordinary, but the sharpness in his eyes made others wary. Those with insight could tell that this person had definitely killed before. Talent? You guys probably hide your pathetic talents. I'm the chosen one. Listen up, my name is Li Huadan, and my talent is Gaza. As long as I have one piece of clothing on me, I can block an attack. The way he spoke was unpleasant, but his talent was undeniably strong. I'm Zhang Yu, a newcomer, my talent is photographic memory. This person was one of the 2 female players, looking scholarly. I'm Huang Feihu, I've cleared a dungeon once. I'm Yi Zian, I've cleared a dungeon once. The 6 of them briefly introduced themselves. Both the newcomers revealed their talents, which was not a good habit. Alright, now that we're familiar, let's go look for the rules, that's key. Ho Jie spoke first, calling everyone to head toward the gas station. They hadn't walked far when a bright light appeared before them. It was the rules of this dungeon. Dead Silence Highway. Rule 1, you must split into 2 teams, with 3 members in each team. If one extra person suddenly appears in your team, do not make a sound, pretend you didn't see, and look away, or they will be unhappy. Rule 2, every hour, you must take an item from the storage box and get out of the car to head to the gas station. Rule 3, there are many roads, but safety comes first. Follow traffic laws. Rule 4, the radio will transmit information, but sometimes it will send false information, so be sure to differentiate. Rule 5, only one team can clear the dungeon. If, after reaching 800 kilometers, there is still one member from the other team alive, your team will be wiped out. Rule 6, physical attacks are prohibited. If only one person remains, your car will have unlimited fuel until you reach 800 kilometers, then the dungeon is cleared. The group looked at each other in silence after seeing the rules. At this moment, Ho Jie felt somewhat awkward. After all, just moments ago, they had all been harmonious, but now they were mortal enemies. Anyone in this situation would feel the same way. Ahem, let's split into teams, Ho Jie spoke first. No one mentioned the earlier matter again, not even the most impatient Li Huadan. I'll be straightforward. My talent can block attacks. Does anyone have a strong talent to team up with me? Li Huadan spoke first. He had already revealed his talent to everyone, though now he regretted it, but there was no turning back. I'll go. My talent is a scouting type, very useful when the situation is unclear. Yi Zian stepped forward, standing next to Li Huadan. Although she didn't like his personality, his talent was incredibly powerful, so she had to try and team up with him. Li Huadan didn't refuse and continued to stand with his hands in his pockets, looking at everyone. I'll join too. My talent leans towards strength, I can handle some heavy tasks. Huang Feihu also stepped forward and stood next to Li Huadan. Hojia, Hongzhe, and Zhang Yu naturally became a group, but Hojia showed no signs of displeasure, as if he didn't care at all. Hongzhe also kept his emotions hidden, while Zhang Yu's face reddened, seemingly embarrassed and angered by the other's attitude. Good luck to you. Li Huadan said casually as he led the two others away, heading towards the gas station. Hojia and Hongzhe exchanged a knowing glance, then called Zhang Yu to join them as they walked towards the gas station. Chapter 34, The Silent Highway 2. Li Huadan and his group arrived at the gas station and saw the convenience store in the distance, its lights glowing. A piece of paper was stuck to the door, and Li Huadan walked up slowly to take it down. It's the rules, huh? Does the highway and the convenience store really have different rules? How troublesome. Li Huadan said, but still leaned in with Huang Feihu and Yi Zian to read it. Gas station convenience store rules. Rule 1, everything in the gas station is a product. The clerk will give you whatever you want, but if you notice the clerk staring and smiling at you, please pretend to be a mannequin and don't move, or you will become a new product. Rule 2, the office is a restricted area. The boss rests inside. If you disturb the boss, you will need to compensate him. Rule 3, don't trust the limbs of people on the shelves. If they have them, you might have been contaminated. Find someone named Bai Qi. He will help you. Rule 4, the gas station may have a free giveaway promotion. If you find a red card, congratulations, you've won. The three of them exchanged glances, and Li Huadan didn't speak first. His experience in this kind of dungeon was less than the others, so he didn't intend to speak up. The previous rule was to fight. Should we tear up the rule paper? Yi Zian suddenly spoke up, as if it was something trivial. Li Huadan was taken aback. Before he could act, his teammate was already tougher than him. Alright, after all, it's a combat dungeon. If we can deal with the opponent directly, the chances of winning will be much higher. Li Huadan agreed naturally, thinking this idea was good. Just as he was about to make a move, a figure suddenly darted out, grabbing the rule paper from Li Huadan's hands in the blink of an eye. Who? He turned around sharply and locked eyes with the three standing behind him. And that missing paper was now in Hojia's hand. He was shaking the paper in his hand, seemingly provoking him. Aya, what are you planning to do? Isn't it better to live peacefully? Hojia mocked Li Huadan. Hojia instinctively handed the paper to Zhang Yu, allowing him to use his talent to memorize all the rules word for word. This scrap of paper seems like you don't need it. I'll help you destroy it. Hojia threw it to the ground, then stepped on the paper, rubbing it until the writing became unreadable. You! Li Huadan was so furious, he almost breathed fire. Hojia was no longer as smooth as before, but instead grinned and said, "It's really easy dealing with young kids like you. I just love watching people eat their own words. You think I didn't earn my position in the bureaucracy?" Hongzhe pushed Li Huadan aside, opened the store door, and the three of them quickly entered the gas station. Did you memorize everything? I missed a couple of things. Huang Feihu suddenly said. Yi Zian couldn't help but cover her face, feeling like her choice might have been a mistake. She shouldn't have made up her mind so early. Humph. Li Huadan also pushed open the door and walked in. Yi Zian and Huang Feihu followed right after. Brother Hojia, you're amazing. After just one move, that kid already took a fall. Hongzhe gave a thumbs up. The muscular body started to move with a somewhat foolish expression. Hee, it's all about treating people according to who they are. For a brother like you, I'll definitely treat you with sincerity, Hojia said with a grin. Both of their eyes shone with sincerity, but whether it was true or not was impossible to tell. What I learned in school is that we should first explore the rules and then look for opportunities to clear the game. Now, we should be looking for opportunities, Zhang Yu said timidly, standing aside. I think you're right, let's go ahead and take a good look, Hojia said, not bothering with Li Huadan and the others who had just entered, and led Hongzhe and Zhang Yu to the front of the cashier's desk. There was no one at the cashier's desk, the clerk seemed to be absent. The three of them spread out, preparing to see if there was anything useful around. As Zhang Yu crouched down to look at the floor, she saw a pair of shoes. Gul Dong. She slowly lifted her head and, through the curtain, saw a figure that looked like a man. She didn't make a sound and carefully stepped backward, distancing herself from the employees' break room. Hojia and the others noticed Zhang Yu's strange behavior and immediately moved to her side, whispering, "Did you find something?" Zhang Yu didn't speak, but raised her arm and pointed at the curtain. Hojia followed her pointing and saw a pair of shoes that clearly had been worn, standing there as if they had never moved. The shadow behind the curtain flickered, almost as if it was moving in sync with his actions. Before he could think further, a large hand stretched out, looking rough but incredibly pale, which was very strange. Hongzhe's Adam's apple moved as he grew tense. The pale hand pushed aside the curtain, revealing a face that was deathly pale, like a corpse that had been soaked in formalin for a long time. Zhang Yu covered her mouth, afraid of alerting the person behind the curtain. The three of them slowly began to back away. At this moment, Li Huadan also noticed the oddity of the three. Since they were in the merchandise area, he couldn't see the clerk and didn't know what Hou Jie and the others were doing. What's wrong? Are you scared like this? Cowards, he sneered, preparing to walk out of the merchandise area and head to the front desk. Right at the corner, he bumped into the clerk who had just walked out. As expected, they collided full force, almost kissing each other. Zhou Shu's brow furrowed slightly, feeling speechless. It wasn't like it looked like a corpse or anything. Was it really that scary? He grumbled inwardly but showed no expression on his face, his pupils faded to white as if he were dead. Li Huadan grew even angrier. He had almost kissed a dead middle-aged man's corpse. Just thinking about it made him feel a chill down his spine. This is disgusting, he yelled loudly, seemingly to draw attention. However, the backlash came quickly, because he had disturbed Bai Qi, who was watching television. Zhou Zhu also felt the trigger of the rule, so he was excited, and a smile appeared on his pale face. His arm transformed into a vegetable knife. He raised the knife and slashed down directly, like cutting tofu. Dang! The sound of steel colliding rang out, and a piece of Li Huadan's clothing disappeared. What the hell, he screamed again, and another slash came down, this time his shirt was gone. He no longer dared to speak, covering his mouth and slowly retreating to the side. Hou Jie smiled, watching this scene with a grin. Clearly, the other party had already discovered one of the rules, which was that they couldn't speak loudly. Chapter 35, Dead Road 3. At this point, the others around them had completely frozen, too afraid to move, fearing they would disturb the clerk. Li Huadan's talent wasn't invincible either. He could only use the kasaya once per dungeon, and his clothing had certain restrictions. He couldn't replenish it within the dungeon. He now also understood the terrifying nature of this dungeon. The previous disdain for the copy had already vanished. If I didn't have talent, I would probably have died the moment the first knife fell. When Zhou Shu saw that these people were no longer making any moves, he immediately walked slowly to the cashier counter and sat down. When Hou Jie saw the clerk leave, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. However, even though the clerk had returned to the counter, they still dared not make too much noise. Everything had to be communicated with sign language. What should we do next? Hongzhe gestured with both hands, struggling to make Hou Jie understand his meaning. Hou Jie responded decisively, raising both hands, clenching his fists, and swaying them left and right. Hongzhe looked bewildered, completely unable to understand what Hou Jie was doing. However, Zhang Yu understood the other person's meaning. She demonstrated with a more standard driving posture, and only then did Hongzhe understand. The three of them were determined and quietly left the convenience store. Once outside, the three finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Hou Jie was able to speak. Oh my, that really scared me. If that guy hadn't tested the rules, I probably would have been in big trouble. Hongzhe nodded, agreeing with the thought. Now we should drive first, since the rule is to drive 800 kilometers, we should find a car first, Zhang Yu suggested. The three of them walked toward the parking lot, their expressions all strange. At this moment, Li Huadan was already shocked silly. He had just entered the copy and already lost 2 life-saving outfits. He was completely unable to think about what to do next. Huang Feihu and Yi Zian also regretted it deeply. They had originally thought it was just a bit of a fluke, but they didn't expect it to be pure foolishness. Now, the chances of clearing the game had dropped several levels. The two no longer hesitated, pushing open the store door and walking toward the parking lot. No way, is there still a rule? Hou Jie looked at the note on the ground, his face full of worry. But it still had to be picked up, this was crucial. Hongzhe stepped forward, picked up the note, and the three of them huddled together, starting to study the rules. Parking lot. Rule 1, please choose your car. Once chosen, you cannot change seats or get into the wrong car, and each time you get off at the hour, you must park your car in the parking lot. Rule 2, each car has its own parking spot. Please observe carefully before parking, otherwise, the car will be unhappy. Rule 3, if there is an extra car in the parking lot, please do not approach it and ignore it. Rule 4, please treat your car well, or it will take revenge on you. After reading the rules, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Compared to other rules, these were relatively simple. As long as they didn't treat it carelessly, it should be fine. Sedan or van? How do we choose? Hongzhe cupped his chin, looking at Hou Jie and Zhang Yu with a questioning look. Upon hearing this, Hou Jie also began to think seriously. The sedan consumes less fuel, but it's not as sturdy as the van. I think the van is the better choice. Hou Jie said in a low voice. That's true. This journey isn't just about driving, there will definitely be other dangers on the road. Sturdy and durable should be the priority, Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. She still remembered the sudden situations mentioned in the earlier rules. Seeing that everyone had chosen the van, Hong Zhe did not object, and the three of them walked toward the van, looking at each other. Do you guys know how to drive? Zhang Yu asked, breaking the silence as the two stared at each other. Well, I think I'm okay, Ho Jie said in a soft voice. I know a bit too. Hong Zhe also chose to tell the truth. Only then did Zhang Yu realize that these two were afraid of danger if they became the driver, so neither of them took the lead in speaking. The driver should be able-bodied, right? If one of you becomes the driver, the other two will definitely need to protect him. Ho Jie and Hong Zhe thought for a moment and then put their guards down. Then I'll drive. I've been driving for 5 or 6 years. Ho Jie spoke up first. Then I'll drive. I have a truck driver's license. Hong Zhe said with a slight smile, a bit proud. Zhang Yu, hearing this, was speechless. One had been driving for 5 or 6 years, while the other knew a bit and had a truck driver's license. In the end, against everyone's objections, Hong Zhe was in charge of driving. After setting the position, the three of them got into the car. The inside was very clean, with no strange smells. Ho Jie looked at the in-car screen. There were 50 minutes left until the top of the hour, so they definitely wouldn't miss this time. We'll leave now, Ho Jie immediately said. Zhang Yu and Hong Zhe had no objections and both agreed. But just as the car started, a sudden voice rang out. Scan the code or cash? This was the payment system set up by Bai Qi, designed to only collect once, but at double the price. The three of them could clearly feel that if they didn't pay, their flesh would be torn away. However, they didn't have nothing of value. Bai Qi's 2 charges for the car ride just happened to provide a chance to take 1 ghost item from them, or else they would have to pay with flesh. What should we do? Hong Zhe panicked. What else? If you have a ghost item, give it. If not, tough it out. Ho Jie replied, irritated. He pulled out a handful of white rice, and the rice disappeared into thin air. Ho Jie chose to lose money to avoid disaster. This ghost item was pretty useless, he hardly ever used it, but today it came in handy. Zhang Yu didn't have a ghost item, so she chose to pay with her kidneys and appendix. She immediately felt her body go weak, the pain spreading through her limbs as though someone had ripped her open, removed her kidneys, and then sewn her back up. Although she had learned about the horror of these dungeons, this was the first real lesson they were teaching her. Seeing this, Hong Zhe also chose to lose money to avoid disaster. He reached behind his waist and took out a white cloth, which also disappeared without a trace. Looking at the 2 ghost items in front of him, Bai Qi couldn't help but smile. Although they were both one-time use items, having them was better than not having them. He first identified the handful of white rice. Item, dead man's rice. Description, a few grains of rice left unfinished in the bowl of a starving ghost. If you put them in an eerie mouth, it will cause the ghost to faint from hunger for a minute. Bai Qi pursed his lips and picked up the other white cloth. Item, face covering cloth. Description, the cloth that covers a dead person's face. If you wear it, you will emit the scent of a corpse, and some strange beings will avoid you. Bai Qi furrowed his brows. These 2 ghost items were a bit too useless, and he wasn't pleased. But having them was better than not having them at all. He placed the ghost items on the bookshelf. As for the organs, Bai Qi had no interest in them and just placed them next to Zhou Zhu. Traffic safety rules. You guys should still remember this, right? Zhang Yu suddenly spoke. Ho Jie nodded, then looked at Zhang Yu in confusion, not sure what the other wanted to do. So, do you know what the traffic safety rules are? Ho Jie and Hong Zhe froze for a moment, then started thinking seriously. Both of them were experienced drivers, so within a few seconds, they figured out what Zhang Yu wanted to say. The three of them simultaneously buckled their seatbelts, very smoothly. We can't let them easily get the rules, but we must make sure they can get a clue. Otherwise, if they take our spot when we stop, it'll be a disaster. Ho Jie muttered as he looked at the rules paper. Just tear it up. They'll have to spend some time piecing it together. Zhang Yu suggested. Ho Jie nodded upon hearing this, tore the rules paper into pieces, and threw it out of the window. At this moment, Li Huadan and Huang Feihu had also left the convenience store and were heading to the parking lot. Hurry up! Why are you trembling? Huang Feihu said, pulling Li Huadan. They still needed to find their car, they couldn't afford any more delays. Li Huadan felt a wave of cold evil in his heart. Right now he wanted to do nothing, he only wanted to wait to clear the level. Trash! You have good talent and you still cannot use it. Yi Zian roared in anger. He and Huang Feihu pulled Li Huadan together and came to the parking lot. At that place at this moment only one sedan was left, the other parking spaces were empty and had nothing. It seems they have already left, their movement was fast enough. Huang Feihu sighed and walked toward the car, preparing to drive. At this time, Yi Zian's eyes saw a piece of torn paper. On it one could see scattered written some words. They tore the rules? Yi Zian's face turned black. He hurried forward and collected those waste papers. Although it was torn, it still could be pieced together a little. It only needed time. Before the rules were made clear, none of them dared to step forward one step. Li Huadan now also recovered from the fright and silently followed behind the two people. At least 10 minutes are needed to piece it well. Yi Zian's hands did not stop moving. At the same time he pulled Li Huadan over to block the wind, afraid that the part just pieced together would be blown apart. This rule is not very deadly either. Let's go, get in the car. Huang Feihu opened his mouth and said. He walked toward the driver's seat. Yi Zian and Li Huadan followed closely behind and both sat in the back seat. Huang Feihu himself first fastened the seatbelt. This had already become his habit, and he did not care at all. And Yi Zian and Li Huadan sat in the back seat. Naturally they did not have this habit, so they did not fasten the seatbelt. The car started moving. Bai Qi came again to collect money. Huang Feihu and Yi Zian were players who had already cleared one dungeon once, so each had a ghost item on the body. Damn it, I only have one ghost item. If I give it out I will have nothing to use. Huang Feihu said with hate. Yi Zian did not pity his own ghost item. He directly took the ghost item out. The ghost item disappeared in the air. The three people did not have too much shocked emotion. Huang Feihu thought for a long time and chose to use flesh and blood to pay. He chose the appendix in one ear to pay the car fee. These two organs disappeared in the air. The feeling of pain came. Huang Feihu endured the pain and did not cry out. He was afraid he would disturb the gas station boss. Li Huadan was a little nervous, but nervousness could not let him avoid Bai Qi's talent ability. The things he could choose were only two, either choose to use flesh and blood to pay, or use one piece of clothing. His eyes turned red. At once he also used flesh and blood to resist hard. He also knew the function of his clothes, so using his own flesh and blood to pay the debt was the most worth method. What he used was also the ear and the appendix. Losing these two organs meant losing them. It would not affect too much movement. After the three people finished paying the car fee, the car then started to move. There were only more than 30 minutes left before the whole hour. There was no time to rest. Bai Qi held the ghost item paid by Yi Zian. At the corner of his mouth finally there was a smile. Item, Grandpa Brand. Introduction, throw it out. A grandpa ghost will appear and can hold back the strange for 1 minute. This ghost item although looked a little strange, but in fact was quite useful. Bai Qi naturally chose to keep it properly. He could feel that as long as the ghost item was inside his dungeon, it would slowly increase the ghost aura density inside his dungeon. This kind of thing naturally the more the better. He walked out of the office and saw Zhou Zhu playing with a corpse. At once he asked with some doubt, "What are you doing?" Zhou Zhu heard the words and raised his head, smiling foolishly. The flesh and blood paid by those strange bosses before, one ghost cannot eat it all, so now I prepare to sew these things together. Later it should be able to be used. Bai Qi heard the words and nodded. From the shelf he took one bag of potato chips, tore open the package and began to eat. Walking out of the convenience store, he quietly watched the car driving in the distance. How is this? I am going to sink down. Save me. Li Huadan's body began to sink. He started struggling desperately. Yi Zian followed closely behind. Her body began to fall, like quicksand, slowly swallowing her bit by bit. What's going on? What happened? Huang Feihu dared not stop, because he still remembered the rule of traffic safety, so he could only look at the two through the rearview mirror. I don't know. It suddenly started sinking. We didn't do anything just now. Yi Zian hurriedly replied. She was now looking for a way to escape. Huang Feihu became a little anxious. While driving, he looked around, and immediately saw the seatbelts beside the two of them. He froze for a moment, then looked down at the seatbelt around his waist, and suddenly shouted, "Seatbelt! Quick, fasten your seatbelts!" Hearing this, Yi Zian quickly followed suit, grabbing the seatbelt with her right hand and clicking it into the buckle. The feeling of sinking into the mud immediately vanished, as if it had never been there. Li Huadan, seeing this, hurriedly followed suit and fastened his seatbelt. The three of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was no longer any slackness, but instead, an endless alertness. No wonder it's a 1.5-star level, indeed dangerous. Luckily, I have a subconscious habit, otherwise, it could have been worse. Huang Feihu said with lingering fear. If he hadn't fastened his seatbelt just now, he definitely wouldn't have thought of it in such an urgent situation. The car finally drove steadily, but Hojia and their team were indeed too far ahead of them. They got in the car too? But there's not much time left until the hour. It seems tearing up the rule really stopped them for a while. Hojia said, looking at the small car in front with a mocking tone. Chapter 37, Silent Highway 5. They had already driven for about 10 kilometers. After all, there were no obstacles, and with Hongzhe's superb driving skills, their journey had been smooth. When it's time for the hour, we still have to get something from the storage box. Although we don't know what's inside, it definitely isn't anything good. We'll play rock paper scissors, whoever loses takes it. Hojia said with a grin. Zhang Yu, hearing this, felt a bit worried. After all, the rule said to take something from the storage box, and if there's a lot inside, should one person take it all? This might not work. Let's take turns getting it, that way it's fairer. Zhang Yu suggested. Hojie thought for a moment, then nodded and reluctantly agreed to the suggestion. Hongzhe also chose to agree, as it indeed seemed fair. The three of them were still relatively friendly, while Huang Feihu and Yi Xian's team seemed to be on edge. I have to say, you're really the shame of all men. Later, you take the stuff from the storage box. Huang Feihu said angrily, staring at Li Huadan. After all, Li Huadan's performance had been so useless that they had both really had enough. Yi Xian didn't speak up in his defense, tacitly agreeing with Huang Feihu's suggestion. They didn't notice the fleeting murderous intent in Li Huadan's eyes. The look just now wasn't something a new player could have. It was a crazed, mocking look only a madman would have. He didn't argue, just sat quietly, as if he hadn't heard anything. Humph. Yi Xian saw that Li Huadan had lost his mind and immediately snorted, turning her head away. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was time for the hour, meaning it was time to return to the gas station. Hongzhe parked the car in the correct spot. The three of them exchanged glances and fell silent for a moment. I'll go first. Zhang Yu suddenly spoke, decisively, with no trace of fear. Hojie and Hongzhe had no objections, immediately moving aside to avoid disturbing Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu didn't hesitate, reaching out to open the storage box, and the things inside came into view. It was a blood-stained piece of clothing, looking like a jacket worn by a man. She reached out and took the clothes, and the blood seemed to still be warm, sticky and slippery as she touched it with her hand. Other than that, there was nothing unusual about it. Hojie and the others saw there was no danger, so they cautiously leaned forward to see if there was something special about this item. It seems there is no danger. It looks like the storage box might not only have traps, but could also contain normal items, Hojie said with a complex expression, feeling that this jacket was definitely not simple. Since players must touch an item themselves to get specific information, he and Hongzhe naturally didn't know whether this jacket had anything special about it. But the clothes in Zhang Yu's hands were indeed extraordinary, as they were made by Bai Qi using ghost energy and Zhang Mingyuan's clothes. This was also to commemorate his first dungeon. The special effect was also notable, not only could it keep warm, but it could also withstand one attack, making it a life-saving item. Bai Qi thought that since ghost tools could enhance the ghost energy in his dungeon, it wouldn't hurt to make more of them. He placed the ghost tools in various places within his dungeon, also to add some fun to the dungeon experience. Zhang Yu calmly put on the bloodstained jacket, confirming Hojie's reasoning. Let's go, we have to stay at the gas station for at least half an hour. Hongzhe opened the car door first and stepped out. Zhang Yu and Hojie didn't hesitate either and immediately got out of the car. If we get off at the exact hour, we will have to stay in the store for half an hour. Isn't the driving time a bit too short? Hongzhe felt the time was a little tight. There's no choice. After all, the rules never mention how long it takes to complete the level. As long as the attempts are numerous, it can be completed quickly, Zhang Yu said with some helplessness, but still comforted him. Just as the three were about to leave the parking lot, a car suddenly rushed toward them, showing no sign of slowing down. Hojie's face immediately changed, and he grabbed Zhang Yu, hurriedly pulling her aside. Hongzhe, with his superior physical strength, also reacted quickly and swiftly dodged to the side. The car was, of course, driven by Huang Feihu, who showed no sign of fear, glaring coldly at the three, then parked the car, got out, and walked toward them. Inside, Yi Xian and Li Huadan opened the storage box, and Li Huadan took something out, which the three from afar could see. That's a broken ashtray? Hojie said uncertainly. Although they were standing far away, they could still clearly see what Li Huadan was holding. Huang Feihu and the others didn't know the purpose of the ashtray, so they were also somewhat astonished. But before they could react, white smoke suddenly billowed out of it, causing Li Huadan and Yi Xian, who were closest, to instantly faint. Fortunately, Huang Feihu was outside the car, so the whole group wasn't wiped out. What the hell is this thing? Huang Feihu covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, quickly opening the back door of the car. Li Huadan and Yi Xian inside remained completely still unconscious. He shook them with his hands, realizing they showed no signs of waking up. He then glanced at the time and saw it was exactly the hour, which made him anxious and hurriedly used his talent. In an instant, Huang Feihu radiated a faint metallic glow, his skin looking incredibly tough, almost indistinguishable from real steel. This was his talent, copper skin, iron bones. Although his strength and speed weren't greatly enhanced, his defense and endurance were greatly improved. He picked up the two of them. He quickly ran towards the gas station. At this moment, Hojie and the other two also stopped watching the spectacle. The ashtray that had just knocked someone out served as a reminder. It seems like we really got lucky this time. If we had opened that ashtray earlier, none of us would have walked out of the car, Hojie said, still with lingering fear. After all, when the three of them opened the storage box, they were all in the car, and if smoke blew in, it would have been over for them. Alright, stop overthinking. Let's go inside too. If we don't leave soon, we might miss our chance, Zhang Yu said, glancing at the direction where Huang Feihu and the others had left, then called out to Hou Jia and the others. The three pushed open the door of the store, and what came into view were Li Huadan and Yi Zian lying on the floor, fast asleep, while Huang Feihu sat quietly beside them, waiting for them to wake up before taking action. There was no sign of a shopkeeper at the ticket counter, probably still behind the curtain. Hou Jia looked up at the shoes in the distance, confirming his guess. However, they knew the rules of the convenience store, so they didn't speak loudly. They each stood quietly like quails. Hou Jia calmly scanned the surroundings, not spotting any gray shopping baskets. Then, he gestured to Hongzhe and Zhang Yu, signaling that he would walk around the store and look for clues. At this moment, Li Huadan and Yi Zian were also gradually waking up. They initially wanted to ask something, but upon seeing the surrounding environment, their expressions became complicated, and they remained silent. Li Huadan's position happened to allow him to see bloodstains at the corner of a shelf. It looked dark red, like human blood. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he glanced at Hou Jia, who was walking between the shelves, then suddenly turned his head toward the office. Will they come out? He wondered silently. Just as Hou Jia was a few steps away from the bloodstained shelf, he suddenly stopped. Is my talent triggering the alarm? What's going on? Hou Jia stood still, not daring to move. His talent was adaptation, which allowed him to adjust to the surrounding space. If something unusual happened, he would feel uncomfortable, and he already felt that discomfort. Nothing had happened just now, so did he miss something? He scanned the shelves with his eyes, then looked at the ground, suddenly frozen. Is that blood? He thought, stunned, but he didn't make a sound. Blood couldn't just be flowing by itself there must have been a body. Realizing this, he quickly started to retreat, preparing to tell Zhang Yu and Hongzhe. But just then, a figure appeared behind him, seemingly passing by. They unintentionally bumped into Hou Jia, pushing him towards the bloodstained shelf. Hou Jia was first confused, then furious. He looked up, glaring at the person who had collided with him. Li Huadan, he said angrily, but his voice wasn't loud, because he had already gotten used to speaking quietly. Li Huadan, however, appeared utterly confused, as if he didn't know what he had done. He just stood there, looking innocent. The events that had unfolded didn't attract anyone else's attention, and Hou Jia was left isolated and helpless. But he couldn't do anything about it now. He could only try to find a way to break the deadlock. He naturally didn't know who Bai Qi was, as mentioned in the rules. Bai Qi could very well be the shopkeeper, but it could also be the boss sitting in the office. He needed to call Bai Qi to resolve the situation, but was it really that simple? Hou Jia kept thinking in his mind, as if two little figures were standing beside his head, one suggesting the shopkeeper, the other advising him to find the boss. The smell of blood was overwhelming. It seemed to be a kidney, and the surface of the organ was still trembling slightly. It still looked like it was in operation. The rule said to find Bai Qi to solve it, but there had already been other rules saying not to disturb Bai Qi. Previously, Li Huadan had been stabbed twice by the clerk because his voice was too loud. No matter how you look at Bai Qi, he should be the clerk. Hou Jia chose the option he thought was correct. He stood up and gave Li Huadan a fierce glare. When he saw that the other person was still smiling, a wave of anger surged in his chest. He took 2 steps toward the cashier. These 2 steps were very hard for him, and none of them were taken willingly. Just as he was about to tell the clerk what he had just seen, his eyes suddenly caught sight of the bloodstains under the table. What's going on? Why are there bloodstains under the clerk's desk? Ghosts shouldn't bleed, so that can only mean the blood is human blood, which means it's the player's blood. The fare. Earlier, Zhang Yu had paid for the fare with her organs. Could it be? He looked up at the shadow of a person standing behind the curtain and felt cold sweat forming on his back. The boss would never do such menial tasks like arranging the shelves by himself. The things on the shelves must have been arranged by the clerk. The rules couldn't allow a ghost to put flesh and blood on the shelf and then ask the player to remind him to clean it up. Unless he wanted to kill someone, to impersonate this person called Bai Qi, so the player would discover the blood and later notify him. Gulp. He was startled by his own reasoning. His throat involuntarily moved, standing there frozen, unable to move forward or backward. Maybe this clerk is Bai Qi. The other person deliberately made him think the clerk wasn't Bai Qi. Or maybe this clerk isn't Bai Qi, but is simply luring others in, and is the kind of person who only thinks once about their actions. Damn it. Right now, he even wanted to kill Li Huadan. This guy was definitely not as simple as he looked. Seeing the shadow behind the curtain about to move, the time for him to think was already running out. His forehead heated up. He turned and walked toward the boss's office, knocking on the door as he raised his hand. Knock knock knock. There was no sound inside. Just as Ho Jia was about to put his ear closer, the door suddenly opened. Gulp! Ho Jia instinctively swallowed. The sound of the knock had already attracted the attention of all the players. Zhang Yu and Hong Zhe naturally saw where Ho Jia was. Their hearts tightened. They didn't understand why he was doing this. Clearly the rules stated very clearly, not to disturb the boss. A human face stretched out from the darkroom, followed by the head, the body, until the whole person walked out. He stared straight ahead at Ho Jia, his eyes white and pupils dilated, but he was wearing a neatly fitted suit. The whole ghost gave off an eerie feeling that made people's hearts beat faster. But Ho Jia couldn't think about that anymore, because he could already feel the malicious intent in the other person's eyes and the gradually decreasing temperature around him. Hello, Bai Qi, I just saw something strange on the shelves in your store. Although he was nervous, he spoke very clearly. Bai Qi quietly looked at him and then smiled slightly. Please lead the way. I will help you solve it. Bai Qi's expression was like that of a normal boss treating a customer. Without saying any more unnecessary words, Ho Jia walked in front of Bai Qi and led the way. Though his body was already trembling, his natural abilities were enough to help him cope with this kind of high-pressure situation. But even though he had adapted, he knew very well in his heart that while he had adjusted, his safety still had no guarantee. He paused, realizing that he had already arrived at the shelf, and Li Huadan had long since disappeared, seemingly hiding somewhere quietly watching him. Bai Qi looked down and saw the kidney. His face immediately darkened, and he angrily said, "Clerk, what's going on with this shelf? Come and clean it up." Zhou Zhu immediately ran over when he heard this. He began to bend down and start tidying up. Bai Qi and Zhou Zhu had already exchanged glances earlier, and now both of them had become like seasoned actors, true veterans of the craft. Bai Qi turned expressionlessly and, like a machine, turned around and returned to the office. Chapter 39, Silent Road 7. At this moment, Ho Jia finally let out a sigh of relief. He had made the right bet. If he had chosen the store clerk, he would have surely died. And by now, nearly 30 minutes had passed, and everyone needed to return to the car and continue driving. Ho Jia signaled for Zhang Yu and Hong Zhe to come out with him. The two nodded and walked out of the convenience store with Ho Jia. Few finally able to speak. Ho Jia took a deep breath, his face hard to hide his anger, and he recounted all of Li Huadan's actions. Zhang Yu furrowed her brows upon hearing this, seemingly deep in thought. What's wrong? Ho Jia asked, noticing that she seemed to have thought of something. You mean he was acting before? Then this person is really dangerous. His talent, his claim about it might also be a lie, Zhang Yu said gravely. Ho Jia also felt that this made sense. Li Huadan was definitely a highly dangerous person. Wait a minute, look. Hong Zhe suddenly spoke up, as if he had noticed something. What's wrong? What happened? Ho Jia and Zhang Yu both asked in unison. Look at the time. Why hasn't it changed? Shouldn't we have been in the store for 30 minutes? Hong Zhe's face turned ugly as he looked at the digital screen on the convenience store sign. Zhang Yu raised her head and looked over, realizing that it was true time had paused in the store. But no matter what, they had gained more time on the road, which was a good thing. Creak. The store door suddenly opened, and Li Huadan, along with Huang Feihu and the others, walked out. Ho Jia and the others immediately stopped talking, quickly walking away as if they had encountered a plague. Huang Feihu froze for a moment, wondering if he was such a big threat. After all, he hadn't done anything. However, what he didn't know was that what Ho Jia and the others feared wasn't him, Huang Feihu, but rather the person hiding behind him, Li Huadan. Ho Jia and the others certainly wouldn't share the information they had gathered with Huang Feihu and his group. One of the reasons they distanced themselves from them was because of this matter. Let's go, we need to hurry up. We're covering much more distance than them. Ho Jia urged as he hurriedly got into the car, prompting Zhang Yu, who was still deep in thought. Okay, I'm coming. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Ho Jia and the others had already gained a lead of nearly 20 kilometers over the other side. If anyone was going to clear the checkpoint, it was definitely going to be their side. Since it was now 2 a.m., the road was pitch black, and the headlights only illuminated a limited area, so they couldn't drive too slowly. And Hong Zhe's talent happened to make up for this. His talent was an enhancement of his own abilities, and the name was easy to understand, comprehensive perception. He could not only rely on his fast reaction speed, but his ability to pick up on details was much stronger than an ordinary person's. It was a very useful talent. They're on the road too. Ho Jia suddenly pointed ahead, as if he had spotted Huang Feihu's car. At that moment, Hong Zhe, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, something's off. That car doesn't have its lights on. This doesn't seem like something Huang Feihu would do. Zhang Yu leaned closer to the car window and looked at the car driving in the darkness. The car was identical to the one Huang Feihu's group was in, not a single difference, as if it had been copied exactly. Hongzhe kept a considerable distance between their car and the other one, feeling a bit safer now. What should we do? He turned to look at Zhang Yu behind him, asking. We only have two choices, either rush forward or keep our distance and drive slowly, Zhang Yu said, taking a few more looks at the car ahead before giving her opinion. For safety's sake, let's keep our distance, even if that means slowing down a bit. There were no objections from anyone, and Hongzhe immediately slowed the speed down. But then, something infuriating happened. The car slowed down even more. What's this supposed to mean? Do we have to go around it? Ho Jia couldn't help but complain. But no one was laughing now, because no matter how slow Hongzhe drove, the car would always match their speed, as if it was deliberately trying to keep up with them. Hongzhe realized that if they slowed down any further, they would stop, so he immediately turned to discuss the next course of action. There's no choice. We either stop or speed up and break through. We can only pick one, Zhang Yu whispered. There was no better solution to this. Humph. If he wants us to overtake him, then let's overtake him. Ho Jia said angrily. The three of them fell silent for a moment, then all exhaled. Zhang Yu spoke up, let's go. Overtake him. Hongzhe nodded and slammed the accelerator to the floor, shooting forward like a galloping steed. The car didn't get left behind. Instead, it suddenly moved alongside their vehicle, as if it was standing still. As long as the three of them wanted, they could see what was inside the other car. Hongzhe was instantly drenched in sweat, shouting loudly, "Don't look at the windows." His ability was perception, and his sensitivity to danger was extraordinary, so he immediately sensed the terrifying presence there. Zhang Yu and Ho Jia didn't dare to look outside and kept their heads down. Screech. Emergency event, race. Description: compete in speed and passion with another car. If you win, you will earn enough fuel to travel 50 kilometers. If you lose, fuel will be deducted. Note, during this time, traffic safety rules do not apply, so feel free to race. The three of them furrowed their brows. Let's set aside whether they could win or not. Their vehicle was at a disadvantage, as they were in a van, and it couldn't compete in speed with a sedan. But no matter how unwilling they were, this was a random event, not a mission, and they couldn't avoid it. Hongzhe didn't hesitate any longer, shifted to fifth gear, and the vehicle shot forward, shaking the three inside the van, but no one called for him to stop. They didn't know how to get fuel yet, but clearly, one of the most important things needed for a journey of 800 kilometers was fuel. Without fuel, everything was in vain. The sound of wind filled the air, and the van raced crazily through the night, headlights flashing wildly, ignoring high or low beams, not watching the road, and crossing yellow lines without a second thought. But even so, that sedan stayed right alongside them, and its speed was only faster, never slower. This isn't good, we're not fast enough. We can't outrun him. Hongzhe shouted. Zhang Yu naturally knew their speed wasn't enough, but what could they do now? Crash into him. Ho Jia suddenly shouted. Hongzhe hesitated for a moment, then shouted as he rammed into the car. The van might not have been as good as the sedan in many aspects, but when it came to collision resistance, no other car could compare. Hongzhe slammed the steering wheel to the right, causing the tires to screech and release a thick cloud of smoke, but the van showed no sign of stopping. Bang! The two cars collided with a deafening noise that hurt their eardrums, and the sedan was hit even harder, its entire body denting inward. What a chance! Hongzhe shouted, using his vehicle to force the sedan's side while continuously accelerating. The momentum of the sprint scraped a long spark from the ground, and the rear tires released white smoke. Victory was right in front of them. But the next second, the sedan suddenly moved. It sped up at an unimaginable angle, quickly broke free from the van's impact, and began to accelerate, slowly coming into position in front of the van. Hongzhe's face changed, and he slammed the steering wheel to the left, but this move didn't seem to help. The car seemed like it had eyes growing on its rear end, tightly pressed against the front of their vehicle, impossible to shake off no matter how hard they tried. It stuck to us. Now the situation seemed hopeless. Hongzhe's speed was no match for the other car, but his reaction time was far quicker. The two cars were now so close, almost pressed together, like a sticky plaster stuck to their skin. We're going to lose. Our van has no advantage at all, Ho Jia said with a deep voice. Their speed was gradually slowing down, the race almost over, and the other car was quickly pulling ahead. Looking at the fuel gauge, which showed how much fuel was left, Hongzhe couldn't help but sigh. With only 70 kilometers of fuel left, they'd already lost 50 kilometers worth. It hurt to lose that much fuel all at once. Race ended, 50 kilometers of fuel deducted. The broadcast echoed the sound of their defeat, and the car ahead suddenly swerved into a gas station, slowly disappearing from view. We can only go another 10 kilometers, after that, we'll have to figure out how to get more fuel, Hongzhe turned his head and said to the other two. Although they had no idea what conditions were needed to get fuel, they knew it wouldn't be simple, because the core of this mission was the road, and to pass, they needed to travel 800 kilometers. Fuel consumption had become a major problem. Beep, beep. The horn sounded again behind them, the same black sedan from before, but this time its headlights were on, and Hong Zai's talent didn't sense any danger. "It's Huang Feihu and the others, let's pull over and let them pass," Hong Zai said in a deep voice. Now was not the time for a confrontation. They were already drained, with fuel and energy not in their best condition, so they didn't want to cause trouble. But while they tried to avoid them, Huang Feihu and his crew weren't ready to let them off the hook. After all, Huang Feihu had seen them chase another car for a long time earlier, and now was the perfect time to mess with the enemy. Seeing the other car come toward them, Hong Zai stopped their van at the roadside, remaining still. However, after Huang Feihu's car passed them, it suddenly began to reverse, heading straight for the front of Hong Zai's van. Damn! Hong Zai was shocked. The other car's move was clearly an attempt to sabotage them, and he wasn't going to sit back and take it. With that thought, he also started reversing and veered his van slightly to the side, trying to maneuver around the car's rear. This trick worked well. Hong Zai, a truck driver with years of experience, handled the vehicle as if it were an extension of his body. He got close to the sedan's front, then slowly pressured the other car to slow down, eventually pressing the gas pedal right in front of it. Bang! Screech! Incident: car rear-end collision. Description: you rear-ended a van. Please compensate the other party. If they refuse, you will not be allowed to leave the road. Damn it! How could this happen? How did he dodge it? Huang Feihu was furious. He had just wanted to test if he could trick the other side, but never imagined it would backfire so badly. But now, saying more was useless. The damage had already been done. Both parties opened their car doors and got out. What do you mean by this? Huang Feihu shouted angrily. He was a bit guilty now, but still tried to keep up his aggressive attitude. No hidden meaning. Just compensate, and we'll let you go. Ho Jie and Hong Zai stood in front of Zhang Yu, blocking their way, smiling as they spoke. At this moment, Yi Zian, who had been watching from the office, couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. I can't believe they're doing this, pretending to be victims, Yi Zian muttered to herself. This is interesting. Bai Qi's whole body shook with laughter. In the pitch-black night, the two cars stopped in the middle of the road, and everyone got out to start shouting at each other. What nonsense are you talking? We're not blind. If you don't transfer all the fuel over, none of you are leaving. Ho Jie stood in the center of the road, hands behind his back. Don't go too far. We're all players, no need to make things so tense. Huang Feihu's voice softened, completely different from before. Are you out of your mind? This is a competition. Do you know what competition means? Either you die or I die. You want us to back down? Do you think you're worth it? Ho Jie started throwing insults. Li Huadan stood behind Huang Feihu and Yi Zian, staring intensely at Hong Zai. You're going too far. Huang Feihu said angrily. Ho Jie heard this and laughed, poking his little finger into his ear, then flicking the earwax at Huang Feihu, a smug smile on his face. So what if we're bullying you? Are you going to call the dungeon boss to judge us? Huang Feihu and the two people behind him whispered together for a moment, then compromised, because if they didn't agree to compensate, they would be stuck on the road, which was against the rules and impossible to resist. Didn't expect an unexpected bonus. The fuel we lost earlier has been replaced, and we've even earned an extra 20 kilometers worth of fuel. Ho Jie thought happily, feeling very pleased. The bad mood from the lack of fuel was swept away, as if a cool breeze had brushed past, leaving him feeling refreshed. But sadness doesn't vanish, it only shifts. If you don't feel sad, someone else will. But none of this has anything to do with Hong Zai and his group. They are victims too. And the sedan group started blaming each other. Look what you've done. We have less than a kilometer of fuel left. How are we going to get more fuel now? Yi Zian shouted angrily. How dare you blame me? We all agreed before I crashed into you, but now you're trying to act innocent. Huang Feihu shouted back. That's your problem. I only reluctantly agreed. Yi Zian shouted angrily. The two were arguing fiercely, but Li Huadan, sitting in the back, remained unusually calm, as if it had nothing to do with him. Huang Feihu turned to look at Li Huadan and said, when we go later, you go find fuel, understood? After a few seconds, noticing Li Huadan didn't respond, he spoke again, did you hear me? Li Huadan still showed no intention of speaking. Huang Feihu was furious, but there was nothing he could do to Li Huadan since players couldn't physically attack each other. Although he had survived in previous dungeons, it was just luck because there had been a particularly strong player in that round. But the situation now was completely different. He not only had to fight against other players, but also figure out the bizarre rules. With his intelligence, he couldn't use these rules to kill anyone. He could only trick others into doing it for him, since refueling seemed to be a difficult task. Chapter 41, The Silent Road 9. The time was just halfway through, with 30 minutes left until the full hour, so there was still plenty of time. But that was only true for Hojie's team. Huang Feihu's group had no clue about the time, or maybe someone knew but just didn't want to say. Hurry, we need to get back to the gas station. Yi Ziyan shouted at Huang Feihu. 30 minutes passed so quickly? I've only been driving for a short time. Huang Feihu complained, glancing at the time and realizing it was indeed time to go. He drove straight to the parking lot. Li Huadan sat quietly in the back, saying nothing, just observing. Bang! The car door opened, Huang Feihu got out, and Yi Ziyan followed closely behind. Li Huadan was the only one left in the car. What are you waiting for? Open the storage box. Yi Ziyan angrily pointed at Li Huadan and shouted. Li Huadan glanced up at her, said nothing, and just smiled, then ignored her completely. Are you out of your mind? Why are you smiling? Huang Feihu said unhappily, I saved you earlier just so you could open the storage box. Otherwise, I would have left you in the car without a second thought. Li Huadan still said nothing. He just tilted his head back against the car seat and slowly closed his eyes. Damn you! Huang Feihu saw Li Huadan like this and immediately exploded. The guy was completely ignoring him. Just as he was about to get in the car and pull Li Huadan out, Li Huadan opened his eyes again, looking confused. What are you guys doing? He asked, seemingly having forgotten everything that had just happened. It's already the hour. Hurry up and open the storage box. Huang Feihu held back his anger, but still said fiercely. Li Huadan glanced at the clock on the gas station in the distance, then asked in confusion, isn't it only 3:30? Why do we need to stop? Huang Feihu was stunned. He instinctively followed Li Huadan's gaze, and then saw something that shocked him. What's going on? The car clearly showed it was exactly on the hour just now. He jumped back into the car, trying to confirm he hadn't made a mistake. How could this be? Why is it like this? It was exactly on the hour just now. Huang Feihu was in chaos. He was sure he hadn't made a mistake earlier. There must be some details we missed. After all, Hojie and the others still haven't come back, Li Huadan muttered, looking timid. Maybe you made a mistake. Let's get in the car and talk, Yi Ziyan said, looking nervously at the surrounding darkness. Huang Feihu didn't refuse. The car drove back onto the road. But this time, it was different from before. They didn't see Hojie and the others' car, and the surrounding darkness seemed even thicker. Do you guys feel something's off? Yi Ziyan asked in panic. Huang Feihu and Li Huadan both nodded. They both felt something was wrong, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. The only strange thing was that the ride had been completely smooth, which didn't make sense. Aren't you the one with the scouting ability? Use it now. Huang Feihu whispered. He was the one driving, so he was the most anxious. Alright, I'll use it now, Yi Ziyan said, reaching up to rub the corner of her eye. A faint blue glow seemed to fall over her eyes, making them shine. At that moment, the world through Yi Ziyan's eyes had changed drastically. She saw that they were still in the parking lot. They were now like machines, eyes closed, smiling as they spoke to each other. What's going on? Why are you all closing your eyes? Yi Ziyan asked, panicked. What do you mean, closing our eyes? Aren't we opening them right now? Huang Feihu said urgently. Yi Ziyan looked at Huang Feihu, who was clearly closing his eyes, and then heard him speak. Although terrified, she still reached out to pry open his eyes. Hey! What are you doing? Why are you prying my eyes open? Huang Feihu asked in confusion, trying to lean back, but Yi Ziyan was faster. What's happening? Why am I? Huang Feihu had been driving just a moment ago, and now suddenly he was back, feeling confused. Yi Ziyan used the same method to pry open Li Huadan's eyes. But this time, Li Huadan was completely calm, as if he had expected it. Yi Ziyan noticed the change in Li Huadan's expression. She looked at him for a moment longer, then turned to Huang Feihu and said, we must have fallen under a ghost sight trick. It's all your fault for opening the car door randomly. Huang Feihu's face turned bright red. This wave is definitely his fault. But now, it's already the exact time, which means they have been driving in the illusion for nearly half an hour. Creak! A squeaking sound suddenly came from the distance, like iron plates rubbing against the ground, creating a harsh noise. The three of them all looked up at once, only to see a van pushing a junk car towards the parking lot. It's Hojie and the others. What are they doing? Yi Ziyan and Huang Feihu both said at the same time, neither of them understanding why Hojie and the others were pushing a scrap car. But the other side seemed to ignore them. After parking the car in their spot, they directly got out, completely disregarding the abandoned sedan. Although he really wanted to know why, Ho Jia and the others definitely wouldn't tell him, so he could only find the answer himself. Now it's my turn. I'll open the box. Ho Jia spoke up before Hongzhe could. Hongzhe didn't refuse, since opening the box wasn't exactly a pleasant task. Seeing that neither of them objected, Ho Jia immediately opened the storage box, revealing a fruit knife that gleamed with cold light. Ho Jia looked at the knife with a complex expression, feeling a wave of regret inside him. After all, this knife looked very dangerous. What if he started randomly stabbing people after picking it up? But the situation had already happened, and he didn't want to pick another one, knowing the other two definitely wouldn't agree. Damn it! I'll just do it. He gritted his teeth and grabbed the knife. As expected, a ghostly energy seeped into his body. The knife in Ho Jia's hand spun 180 degrees, with the blade pointing directly at his chest. Hongzhe reacted quickly, immediately tackling Ho Jia to the ground, pinning his hand down. Kick the knife away! Hongzhe shouted loudly. Zhanya didn't waste any time, she rushed to Ho Jia's front and kicked the hand holding the knife. The fruit knife flew out of his hand and landed far away, but Ho Jia still showed no signs of stopping. Hongzhe, helpless, could only continue pressing him down, hoping Ho Jia would wake up soon. This. Huang Fei, who stared in shock at the situation in front of him, then glanced back at the storage box, cursing inwardly. Li Huadan, hurry up and open the box. Huang Fei urged anxiously. But Li Huadan gave him a sideways glance, then walked to the front of the car and reached for the storage box. Inside, there was something very simple, a wrench, looking nothing like an item that could be used for attack. Li Huadan looked at the wrench, and without any hesitation, picked it up. Then, there was nothing more. No danger? What's going on? Huang Fei asked, stunned. He could hardly believe it. Bai Qi was also surprised. He had been telling Zhou Zhu to be careful of ghostly illusions when he suddenly noticed this scene. Knowing his own situation, he knew that while the wrench wasn't too powerful, it definitely contained ghostly energy. There should have been some reaction. Bai Qi, intrigued, watched Li Huadan. As he got closer, he suddenly felt dizzy as Li Huadan appeared to have a double image. He rubbed his eyes and realized that Li Huadan really did have a double image. That was the shadow of a soul. Is this a talent? How could there be two souls living in one body? This scene left Bai Qi baffled. He immediately took a photo and posted it on the forum, asking what was going on. Before long, strange comments started appearing, but they weren't the answers Bai Qi was looking for. Hide-and-seek amusement park. Bai Qi, your players in this instance are top-notch. I've already seen two others on the forum. Bai Qi raised an eyebrow and replied immediately, which ones do you know? Hide-and-seek amusement park, the one pinned to the ground should be called Ho Jia. He cleared another instance called Temple before. It is said that he is very smart and has a tricky talent, able to adapt to everything. Bai Qi was a bit surprised. Although saying able to adapt to everything is certainly an exaggeration, it does show the other's strength. Another player is called Yi Zian. She is even more impressive, previously walking out of the theater dungeon, also a ruthless person, very good at acting. Although no information about the player named Li Huadan was found, it was still somewhat helpful. It looks like this game is full of experts. Are they hiding now or looking for an opportunity? Bai Qi sat in the office chair, his fingers quietly tapping the desk. Are you sure you don't want to hit anyone or something? Huang Fei asked suspiciously. He looked at Li Huadan, who was holding a wrench, with some fear. Li Huadan didn't respond, just calmly looking over the wrench's details. Wrench, one-time use. Description, purified by an unknown force, it has the ability to repair cars. There was no change in his eyes, as if he already knew the result. He put the wrench on his waist and then walked toward the convenience store, completely uninterested in the fate of the other two. Useless main body, once I get that ghost artifact, I can take over all consciousness. You can just sleep peacefully in your dreams, he murmured, as if suppressing excitement. Dual souls? Or split personality? What does he mean by that ghost artifact? This player really is strange. Bai Qi thought this player was indeed very mysterious, so he planned to spend more effort on him. Why are you pressing me down? It's so heavy. Ho Jia suddenly stopped struggling under him, as if wanting to push him away. Hongzhe didn't dare to be careless and asked, are you conscious now? What do you mean by conscious? I'm being pressed down. If there's a problem, it's more likely your suspicion, Ho Jia complained. Upon hearing this, Hongzhe immediately stood up and pulled Ho Jia, who was lying on the ground, up. Just now you were controlled by a knife, trying to cut yourself. I had no choice but to act. Ho Jia was stunned upon hearing this, seemingly thinking of something, shivering a little. Stop talking. Let's go to the convenience store first. Time is tight, Huang Feihu and the others are already heading to the convenience store, Zheng Yu interjected at this moment, pointing to Huang Feihu in their backs. The three of them no longer delayed and hurried to the convenience store. They opened the door, and the inside of the store was not much different from before. The three of them sat down on the ground, not daring to make a sound. Huang Feihu and Yi Zian were sitting together, while Li Huadan was nowhere to be seen. Hojie pointed at Huang Feihu and them, then nodded towards the empty seat. Hongzhe and Zhang Yu immediately understood, stood up, and began searching for Li Huadan's whereabouts. Hojie first looked at the shelves, but there was no sign of Li Huadan there. He glanced at the office but quickly turned his head away. This convenience store was this small, was there any place he hadn't noticed? Where could the other person be? He subconsciously scanned the staff break room, preparing to check if the employee was still there, but just that glance, he saw something shocking. Hojie patted Hongzhe and Zhang Yu, then pointed towards the curtain behind the cash register. They also saw that incredible scene. Li Huadan was behind the staff, apparently searching for something. The three of them were all surprised. After all, that employee had cut the other 2 times before. How could he dare to stir up trouble now? Zhou Shu was now speechless. He had nothing on him. What exactly was this guy looking for? But he couldn't say it out loud, since the other hadn't triggered the rules, and they were in a safe state. At this moment, Li Huadan was a little annoyed. What he was looking for was very simple, a permanent ghost artifact. If he found it, he could use the ghost artifact to suppress his main consciousness. The main consciousness still hadn't noticed his presence, making it the perfect time to suppress the other. Why isn't it there? Do I really have to go to that office to check? He muttered in his heart, but he didn't give up. The office was his last resort, he would avoid it if possible. Seeing that the shop assistant had nothing on them, he turned to search elsewhere, starting with the desk drawers, then the wardrobe. He practically touched everything, but there was not a single ghostly item. Is this staff room just for show? Why is there nothing here? He felt very irritated and prepared to check the counter. But at that moment, his eyes caught sight of a cup beside the curtain. His eyes lit up, and he immediately reached for it. However, just as he grabbed the cup, a flash of a blade struck toward him. Swish! Li Huadan's main personality's talent activated, and his pants immediately fell off. The shop assistant had grabbed the cup and slowly placed it on the nearby table. Li Huadan froze for a moment. Had he triggered some rule? He thought carefully and, looking at the cup, seemed to realize something, his face full of worry. Everything in the store is merchandise. Was I just committing theft? He felt speechless, staring at his remaining pair of underwear, cursing his main personality for being so useless. He still hadn't figured out how to exchange these things, so he decided not to cause more trouble for now. He walked out of the staff room in defeat, but everyone saw him in just his underwear, looking bewildered. How did he go in and come back out with nothing but his underwear? Could it be? Hojie couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth, though he held back the laughter. Chapter 43, The Silent Highway 11. Li Huadan saw the look in Hojie's eyes, shot him a glare, and then found a spot to sit down. Hojie wasn't intimidated in the slightest. He looked at Hongzhe and Zhang Yu, gesturing constantly. The general meaning was, did you see that? That guy should have been attacked. Could there be something important inside? Hongzhe looked at the hand gestures, slapped his forehead, feeling speechless. He had already said he didn't understand, but what was this guy thinking? Just as he was feeling confused, Zhang Yu beside him also started moving. They began using body language to communicate. This scene not only confused Hongzhe, but even Bai Qi, who was sitting in the office watching, felt suspicious. These two, can they really understand each other? In reality, they were indeed communicating, and both understood each other perfectly. I think we shouldn't be too aggressive. He can take one attack, but we can't, Zhang Yu gestured. Hojie nodded, agreeing with what the other said, then started gesturing again. Hongzhe and the other three looked at the two with complicated expressions, like they were watching idiots. Hongzhe continued to watch for a while before finally losing his patience. He pointed to his mouth and silently said, "Can't you two use lip reading?" Hojie froze, looking as though he just had a moment of realization, and lip read, "You're a genius, why didn't I think of that?" Zhang Yu felt a bit embarrassed. She had been misled by Hojie's actions, and now she realized her mistake. Now they could chat, but Huang Feihu and the other three were feeling a little awkward. What do we do if the car runs out of fuel? Yi Zian imitated Hojie and the others, using lip reading to ask. There's definitely fuel for sale here, but it won't be easy for us to get. Someone needs to scout ahead. Huang Feihu glanced at Li Huadan, his eyes showing some mockery. Li Huadan felt speechless. He pulled a wrench out from behind his underwear and mimed a few gestures toward Huang Feihu's head. Huang Feihu quickly looked away when he saw this. Typical of those who bully the weak and fear the strong. You go, he glanced at Yi Zian again, thinking that this woman should be easier to handle. However, Yi Xian's previously dazed and foolish demeanor suddenly changed, and she pulled out a brow pencil from somewhere. Huang Feihu instantly broke into a cold sweat. This brow pencil was definitely not simple, it could very well be a cursed object. This woman had acted so ordinary before, how could she suddenly seem like a different person? What was going on with his two teammates? Did they both have split personalities? He sighed inwardly, and could only stand up, signaling with his lips, "Follow behind me, I'll speak to the clerk." Li Huadan didn't ignore him this time and followed behind Huang Feihu with Yi Xian. The three of them slowly walked up to the cashier's desk, looking at the figure behind the cloth curtain, their faces all heavy with concern. Huang Feihu was extremely nervous, he was already feeling like backing out, but the two people behind him definitely wouldn't let him easily change his mind. "Sigh, whatever, I'll do it for myself." At this moment, 3 pairs of eyes were staring at them from behind, as Ho Jia and the others were also trying to figure out how to obtain the fuel. However, Huang Feihu didn't know this, he walked directly towards the counter. Hello, do you sell gas here?" Huang Feihu's face looked even worse than crying, but he forced the words out. It was a miracle he didn't cry. Once these words were spoken, everyone in the room went silent, their actions halting immediately. Huang Feihu was very nervous, he didn't know what would happen next. He had already activated his innate energy, ready to use it at any moment. A pale hand pushed the curtain aside, and the clerk walked out of the rest area, heading directly to the counter and sitting down in a mechanical manner. "Didn't act first? Looks like I didn't disturb the boss, that's a relief." Huang Feihu sighed in his heart, his eyes full of anticipation as he stared at Zhou Zhu. "You mean fuel, right?" "Of course, we sell it." Zhou Zhu answered Huang Feihu's question, acting just like an ordinary clerk. "Yes, it's for cars, how much is it?" Huang Feihu was excited but kept his voice low enough not to disturb anyone. The 3 figures behind him closed in a little closer because of this. "Flesh, you should have plenty of that, right?" Zhou Zhu raised his eyes to look at them, his lips curling into a smile, revealing his sharp teeth casually. Seeing this, even Yi Xian and Li Huadan's faces changed color. Exchange their own flesh for fuel? This. The relaxed look on Huang Feihu's face had already completely disappeared. He was now the weakest in the team, and once it came to selling flesh for fuel, he would be the first to be exploited. What do we exchange it for?" Huang Feihu stammered. Although he didn't want to exchange, he had already asked, and he needed to know the price. 3 people, 1 organ each, or 2 pounds of meat. Zhou Zhu's words made the 2 people behind Huang Feihu look even worse. After all, he was talking about 1 organ per person, and no matter how much flesh one person had, it wouldn't be enough. By the way, if a teammate dies, you can use their corpse to exchange for fuel, enough for you to travel almost 1/3 of the way. Zhou Zhu added. Upon hearing this, Huang Feihu's face immediately darkened. He wanted to quickly cover the other's mouth, but it was too late, his teammates had already heard it. He was really regretting now, why did he even call these 2? But now it was too late to regret. How much fuel do you think we should exchange?" Huang Feihu awkwardly turned to ask the 2 of them. Li Huadan and Yi Xian didn't speak, signaling for him to pay for his own share first. Huang Feihu painfully turned his head and said, "I'll exchange 2 pounds of meat for fuel, how should I pay?" Zhou Zhu, hearing this, didn't waste words. He stood up and walked towards Huang Feihu. In the eyes of the confused crowd, I grabbed Huang Feihu's thigh and yanked it hard. A piece of flesh was torn off, and the wound quickly healed. Huang Feihu felt unbearable pain, but he could only endure it, not daring to make a sound. Zhou Zhu tossed the torn flesh onto the scale, it was exactly 2 pounds, neither more nor less. Yi Xian frowned, but still walked forward and asked, "Can I choose which part of the meat to pay with?" Zhou Zhu nodded, indicating that it was possible. Huang Feihu, standing aside, was immediately angered, but he didn't dare to show it. He could only glare at Zhou Zhu with resentment. Zhou Zhu naturally didn't care about Huang Feihu's attitude. After all, who would care about the gaze of an ant? He used the same method as before to tear a large piece of fat from Yi Xian. She immediately let out a delicate shout, causing the people behind her, including Ho Jia, to feel embarrassed. Chapter 44, The Silent Highway 12. Li Huadan also chose to use fat to pay, and the 3 of them exchanged just enough fuel to run for 50 kilometers. Ho Jia and his group, who were watching all this, were shocked. They never expected that fuel would be exchanged for their own flesh and blood. What do you think? Not only do teams have to fight each other, but there's also a rule that says you can exchange your teammates' corpses for fuel. This condition is really vicious, Ho Jia said, looking at Hong Zhe and the other 2, wanting to know their opinions. This is a dungeon, we must interpret it with the worst intentions. The shop assistant never said that we can't use the enemy's corpse, so the full name of this rule should be that you can exchange any corpse for fuel, Zheng Yu said, moving her lips as she shared her thoughts. Ho Jia was stunned upon hearing this. Indeed, the shop assistant likely only mentioned part of the rule, so technically, teammates didn't have to kill each other, but the assistant deliberately misled the players. Truly malicious. Earlier the rules also mentioned that if only one person remains, they can pass without condition. It seems they wanted to mislead us. Ho Jie thought carefully about the previous rules and suddenly understood. Although the three were already familiar with the dungeon's intentions, they still felt a sense of unease deep inside. 30 minutes of waiting passed in an instant, and soon it was time to leave the convenience store. Li Huadan and the others were the first to push open the store door. What is this? As soon as they opened the door, Li Huadan was stunned, for the outside was completely white, with snow having fallen at some point. Snow? What's going on? Is this an illusion? Huang Feihu asked in confusion, looking at Yi Ziyan with some fear. Yi Ziyan didn't say much. Blue fluorescent light crept up to her eyes as her talent, gaze, activated. Yi Ziyan looked around and found nothing special. The snow indeed had a cold, tangible feeling. She immediately spoke, "It's really snow, not an illusion." They were fine, but Li Huadan was in a terrible situation. He was only wearing shorts, and if he went outside, he'd be frozen to death. Damn it, this dungeon is definitely targeting me, Li Huadan grumbled, hugging his arms. In reality, Bai Qi was purposely targeting him. After seeing his expression, he found it quite amusing. He had wanted to target this suspicious-looking player earlier, and now he saw the perfect opportunity to set him up. Though he was cold, there was nothing he could do. It was the time to drive on the road, and he had no time to find clothes. Damn it, at most I'll just kill one later, and then I'll have both fuel and clothes, Li Huadan muttered darkly. Yi Ziyan, standing next to him, didn't react much, but Huang Feihu had a bigger reaction. I actually feel a little warm right now. Huang Feihu quickly took off his jacket, casually shoving it into Li Huadan's hands. Li Huadan smiled inwardly. He had said it on purpose for Huang Feihu to hear. Unexpectedly, this Huang Feihu didn't buckle under any pressure and compromised so decisively. But even though they got clothes, it was still cold, and they had to get back to the car quickly. Ho Jie and the other two saw the heavy snow outside and were a bit puzzled, but none of them hesitated, immediately running toward the parking lot. Damn! If we come later, the car will be buried. Ho Jie said with shock, staring at the scene in front of him. Li Huadan and the other two were also cleaning the snow off their car, busy as could be. Luckily, my talent has resistance to this kind of weather, Ho Jie remarked with a sigh, joining the team clearing the snow. Especially the snow on the car windows, which was the hardest to clean. The three of them spent almost 10 minutes just to clear the snow off the car. They buckled their seatbelts, the car started, and the new journey began. The heavy snow blurred their vision, so Hong Zhe had to slow down while also being careful about the car possibly skidding, since this van didn't have anti-skid chains. The dim light ahead was slowly moving forward. It was Li Huadan's team. At this moment, Li Huadan was very clever. He closed his eyes as soon as he got in the car, and soon fell asleep, with the dominant personality immediately taking over. What's going on? Where are my pants? Why is it so cold? Li Huadan wondered, glancing warily at Huang Feihu, who was driving, hesitating to speak. What's happening now? How did I end up here? Facing Li Huadan's confused words, Huang Feihu was already immune, choosing to ignore him and act as though he didn't hear. This guy definitely has mental issues. If he goes crazy and cuts me up, who will I turn to for an explanation? I might as well bear with it. While carefully observing the road conditions, a road sign suddenly appeared on the side of the road, and the prohibition on the sign was very strange. No entry, snowmen ahead. Huang Feihu's strange behavior made Yi Ziyan glance toward the sign, and she looked confused. What does it mean snowmen are ahead? Yi Ziyan asked suspiciously. But before she could think about why snowmen would be moving, suddenly a snowman popped up in front of the car. Unlike other snowmen, this one seemed to be wrapped in blood, red mixed with black. At that moment, it was facing away from the car, so the three of them couldn't see its front. Beep beep. The honking sound behind woke Yi Ziyan up, and she turned to look, realizing it was Ho Jie and the others. Why are you blocking the road? What's your problem? Ho Jie spoke first, pointing at Huang Feihu and starting to yell. Hearing this, Yi Ziyan suddenly had an idea and pressed Huang Feihu, who was about to stand up and argue with Ho Jie. Don't rush. Let's wait and block their blind spot. We'll slowly back up. This snowman is definitely suspicious, Yi Ziyan whispered into Huang Feihu's ear. Huang Feihu's eyes lit up upon hearing this, quickly nodding in agreement, then shouted loudly, What are you honking for? The car's skidding. He cursed while slowly moving the car to block the others' view, moving at a snail's pace that would surely make the others impatient. Damn it, can't you drive? Ho Jie kept swearing and then signaled Hong Zhe to overtake. Seeing this, Huang Feihu was delighted and sped up, slowly revealing the snowman in front of the car. Not good. Ho Jie was shocked when he saw the snowman in the middle of the road, but there was no turning back now because the road behind them was blocked. Damn it! They led us here on purpose, so treacherous. Ho Jie cursed. But it was too late to say anything now, and he could only face the snowman head-on. Haha, it really worked! Huang Feihu said with excitement. At that moment, they didn't make any other moves because it seemed the snowman was about to turn around, giving Huang Feihu a bad premonition. Crimson blood began to turn white as the snowman slowly turned toward them, revealing a human face on the snowman's face. What is this thing? All 6 of them saw this scene, and Sam's value dropped sharply. The face seemed to have been forcefully sewn onto the snowman's body, clearly looking incompatible, yet strangely felt just right. Chapter 45, Silent Highway 13. It's so cold, what's going on? Zhang Yu was awakened by the bone-chilling cold and reacted first. Ho Jie didn't say much upon hearing this because there were more important matters at hand. Hong Zhe. Hurry up and drive. Can you turn around? Ho Jie said anxiously because the eerie feeling was similar to the last instance he had experienced. The previous instance had been a bunch of monks, and he was forced to eat vegetarian food and chant Buddha's name, unable to break any rules. If he did, the abbot would scold him, and he would eventually be assimilated. And his talent, adaptation, was just the natural counter to this kind of strange situation. But although it was a counter, if the time lasted too long, his talent, adaptation, would eventually make him assimilated into those monks, a double-edged sword. The only difference was that the blade of the sword would be shorter, aimed directly at himself. Hong Zhe also had the thought of fleeing quickly, but they were tightly blocked by Huang Feihu and the others, so he could only drive forward. No! I can't turn around, I can only go forward. Hong Zhe said anxiously. Go forward then. Zhang Yu spoke up, after all, they couldn't just sit and wait to die. Running forward was much better than waiting to die in place. Okay. Hong Zhe responded, then slammed on the gas. The tires spun rapidly on the ground, and white smoke blocked the view of the car behind them. What are they doing? Yi Zian activated her talent and could only see the snowman ahead. Wait, the snowman? Before she could react, a huge clump of snowballs smashed against the front windshield, and the 3 of them couldn't see the road at all. Yi Zian's talent was exploration-based, but the early stage of the exploration talent had a big flaw, such as if something strange stood in front of you, you couldn't see what was behind it. Yes, it was blocked from view. Unless your talent leveled up, you would never be able to see behind it. And now, this was clearly the case. Reverse, quickly. Yi Zian shouted, pressing Li Huadan back into his seat. The fragrance of her perfume brushed against his face, and her long hair slapped against his face, making Li Huadan's face redden uncontrollably. What? What are you doing? Although his face was red, he still asked in a trembling voice. Shut up, close your eyes and sleep. Yi Zian didn't want to say another word to this idiot. She needed the help of another personality. Yes, she had already figured out his current state. She had noticed it the last time when they pressed Huang Feihu down together because the Li Huadan back then was completely different from the Li Huadan now in terms of behavior. She attributed this situation to split personality, but right now, she needed that other personality. Li Huadan became even more embarrassed when he heard Yi Zian's words. He had never encountered such a bold woman before. Well, I'll reluctantly. He pouted, seemingly preparing to do something. Yi Zian's face turned dark. She punched Li Huadan in the head, knocking him unconscious. A few seconds later, Li Huadan's eyes opened again, and his gaze was fixed directly on Yi Zian. Did you just hit me? Yi Zian felt a bit embarrassed when she heard this, but now wasn't the time to be distracted. She immediately informed the alternate personality about the current situation. A snowman? You mean you guys looked at the snowman turn its head but didn't run, just staring at its face, right? Li Huadan's look gave Yi Zian a sudden realization. Yes. She looked again at Huang Feihu, who immediately shrank his neck and turned his head when he noticed her gaze landing on him. Alright, no one blame anyone. He's certainly dumb, but you're not much better. Li Huadan criticized mercilessly. You. Yi Zian suppressed her anger and glared at Li Huadan. I'm not going to argue with you for now, but find a way quickly, or we're all going to die. Li Huadan smiled slightly upon hearing this, then said, I'll temporarily push back the weirdness with my talent for a few seconds, you remember to turn around. Yi Zian was confused, after all, the other person's talent was clearly the Kesa, a monk's robe, so where did the ability to push back weirdness come from? But the situation was indeed urgent, and her legs were already feeling incredibly cold, as if she were in an ice cellar at dozens of degrees below zero, so she didn't speak out to interrupt the other person. Huang Feihu nodded seriously upon hearing this. Seeing this, Li Huadan didn't waste any more words. He immediately raised his left hand and pressed it to his forehead, saying, Monster. Take this, my old son's stick. His voice became delicate, with a lively, active tone, and his eyes shone with golden light, which shot directly at the red snowflakes on the glass. ZZ. A spark appeared on the snowman's body, and a part of it was instantly burned away, but this also revealed a terrifying sight. It wasn't actually a snowman, but a pile of snowflakes wrapping a corpse, and the corpse's eyes were wide open, lying against the front window, staring intently at Huang Feihu. Damn it! Huang Feihu shouted in surprise, slamming the steering wheel and sending the corpse flying out. But despite that, he didn't dare to stop for a second. He slammed his foot onto the gas pedal, and in the next instant, his entire body became hard as steel, radiating a cold light. He was completely startled and in fight-or-flight mode, so he focused solely on driving, not even bothering to check the road conditions. Meanwhile, Li Huadan and Yi Zian, who were sitting in the back, were in a bit of a bad situation. Despite wearing seatbelts, the swaying car still pressed them together. Why are you sitting on my lap? Li Huadan yelled. He was already physically drained from the earlier attack, and now this guy had his leg pressed against him. It was simply too much. Who would want to touch you? Don't touch my leg. Yi Zian shouted angrily. Their arguing quickly snapped Huang Feihu out of his panic. He glanced back and immediately slapped them both with a loud smack. Turn around. Don't look. Yi Zian scolded. Her sitting posture was quite improper now. The car's not swerving anymore, can't you move your leg? Stop taking advantage of me. Li Huadan grumbled, brushing Yi Zian's calf off his lap, and then he patted off the dust on himself. My damn charm. Li Huadan sighed and then just stared out the window. You. Yi Zian's face turned red with anger. She was one of the top women, and yet this guy actually took advantage of her and then looked down on her? Humph. She turned her head, not sure what she was angry about, but Li Huadan didn't care to know. At the same time, Bai Qi, who had been watching the entire scene, was also a bit stunned. It wasn't just the others, but it was Li Huadan. He actually had a second talent, which was simply unbelievable. But no matter how unbelievable, this had already happened. He did indeed possess two talents. It seems that there are quite a few powerful people in the human camp. This might be a protracted battle. Bai Qi smiled slightly. A prolonged battle? Interesting, he had some confidence in his own endurance. Of course, dear reader, you are even more enduring. Please urge me to update and offer free little gifts. Chapter 46, Silent Road 14. Having temporarily escaped danger, Li Huadan closed his eyes again. After all, he was only wearing shorts and a coat, so it was still very cold. This was something his main personality could handle best. He was the most suited for this kind of task. On the other side, Ho Jia and the others weren't faring any better. In the blizzard behind them, there was a faint sound of footsteps crunching in the snow, and the distance between them and the car was rapidly closing. What should we do? We don't have any talent to stop it. Zhang Yu said anxiously. She could already see the blood-red blood flowers behind the car. Don't panic. Wait, no one speak. I'll handle it. Ho Jie said in a low voice, feeling guilty. After all, it was he who had urged Hong Zhe to drive forward. Now falling into this kind of trouble, I myself carry an inescapable responsibility. When Zhang Yu heard this, although she was still very worried, in the end she still nodded her head. Thud. From the roof of the car came the sound of a heavy object stepping down, but because the car was rather durable, the roof was not stepped through. Yet that thing seemed to be searching for something, moving wildly all around on top of the car. Gulp, she did not dare to imagine the scene of that thing breaking the window and rushing in later. After all, she was only a college student who had just turned 19. Where had she ever seen such a scene? Bang bang bang. It seemed like someone was knocking on something. Zhang Yu trembled as she slowly raised her head, and then she saw the corpse squeezed against the car window. That corpse curled its body. The snowflakes around it slowly gathered, as if they wanted to wrap it up. But the eyes of that thing could still move. There was no white in the eyes, and it looked extremely terrifying. A white person? What exactly is this thing? Zhang Yu collapsed as she leaned toward Ho Jia, and tears instantly poured down. Ho Jia naturally saw the corpse on the window. At once he waved his hand, and a wooden fish appeared in his hand. Don! 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 Ho Jia rapidly struck 3 times with his hand. A wave of energy instantly spread out, as if it wanted to block the strange attack. But this wave of energy was far too weak. This little bit of damage could not force the snowman back at all. No! It can't hold. Hong Zhe anxiously spun around in place at the front, but because he needed to drive, and because a seatbelt was tied around his body, he had no way to turn his head to help. Ho Jia let out an angry roar. His palm smashed down fiercely. The wooden fish shattered completely. A power far greater than before burst out from inside. Buddhist sounds filled the air around them. Characters formed a round shield that pushed the snowman out. Damn! That ghost weapon was a permanent ghost weapon, right? Bai Qi felt a little regret when he saw this scene. After all, it was a genuine permanent ghost weapon. Although it did not have any very great use, using it for collection was also good. Yet it actually shattered so easily just like this. Bai Qi shook his head, feeling so bad that he did not want to keep watching. And Hojia, who had shattered the ghost weapon, had a face full of weakness. This ghost weapon was bound to him. After it broke, he would also suffer injury. How are you? Is the injury serious? Zhang Yu lowered Hojia's seat back, wanting to let him be more comfortable. But the moment her hand touched the groove in the seam of the car, she froze. There is something? She had no time to think more. She put the car seat behind Hojia back in place, and then began to dig around in the small crack between the seats. Tisk, I clearly touched it before. Here. Zhang Yu took out a card. On it were written the 3 words special discount card. In the next second, a light screen appeared before her eyes. Item, special discount card, one time. Introduction, big sale on goods. You can freely obtain one item inside the gas station convenience store, limited to non-living types. Zhang Yu covered her mouth, greatly shocked. This kind of thing could be called a perfect tool. Since the ending mentioned limited to non-living types, that also meant there were ones without restriction, right? She hurriedly showed the item to Hojia and Hongzhe. Quick, look at this. Good thing. He handed the item to Hojia, who was lying like a corpse at the side, pulling him out from sleep. It really is a treasure. Hojia had still been a little sleepy, but in the next second he became spirited. Hongzhe also learned the effect of the tool from the mouths of the two. It truly is a good thing. We must carefully discuss how to use this tool. We must make its benefit the greatest. Hongzhe could not help saying excitedly. In the next stretch of road they did not meet any danger. They once again met up with Li Huadan and their convoy. When enemies meet, their eyes grow especially red. Although Hojia was extremely weak, he still forced himself not to fall down. The moment he opened his mouth, he cursed the 18 generations of ancestors, starting directly from the forefathers. Li Huadan broke down on the spot. Right now he was the main personality, at the age of hot blood and strength, and he could least endure provocation. He immediately began passionately cursing at Hojia. You hashtag your hashtag, do you think you can hashtag? I gave you this hashtag thing to bring out. The scene was chaotic. The two cars were driving towards each other, and both drivers were seriously staring at each other, creating an awkward atmosphere. Maybe we shouldn't curse anymore? Huang Feihu spoke first. Fine. Hongzhe nodded, indicating that he didn't like arguing with others either. On the side, Yi Ziyan couldn't stand it any longer and punched Li Huadan again, knocking her out cold. Her second personality had activated once more. Why do you always hit the main personality? I told you it's too cold, let him bear it for now, can't you? Li Huadan's head was covered with lumps, all from being hit by Yi Ziyan. Every time Yi Ziyan wasn't happy, she would punch the main personality, and it was becoming muscle memory. I enjoy it. Can't I hit him if I can't hit you? Anyway, it's not like I'm hitting you, Yi Ziyan snorted, then signaled Huang Feihu to avoid the other car. Huang Feihu became obedient, he no longer dared to scheme against them. But unfortunately, as the saying goes, you can walk by the roadside, but you'll always get your shoes wet. If he didn't take the first step to attack, someone else would. Hojia squinted his eyes and stopped the car in a very strange position. This position looked like it could pass but couldn't pass, very odd. But Yi Ziyan had already anticipated this. She immediately spoke, reverse, don't meet them. Although Huang Feihu was puzzled, he still subconsciously reversed the car. Damn! How did this guy figure it out? I've been deliberately blocked like this many times when I was driving. I lost so much money because of it. How did he figure it out? Hojia exclaimed in surprise. Seeing this, Hongzhe stopped chasing and immediately said, there's someone with an exploration-type talent in their team. It must be Yi Ziyan who noticed our little move. Exploration-type talents are indeed scary. Who knows, maybe they'll discover the clues to clear the game before you and directly sell you out. Hojia spread his hands, indicating that there was no solution. Hongzhe forced a smile, knowing that this guy was deliberately provoking him. After all, the ghost device had just broken, and it was normal to be a little annoyed. Alright, stop talking. Next time, I'll take the burden, okay? Hongzhe waved his hand, exasperated, and drove straight towards the parking lot. They arrived right on time, and Li Huadan's group had arrived earlier than them. They were already discussing who should open the storage box. I say, can't we just let him open it? Isn't he the kind personality now? Huang Feihu asked quietly, looking towards Li Huadan. Fine, then you go let him open it. Maybe when his second personality comes out, he might even thank you. Yi Ziyan remained unfazed and just looked at him. Huang Feihu gave a bitter smile. Would he really thank him? Didn't he know that himself? Forget it, small people have small people's ways. I'll open it. Huang Feihu muttered to himself. His talent could only be used 5 times in one dungeon. It seemed like a lot, but it was actually not very useful. It could only block physical attacks. If it encountered a ghost, it probably couldn't block it at all. Even if he had more uses, it wouldn't help. Huang Feihu yelled in anger, and his body began to harden. He reached out and opened the storage box. Creak. The feeling was very different from before. The moment he opened the storage box, it felt like being in a closed space, and the surrounding space kept compressing. What's wrong? What are you doing? Yi Ziyan watched as he opened the storage box. However, she was outside the car, while Huang Feihu was inside. The things in the storage box were easy to spot. It was a white cloth, somewhat like the cloth placed on a dead person's face. Help! I don't want to die. Huang Feihu struggled desperately, feeling his body being compressed, and the surrounding space grew smaller. It seemed as though he wanted to crush him. The situation in front of Yi Ziyan was vastly different from that of Huang Feihu. The Huang Feihu in front of her was desperately trying to cover his face with a white cloth, as if attempting to suffocate himself. Seeing this, Yi Ziyan wanted to stop him. She reached out and grabbed Huang Feihu's arm, pulling hard, trying to twist his wrist to allow him to breathe. But things did not go as planned. Although Huang Feihu's talent was not very effective against the strange forces, it was certainly useful when dealing with people. If she didn't use the ghost artifact, she definitely wouldn't be able to break his grip with just her hands. No, I can't use the ghost artifact now, she said anxiously, looking around, trying to find a way to break free. At that moment, she saw Li Huadan huddled in the corner. Li Huadan, don't blame me. Even if you're weak, we won't mind. She placed her hand on Li Huadan's shoulder and directly dragged him over, throwing a heavy punch down. Are you F***ing done yet? Can't you wake me up at the store? Li Huadan shouted angrily. But Yi Ziyan didn't listen to his complaints. She immediately pushed him in front of Huang Feihu. Hurry up and fire. Li Huadan was enraged. What did she mean by fire? Was she using him as a weapon? Stop freezing up. If you don't act now, he'll die, and if he dies, you'll lose one less landmine to step on. Li Huadan snorted coldly upon hearing this, and a golden light shot out from his eyes, carrying with it high heat that scorched Huang Feihu in the cloth. Ah! Just like earlier when he was almost suffocated in a coffin, Huang Feihu felt like his mouth and nose were blocked. Now, it felt as if hot water was splashed on his face, with his skin blistering from the burns. But because of this, he could finally breathe. Hoo. He breathed heavily. That feeling of being a hair's breadth away from death was really unpleasant. But the burn on the corner of his mouth still stung, a little like the feeling of mouth ulcers. Alright, this test is over. Let's go, it's so cold, Li Huadan said, turning and running toward the convenience store. His long white legs were somewhat eye-catching in the night. At this moment, Hou Jia and Hong Zhe were looking at each other. It was Zhang Yu who opened the first storage box, Hou Jia who opened the second, and the third one, without a doubt, belonged to Hong Zhe. Under the intense gaze of the two, even though Hong Zhe had a thick skin, he had to say something. I'll do it. You two get out of the car, he urged Zhang Yu and Hou Jia, then directly took out a pillow. This was a ghost artifact he had obtained from his last dungeon. Although it was a one-time use, it was still capable of repelling a strange force. After preparing himself mentally, he opened the storage box. Inside, the items didn't seem dangerous, just a broken piece of glass, but he wasn't careless. He reached out, picked up the glass, and was about to cover it with the pillow. Unfortunately, his imagination was beautiful, but the reality was completely different. As soon as the glass touched him, pieces of it appeared from nowhere, directly rushing toward the shard in his hand. His fingers, holding the piece of glass, were all severed, and the glass itself reassembled into a hole before disappearing. He didn't even have a chance to react. Do you have any cloth strips? Hong Zhe shouted loudly. Zhang Yu and Hou Jia finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly tearing cloth strips from their clothes and starting to bandage him. Everything happened so quickly that not only Zhang Yu and Hou Jia, but even Hong Zhe himself didn't have time to react. Seeing the wound quickly bandaged, Hong Zhe didn't stay any longer and immediately entered the convenience store. Since the body's damage would recover after clearing the dungeon, it wasn't a big deal. At this point, someone might ask, Author, what if we didn't clear the dungeon? To that, I can only tell you, if you didn't clear it, then you die, what else can you do? Pushing open the store door, this convenience store was a bit different from the previous one. There is a sign with the words Event Promotion written on it. It's the event mentioned in the previous rules. There's a chance to find a free meal card. Ho Jie said with excitement, then he quickly stepped inside. Seeing that Li Huadan and the others were already looking for it, Ho Jie was anxious and immediately joined the crowd searching for the free meal card. Zhang Yu had a thought, she also had a free meal card, but there was a catch, it couldn't be used for anything with life that might fall down. This event, however, might offer one without that restriction. Hongzhe and Zhang Yu both learned about the usefulness of this card. This card was the real lifesaver. If it was used when there was only one enemy left, wouldn't that mean a guaranteed win? Thinking of this, the two couldn't hold back anymore and started searching around. What they didn't notice was that Bai Qi and Zhou Zhu had swapped positions. Bai Qi had used the Joker's multi-face transformation to look like Zhou Zhu. This was a trap. If they had gone to knock on the office door directly like last time, they would definitely trigger the death rule. This time, it wasn't an attack, it was the real death rule. Could it possibly be on the staff? Ho Jie slapped Hongzhe's shoulder and whispered in his ear. Hongzhe was stunned. This idea seemed very possible. Li Huadan had checked the other staff before, and it hadn't triggered any rules then, so searching their bodies shouldn't be too dangerous. The two of them quickly agreed and turned to look at Bai Qi, who was behind the counter, reading a forum. At that moment, Bai Qi had no idea that something terrifying was about to happen to him. What does it mean to recruit a strange person to work for you, only to find out that the person is too handsome and end up making him your male pet? Bai Qi was browsing the forum, and reading the divine comments was part of his fun, but at that moment, a hand landed on his waist and started pulling at his clothes. What the hell? Bai Qi looked down and found someone kneeling under the counter, their hand moving around on his body. What the heck? Bai Qi was so shocked that his body involuntarily trembled, scaring Ho Jie, who was crouched under the counter. Bai Qi glared at Ho Jie, his eyes filled with murderous intent. What are you doing? Bai Qi said coldly. I'm looking for something, Ho Jie stammered, a bit guilty. Bai Qi couldn't help but curse inwardly. What could he possibly be looking for on him? Why is this guy touching him around? Could it be? Bai Qi stared suspiciously at Ho Jie, then coldly said, "Get out of my counter now." Why was it a problem when he touched, but not when Li Huadan did? Why was that okay? Ho Jie was filled with resentment but still listened and crawled out from under the counter. Just at that moment, Li Huadan happened to see this scene. He looked at Bai Qi's face, then seemed to fall into deep thought. Yi Zian, who was standing nearby, also noticed this and observed Li Huadan's strange behavior. She knew he was hiding something, so she decided to stick close to him. I found it. Just as everyone was focused on the counter, Zhang Yu suddenly spoke. But the next second, as if remembering something, she quickly covered her mouth and nose, looking in horror at the counter. Bai Qi was right in front of them, so naturally, he wasn't disturbed. The rule only applied when he was in the office. Seeing this, Bai Qi immediately realized something was wrong. He hadn't even started his act yet, and he was about to be exposed. Li Huadan, seeing this, was even more certain of his suspicion. This staff member was the boss in disguise. The suspicion wasn't hard to make. There were many flaws in what the staff member said. For example, who would call their workstation their own unless they were the boss? Only the boss would say something so loudly. Also, the tone of the staff member was completely different from the one earlier. The previous clerk had always appeared behind the curtain, and even when they came out, they would stand at their workstation, never sitting leisurely like this. His eyes immediately brightened, and then he muttered softly, "I wonder if he has a permanent ghost weapon on him. If he does, it could directly suppress the master persona." At this moment, Hongzhe had a dark expression on his face because, as agreed, they were supposed to search the clerk, but halfway through, he accidentally saw something unusual. Is this a hand? On the shelf lay a pale white hand, but no blood was flowing out, which is why he didn't see any bloodstains beforehand and avoided the danger. Now, he had to find Bai Qi and have him handle it, as Ho Jie had also told him that Bai Qi was the boss, so it shouldn't be a big problem. He walked straight toward the office, and the people around him didn't react, with only one or two noticing his movements. Knock knock knock. The door opened quickly, as if the person inside was in a hurry. Hello, the shelf has. Before he could finish his sentence, the face behind the door made him freeze. My name is not Bai Qi. The 5 short words made Hongzhe's mood plummet from heaven to hell in an instant. How is this possible? How could you be here? He turned around in shock and saw a scene that would haunt him forever. The clerk's face suddenly changed, and before he knew it, it had turned into Bai Qi's face. You. Before he could finish his words, his head began to slowly drop, and he could see his own body, ankles, and severed neck. Am I dead? He couldn't understand why he had died so easily, why his talent didn't work. But this is actually easy to explain. Before knocking on the door, he didn't feel any killing intent. The moment he saw Zhou Zhu was when death truly locked onto him. This happened too fast. When Hojie and Zhang Yu turned around, they only saw Hong Zai's flying head. Mum. Zhang Yu covered his mouth, his shock almost impossible to hide. Hojie wasn't in a much better state. His mouth was wide open, and the blood spurting from Hong Zai's neck splattered onto him. At this moment, two black shadows suddenly burst out from Hong Zai's body, as if loots were dropping from a monster. His ghost weapons scattered on the ground. This unexpected event startled almost all the players, except for Li Huadan. But when the ghost weapons dropped, even he was somewhat stunned, because in the Yang world, players couldn't drop equipment after being killed. This had already been tested by someone. Hong Zai's head, lying on the ground, stared at Hojie and Zhang Yu, as if he still wanted to say something before he died. No matter how you look at it, Hong Zai and Hojie's team had been together for such a long time. The person who was just speaking to you a minute ago was now dead in front of your eyes. Who could accept that? At first, Yi Zian and Huang Feihu were both confused, but soon after, they were overwhelmed with joy. He really died? Does that mean we've won? Huang Feihu whispered excitedly. At this moment, Yi Zian looked at the corpse, and her eyes revealed a different kind of emotion. Now that the person was dead, didn't that mean she could take the ghost weapon? Seeing Zhou Zhu sit back at the cashier counter and Bai Qi return to the office, she knew this was the best moment to act. Seeing others either shocked or in a daze, Yi Zian quickly dashed to the office door, grabbed a prop with one hand, and prepared to run back. However, at that moment, Hojie also saw Yi Zian's movements, and he was immediately startled, preparing to stop her. But at that moment, Zhou Zhu, who was standing at the cashier counter, moved. Dare to steal something? His voice was as cold as ice, and his arm grew a flesh knife, its blade writhing, but no one dared question whether it was sharp. Yi Zian was startled and quickly turned to run towards the door. But Zhou Zhu's speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he was already behind her, his hand raised high. Not good, I can't escape. Yi Zian shrank her body and suddenly grabbed a wrench from somewhere, smashing it heavily towards Zhou Zhu. Li Huadan was shocked when he saw this. His wrench had actually been snatched away. Damn it! He was really starting to get angry now. To prevent the main personality from discovering his plan, he had secretly hidden the wrench in the car earlier. He never expected this woman to have such sharp eyes, silently and unnoticed, snatching it away. But at this moment, Yi Zian couldn't care less. She saw that the wrench had stunned the strange creature for a moment. She quickly turned and pushed open the store door, slipping out of the convenience store in a flash. Zhou Zhu, seeing this, didn't chase her anymore because outside the convenience store were not goods, so the death judgment failed. Chapter 49, The Silent Highway 17. Huang Feihu stood by, dumbfounded, completely not understanding what had just happened, why the shopkeeper would enforce the death rule. Li Huadan looked at Hong Zai's body, his eyes showing the same expression Yi Zian had earlier. Hey, little tiger, wait here. I'll hold off the shopkeeper, you go get the things. Li Huadan leaned close to Huang Feihu's ear and whispered. Huang Feihu was shocked when he heard this. Although he didn't know why Yi Zian was being chased just now, it definitely had something to do with the item Hong Zai revealed. If he went to touch it too, would he be chased as well? No, I'm not going. This time, he planned to be tougher. After all, a man should stand strong, and he couldn't be weak anymore. Li Huadan frowned when he saw this, his eyes flickering with fire, seeming ready to erupt at any moment. Although Huang Feihu was afraid when he saw this, he didn't panic because he knew the rules forbade them from attacking each other. Don't think I'm scared of you. Even if you beg me now, I won't go. The two's voices were very low, and far away, Hojie couldn't hear what they were saying. But he knew that Hong Zai's corpse absolutely could not be taken by them. He immediately hardened his heart and walked toward the corpse, preparing to drag it out of the convenience store. And this time Zhou Zhu did not attack, as if he had not seen it at all. Hojie even casually stuffed that ghost tool into his pocket, and Zhou Zhu likewise made no movement. The two who were arguing watched helplessly as Hojie dragged the corpse out of the convenience store. Zhang Yu wiped her tears and followed, her steps very fast. How do you plan to handle Hong Zai's corpse? Zhang Yu squatted beside Hong Zai's corpse and looked up to ask Hojie, who was standing nearby. Although Hong Zai brother's death makes me very sad, we still have to continue. His corpse has great use and cannot be thrown here. And even if we bury it, Li Huadan and the others will drag it away to exchange for fuel. Hojie picked up Hong Zai's head, dug a pit, and buried it. Then he turned his head and pretended to be relaxed, just bury the head. I believe if the one who died were me, he would do the same. This scene displayed the danger and evil of the instance to the fullest. Maybe 1 second you still feel the advantages on your side, but the next second you may, just because your left foot stepped into the convenience store before your right foot, suffer a cruel hunt and be killed. Hojie then took out the ghost tool he had picked up earlier and began to check it. Door lock, can only be used once in each instance. Introduction can be installed on any door and can block strange beings, depending on the strange being's level. Ordinary ghost level can be blocked for 1 minute, resentful soul can be blocked for 40 seconds, fierce spirit can be blocked for 10 seconds, above fierce spirit will be killed in seconds. When Hojie saw the introduction of this ghost tool, he was stunned at once. This effect could be called a life-saving divine weapon. It could even block strange beings for 1 minute. This was simply a divine weapon. You said next time you will take the damage, then from now on I will rely on you. Hojie and Zhang Yu buried Hongzhe's head. She turned and walked back to the convenience store. At this moment, Yi Zian had already run far away. She looked at the ghostly object in her hand, her excitement clearly showing in her eyes. Ghost spirit canned meat. Description: players who eat it may mutate. This item is favored by the strange. You can exchange things with the strange. This thing had become so rare that even the strange cared about it. It was clear how valuable this can of meat was. But the current problem was whether she could still return to the convenience store. The outside was absolutely dangerous, it was impossible to be safe here. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sent back to the convenience store when the time was up. I should go back to the car first. Yi Zian exhaled, her breath turning to white smoke, the cold following her closely. Staying in the snow for too long was definitely not a good place to be. The parking lot was pitch dark, and it seemed to be filled with cars. She wasn't sure if it was just her illusion. Yi Zian rubbed her eyes and found that the parking lot was indeed full of cars, about 10 in total. But there was only one van, meaning she would need to find her car's location. This she felt uneasy, as the car was always driven by Huang Feihu. He might have a chance to find the right car, but now, she was all alone. She looked at the van and planned to use its location to estimate where her car was. But soon, the terrifying result appeared. Why is the van at the very back? This can't be. Even though she didn't remember the exact spot of the car, she roughly remembered the location. But what she found now was that the order of the cars seemed to be messed up. She walked toward the nearest car, but it was empty, just like her own car, and it was impossible to tell them apart. She tried opening the car door, and there was no difference. It opened just like hers. But she didn't dare to get in. She had memorized the rules. The position inside the car was extremely important, and if she got it wrong, then. She didn't dare to think further and quickly closed the car door again. Next one, another one. Each of them was almost identical. It was impossible to tell just by looking at them, and her special skill could only be used once more. But was it worth it? She stood still, hesitant. She didn't want to waste her last chance on something as safe as finding her car. The biting cold constantly invaded her body, like drinking a glass of ice water in winter, a deep chill. Sasha. Yi Zian turned her head. She felt like she had heard something, but when she looked, there was nothing to be seen. Was it the sound of snowflakes sliding off the car? She didn't think much of it and continued looking inside the car window in front of her. Dong dong dong. She suddenly turned her head, but there was still nothing behind her. All she saw was the deep darkness. She turned her head again, looking inside the car, waiting for that sound to come again. Sasha dong dong dong. She hurriedly turned her head again. This time, her reaction was quick, but still, she didn't see the source of the sound. The sound was so close, almost as if it was right above her head. A strand of hair gently slid down, slapping her face. Yi Zian saw it and was about to tuck it behind her ear, but as she touched it, she felt something was off. She then brought it in front of her eyes. Black hair, which was very normal, but it was just a bit too long. She lifted her eyes slightly, ready to see why her hair was hanging in front of her face. Although her heart was firm, although she was extremely calm, in the end, she was still just a woman. A pale face was staring at her from above. The person was covered in red snowflakes, just like those snowmen. An intense coldness wrapped around her, her legs starting to weaken, and the snowman was crouched on the car roof, its left hand scraping snowflakes and its right hand gently knocking on the car roof. Sasha dong dong dong. Although her legs were weak from fear, her will to survive still lifted her body from the ground. Seeing that the snowman hadn't attacked yet, Yi Zian turned and ran wildly towards the convenience store. She didn't dare turn her head, afraid that the snowman would be standing right behind her. After all, out of sight, out of mind. But the snowman was actually not that strong. These snowmen were merely corpses controlled by Zhouju's talent, he himself was just a ghost-level weird being. And Bai Qi, upon his birth, was already at the Vengeful spirit level, a full realm higher than Zhouju. In his eyes, these snowmen were really just weaklings. But in Yi Zian's eyes, the pressure these snowmen gave her was greater than what Bai Qi gave her, because Bai Qi never suddenly showed up with a strange pose on the car to scare her. Swish, swish. The sound of footsteps on the snow grew louder, and it was rapidly closing in. At this point, she hardly had any ghost tools left, only the can she had just obtained. But how could a can possibly have the power to fight against the supernatural? I've tried so hard, and in the end, am I still going to die? Yi Zian took out the can and threw it behind her. This indeed made Zhou Zhu a bit troubled. The corpse he controlled wasn't very agile, and holding the can made it impossible for it to chase after her. Forget it, I'll just deliver the stuff to the boss first. His voice fell, and the snowman ran toward the direction of the convenience store. Yi Zian also noticed something unusual. The footsteps behind her had disappeared, as if the other party had left. Unable to resist her curiosity, Yi Zian turned around to look behind her. There were only the footprints she had made, nothing else. This scene made her feel relieved. She had been too rash this time. She should have waited for others to go first. Sigh, I guess I was too greedy. She sighed and walked toward the convenience store. Meanwhile, inside the store, Hojia and Zhang Yu were standing at the counter, lifting Hongzhe's body to the side. Please change everything to fuel, Hojia said in a deep voice. Zhou Zhu didn't waste much time. He stood up, lifted the body, and walked toward the break room. He came back out in less than 2 minutes. All right, the fuel is topped off, Zhou Zhu said, standing behind the counter. After saying this, he immediately returned to the break room. He went back for no other reason than the meat can that the snowman brought him. The enticing fragrance wafted in the air, as if the entire ghost was about to undergo a transformation. His body was tempting him to eat the can. No. I can't do this. Zhou Zhu shook his head, pushing the thought out of his mind. He knew better than anyone why he was still alive. Without Bai Qi, he would have long been dead, let alone living such a carefree life. He placed the ghostly meat can on the table and quietly spoke, Lord Bai Qi? Are you here? Bai Qi's ears easily picked up Zhou Zhu's message. After all, the entire instance was shrouded by his ghostly aura, and he could hear whatever he wanted to. He immediately saw the can in Zhou Zhu's hand. The can looked ordinary, nothing special compared to any other can. Lord, this is an item that can amplify one's ghostly aura. Would you like to take a look? Bai Qi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, reaching out to take the item into his hand. At first glance, it did seem quite ordinary, but within seconds, Bai Qi could smell the fragrance emanating from it. It smells so good, Bai Qi said, surprised, looking at the can in his hand before glancing at its information. Ghostly meat can? Sounds fine, says it can enhance oneself, but who knows how much. Bai Qi opened the can, and the rich meaty scent, combined with the energy he needed, made him, the eerie being who never felt hunger, experience what it was like to be hungry for the first time. Unable to keep his composure, he raised his chin and started pouring it into his mouth. In less than a minute, they finished off the cans completely. Still savoring the greasy residue on his lips, Bai Qi felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction and comfort throughout his entire body. The surging energy began to overflow, and a chilling ghostly aura started to emanate from his body, slowly manifesting a massive shadow behind him. All the creatures in the dungeon felt the tremor in that moment. The ghostly energy had more than doubled compared to before. At this moment, Hojia was so scared by the aura that his legs went weak, almost causing him to kneel. This feeling doesn't seem like just a slight increase in power, it feels more like an eerie 30% boost in ability. Such treasures are rare and hard to come by, and just obtaining one was enough to make Bai Qi feel deeply satisfied. He immediately spoke, good, you did well. Later, I'll recruit another employee, and you'll be the supervisor. Zhou Zhu was happy. Although being promoted to supervisor with only one subordinate wasn't much, as long as Bai Qi valued him, nothing else mattered. Click. The store door was pushed open, and Yi Zian walked in, panting heavily. She first glanced at Zhou Zhu's condition and, seeing he wasn't rushing to kill her, felt a sense of relief. She walked over to where Li Huadan and Huang Feihu were gathered and sat cross-legged. But the atmosphere was a little strange. There was a faint smell of gunpowder in the air, as if it could explode at any moment. She looked suspiciously at Li Huadan, then quietly asked, what's going on? What's your situation now? Li Huadan laughed in anger upon hearing this, his eyes staring directly at Yi Zian. What? If I'm not acting like this, should I be smiling and thanking you for stealing my ghost weapon? Yi Zian felt a little awkward but still whispered, this is my fault, but the item has already been used, and I've tested a rule, it's already been fully used. Li Huadan snorted and no longer looked at her, turning his head away. This. Yi Zian then looked at Huang Feihu, who she hadn't really offended. Surely he could talk to her, right? What's your situation now? He leaned close to Huang Feihu's ear, a breeze brushing past his ear. Huang Feihu immediately couldn't hold it in, hurriedly telling the story of the conflict between the two. After learning that it wasn't anything major, Yi Zian let out a sigh of relief. While they were at ease, Hojia and Zhang Yu on the other side were noticeably more silent. Who will drive after Hongzhe dies? Zhang Yu trembled, tightly clutching the 2 discount cards in his palm. They had just discussed how to use them for maximum benefit, but now, he was the first to die. I'll do it. I've been driving for 5 or 6 years, Hojia joked, but no one laughed. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 30 minutes had passed. The group gradually left the convenience store. Can you two stop sulking here? You're not idiots. Can't you settle your grudges after the dungeon ends? Yi Zian shouted loudly. Whether he'll survive until then is still in question, Li Huadan whispered, showing no regard for Huang Feihu. You won't live either. Huang Feihu knew that, among the team, if anyone had the best chance to clear the dungeon, it was uncertain, but if anyone had the highest chance of dying first, it would undoubtedly be him. Chapter 51, Silent Highway 19. The three of them got into the car one after another. Although they didn't get along, at least it hadn't come to the point of sabotaging each other. How many kilometers have we run? Yi Zian asked. Huang Feihu looked at the odometer, then checked the fuel consumption before answering, 30 kilometers, and there's enough fuel for about 40 more kilometers. Yi Zian was not satisfied with this result, but there was nothing they could do. On the road, they either encountered ambushes or stopped to deliver fuel to others. The delays had taken up too much time. We still need a lot of time, but I can vaguely sense that this dungeon is becoming more and more dangerous. I'm afraid it gets more dangerous the further we go. Yi Zian's lost voice echoed inside the car, and neither Li Huadan nor Huang Feihu spoke a word. How could they not know? But trying to pass the level was too difficult, the strange forces of this dungeon were too powerful, and their chances of surviving were very slim. At that moment, a van suddenly sped out from behind their car, its speed not slowing at all, as if something terrifying was chasing it. Yi Zian thought it was bad, there was no time to hesitate in this situation, they had to speed up. Speed up! Something is chasing us. Yi Zian said in a deep voice. Huang Feihu, seeing the van racing ahead, knew they couldn't hesitate. He immediately stepped on the gas and rushed forward. The speed increased, and Yi Zian finally had a chance to look behind, to see what was chasing them. But when she turned, she only saw a figure. There's a figure! She quickly called to Li Huadan, wanting him to be ready to attack at any moment. But as she turned, she found that Li Huadan had somehow fallen asleep. Her face darkened immediately. She kicked him awake, and before the main personality could cry out in pain, she slapped him with a knife hand, knocking him out again. Ah. It hurts so much. Li Huadan cried out, holding his thigh and neck in pain. What are you sleeping for at a time like this? Aren't you afraid of dying? Yi Zian said in frustration. Li Huadan, hearing this, groggily shook his neck and then replied with a dejected face, Are you a perpetual motion machine? Don't you know that humans need sleep? How long have we been working, and you? Before he could finish, Yi Zian slammed his head against the window, forcing him to look at the figure behind the car. A headless corpse? What the hell is this? Li Huadan looked at the slowly moving corpse in surprise. Watch it. It'll all depend on you soon. Yi Zian said seriously. Me? Li Huadan pointed at himself, his face filled with disbelief. Yi Zian didn't say anything more. If he didn't help later, they would all die, but honestly, their chances of surviving were slim, and death would be a relief. The car was much faster than the van, and after 5 or 6 minutes of continuous acceleration, they caught up with the van. Damn it, they've attracted the monster. Li Huadan shouted angrily. Don't rush. We can't fall for their trick of intentionally getting hit. Huang Feihu frowned. Both he and Li Huadan had learned from experience and dared not take risks anymore. But the headless figure behind seemed to be moving slowly, yet it remained hanging behind them. With their normal speed, it should be impossible for it to catch up. Li Huadan stared at the figure, and in the blink of an eye, the headless corpse disappeared. He didn't even notice when it disappeared, but the next second, Huang Feihu's loud voice echoed in the car. The corpse is in front of the car. It doesn't seem like it wants to attack us. Li Huadan turned his head and saw that the strange corpse was not coming towards them. Instead, it was chasing the van ahead. The three of them simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. Just when the corpse had disappeared, Li Huadan had almost prepared his last words. Is it still chasing us? Why won't it stop following us? Hojia asked in panic. He could just barely see the situation behind them through the rearview mirror. The corpse in Hongzha must have been controlled. It's probably chasing us because of the shop assistant's instructions. Zhang Yu analyzed nervously, occasionally glancing at the corpse behind. Upon hearing this, Hojia knew this was the most likely possibility, as they had personally sold the corpse to the shop assistant. Why is it still following us? We haven't triggered any death rules, have we? Hojia asked, looking frantically at the rearview mirror, almost causing the car to skid. Wait a minute, let me deduce the rules, there may be a clue. Zhang Yu closed his eyes, his mind swirling with all the rules of the dungeon. Some rules are interconnected, while others seem aimless. Trying to extract useful rules from them is undoubtedly difficult. They are currently on a highway, so they need to first analyze the rule she saw for the first time. However, many of the rules don't mention the situation where a corpse chases people. They haven't violated the safety rules, nor have they violated the group rules. Wait, the group? She suddenly thought of what Rule 1 said about the part after dividing the groups. There might be fake people. Could this be a fake person? Is it headless because we didn't sell the head to the clerk? She connected all these events and suddenly figured out the truth. She told her speculation to Hou Jia, hoping there might be a way to shake off this fake person. Does the rule say anything about precautions? Hou Jia asked urgently. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and quickly replied, yes, the rule says that after a fake person gets into the car, just pretend not to see them, and don't stare directly at them. We need to treat them like an ordinary person. Hearing this, Hou Jia almost choked on his saliva. He turned to look at Zhang Yu with a very complex expression and asked, are you sure that's what the rule says? Zhang Yu nodded affirmatively. Hou Jia looked back at the rearview mirror. The headless corpse was already less than 5 meters away from the car. It was only a matter of time before it caught up. Huey took a deep breath, parked the car by the side of the road, and then quickly ran to the back seat. His movements were smooth, as if he'd practiced them 1,000 times. Seeing this, the corpse also stopped its steps and walked straight to the car's driver's door. Then the headless corpse opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and skillfully buckled the seatbelt. Why are you running so fast? I haven't gotten in yet, Hong Zai's voice suddenly came from the back seat. Hou Jia and Zhang Yu were so scared they didn't dare to make a sound. But Hong Zai's corpse didn't make things difficult for them. It just started the car, as usual. Zhang Yu looked at Hou Jia in terror. The two of them had no idea what to do next. Sigh, Hou Jia, why is there so much fuel on the gauge? Hong Zai seemed to casually ask, just like usual. Huh? Didn't you forget? You used the card to scam Huang Feihu once, and he paid us a lot of fuel, Hou Jia answered, just like he would in normal conversation. But the cold sweat on his palms and forehead betrayed him. I kinda forgot, look at my brain. Upon hearing this, Hou Jia looked at the empty neck and felt his hands and feet turn cold. I almost died just now, lucky you guys were here. That boss was too sinister, pretending to be a clerk, Hong Zai spoke again, turning his body as if trying to look at him with eyes. Hou Jia immediately lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact with him, even though it was impossible to make eye contact in the first place. Why are you two lowering your heads? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Hong Zai joked. Hearing this, Hou Jia's cold sweat poured down. His back was soaked in the snowstorm. He had no doubt whether Hong Zai would act against him. He didn't dare to move, fearing that any strange sound would attract Hong Zai's attention. But they didn't dare to move. Hong Zai, however, wouldn't follow their wishes. Though he still retained a little of his own consciousness, the essence was still controlled by Zhou Zhu. Why are you guys so scared of me? Is there something on my head? He asked, confused, and started reaching for his head. Hou Jia's alarm bells went off in his mind. He immediately reached out and pressed down on his arm, smiling and saying, no, you're just tired, there's nothing on your head. Hou Jia was extremely anxious in his heart. He was telling the truth, no exaggeration whatsoever. But Hong Zai was persistent and kept trying to touch his head. Hou Jia used both hands with force. He fiercely pressed down on the other person's arm. This guy might cause some serious trouble once he touches where his head should be, and he certainly didn't want to take that gamble. One person and one body were stuck like this, neither willing to let go, but the car kept moving forward, and no one was holding the steering wheel. Hong Zai, just drive properly, stop with the touching. Hou Jia's face was flushed red from the strain, gritting his teeth as he spoke. No, I feel my head itching. I have to scratch it. The voice came from nowhere, but it definitely wasn't from Hong Zai's mouth, since he didn't even have a head. At that moment, the broadcast suddenly sounded. Both Hou Jia and Hong Zai stopped what they were doing. Hong Zai had to prioritize the emergency task according to the rules, if not, he couldn't screw over Hou Jia and the others. As for Hou Jia, he was confused. After all, it was snowing outside, so how could it possibly be hot? Was this just a fake message from the rules? But Hong Zai didn't bother him anymore and just quietly kept driving. Meanwhile, Li Huadan and the other two, who were witnessing the headless body climb into the van, were dumbfounded. What, are they dead or not? Why is the car still moving? Huang Feihu sank into thought. Could it be that Hong Zai wasn't actually dead? But how could that be? He had seen him die with his own eyes. Emergency situation, scorching summer. Nearly 10 minutes later, the temperature around them suddenly rose, and the ice and snow on the ground quickly melted, with the water spreading halfway up the car wheels. So hot, why is it suddenly so hot? No time to react at all. Huang Feihu was sweating profusely, having taken off several layers of clothes, but it still didn't help. Yi Zian only took off her jacket, but the fine sweat covering her body made her appearance even more captivating. Li Huadan hadn't changed at all, since he was already down to just a pair of shorts. Do you smell rubber tire? Huang Feihu was about to roll down the car window to check. Don't open it, didn't you hear the broadcast? It's dangerous outside. But Huang Feihu didn't listen in time. He instinctively rolled down the window. Before he could react, the hot air and water rushed into the car. Ah! Quick, close the window. Yi Zian turned her head to avoid the boiling water splashing. Huang Feihu hurriedly closed the window, and the searing hot wind disappeared, leaving the three of them gasping for air. Luckily, my face is unharmed. Or you'd be waiting to die. Yi Zian glared at Huang Feihu angrily while checking herself in the mirror. Li Huadan wasn't injured because Yi Zian had blocked most of the water for him. When his talent wore off, Huang Feihu's burn marks were clearly visible on his face. The skin looked as though it had been cooked, soft and mushy. A light touch caused pieces to peel off. The pain wrapped around him, but the pain in his face was unbearable, several times worse than stepping on a needle. Yi Zian trembled at the sight, constantly touching herself in fear that her skin might also peel off. But her worry was unnecessary, as she was in the back seat. No matter how much splashing occurred, it couldn't reach her much, and at most, it caused a bit of pain. Ah, it hurts, it really hurts. Huang Feihu screamed, his arms and face being the hardest hit areas, with no patch of uninjured skin. But there was nothing to be done. This was the dungeon, and there were no medicines in the car. The burn was truly unbearable. The skin on his hands is peeling now, but he still has to drive. If just now he couldn't feel the temperature outside the car, it's different now, because the temperature inside the car is also gradually rising. No! This will suffocate us. What should we do? Yi Zian looked at Li Huadan beside her, but what good idea could Li Huadan have? After all, this was his first time in the instance. We can't open the windows, can we turn on the air conditioning? Even if it wastes fuel, it doesn't matter, turn it on quickly, or we'll all die. Yi Zian shouted at Huang Feihu, who was in the driver's seat. Air conditioning? Does this car even have that? Huang Feihu kept searching in the driver's seat and finally found the air conditioning button in the corner. He no longer had time to speak because the temperature in the car had at least doubled. Huang Feihu turned on the air conditioning, and a cool breeze suddenly appeared, allowing the three sweating people to finally breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Hou Jie and Zhang Yu were also not in much better condition. Hong Zhe sat there motionless, no matter how much Hou Jie shouted, it was the same. But Hou Jie and Zhang Yu were clearly reaching their limit with the heat, almost seeing illusions from the heat. Hou Jie looked at Hong Zhe in the driver's seat, who was almost dried out, his eyes full of murderous intent. He turned to Zhang Yu and then whispered, "Wait, I'll undo the seatbelt, I'll go turn on the air conditioning. You keep an eye on Hong Zhe for me." Zhang Yu nodded and the two exchanged a glance, then both took action. The corpse in the driver's seat seemed to not react, and Hou Jie easily got control of the situation, with Zhang Yu not even needing to help hold off Hong Zhe. What's wrong with him? Why did he suddenly stop moving? Zhang Yu stared suspiciously at Hong Zhe's corpse, looking around, trying to find something unusual. Hou Jie, hearing this, gathered his courage and stepped forward, pushing the body. Thud. The body fell straight onto the steering wheel, like a pile of mush. What is this? Hou Jie stared at the body, unmoving, then seemed to make some kind of decision. He unbuckled his seatbelt again and climbed toward the driver's seat. What are you doing? Zhang Yu looked at Hou Jie in surprise, her face full of confusion. Hou Jie didn't respond. On his original seat, countless tentacles appeared, as if trying to pull him back. Hou Jie didn't dare to hesitate. He unbuckled the seatbelt on the body, then without looking back, pushed the car door open just a crack, using Hong Zhe's body to block it. The scorching heat wave almost roasted the body, and Hou Jie, hiding behind it, also felt the burning temperature. Hong Zhe! Don't blame me! He shouted loudly, pushing the body completely out of the car, then quickly buckled his seatbelt. Zhang Yu watched the whole process, stunned. She didn't expect Hou Jie to be so decisive. If it were her, she would have definitely gotten hurt. Hou Jie took a deep breath, as if he had set down a heavy burden. It wasn't long until the next hour, they needed to reach the gas station quickly, or else something would change. The ice and snow around them had long since melted, and now the outside world felt like a giant steam pot. If they stayed too long, they would be cooked. And Hong Zhe not moving clearly wasn't normal, the most likely cause was that something had gone terribly wrong with his head. The car moved slowly through the water, and they could hear the sound of water flowing behind them. A car was quickly driving toward the gas station, it was Li Huadan and his group. The two cars met again, but now neither party wanted to cause trouble, because if there was a scrape, both would need to get out of the car, and in this weather, getting out would definitely lead to death. If they collided, it would only be a double loss. As they entered the parking lot, both cars encountered a big problem. The parking lines on the ground were soaked with water, becoming faint and hard to see, and since the parking lot was open air, the water inside further blocked their vision, making it impossible for them to find a parking spot. Neither car dared to get out, not even daring to open the doors. Only 3 minutes left to enter the convenience store. If we don't get in now, it's going to be dangerous. Zhang Yu pressed her eyes against the window, desperately calculating the location of the parking spots in her mind. Ho Jie wasn't idle either. He cracked the car door slightly and stretched his hand out. He didn't have a tendency for self-punishment, he was using his own talent to adapt to the heat. The two of them worked with clear roles, both striving to find a way out. The scorching temperature made Ho Jie's wrist ache, but he was gradually getting used to it. Compared to before, when he only dared to crack the door slightly, now the gap had widened several times. At this moment, Bai Qi also stepped out of the office, his eyes scanning outside the store, smiling as he nodded. This damn device really works, I can even experience a sunbath. He pushed open the store door, yet not a drop of water entered the convenience store, as if blocked by an invisible wall. He looked toward the spot where Ho Jie had buried Hongzhe's head earlier, then quickly moved over to that spot. At this point, the head had been burned to the point where its skin was split open, the head looking like boiled pork. But Bai Qi wasn't the type to enjoy eating humans. He only liked to devour souls, while people like Zhou Zhu needed flesh and blood to sustain their lives. He lifted Hongzhe's head with his ghostly power and tossed it directly to Zhou Zhu, who was sitting at the cash register. Make good use of it, try to kill one more, I'm in a hurry to go to the human world, Bai Qi instructed, then walked toward the parking lot, stepping on the scalding hot water. At this point, Ho Jie had already gotten used to the external heat, and now stepping out would only feel stifling, not directly burning him. He looked at Zhang Yu, hoping to hear good news from her mouth. But obviously, Zhang Yu hadn't finished her calculations yet, and there was only 1 minute left before the full hour. If they didn't act quickly, it would be trouble. Zhang Yu furrowed her brows, sweat sliding down her forehead, but she didn't care at all. Found it! Just when Ho Jie was anxious and at a loss, Zhang Yu suddenly opened her eyes and shouted loudly. Ho Jie was overjoyed when he heard that, immediately following Zhang Yu's directions and driving the car over. On the other side, Li Huadan and the others were almost going mad. They had no way of crossing the boiling water. The only person who might be able to wade through the water was Huang Feihu. His copper skin, iron bones should be able to withstand the high temperature. Ho Jie parked the car, then looked at Zhang Yu and, without hesitation, opened the storage compartment. Inside, everything looked normal. There was a white cloth strip, nothing on it, just a thin strip of cloth. Ho Jie didn't hesitate and immediately grabbed the cloth, but nothing strange happened. The cloth was still just a cloth, with no eerie power corrupting his body. He carefully examined the cloth, then found its description. Blind cloth, disposable. Description: wear it on yourself or someone else's head, and you will gain 10 seconds of invisibility, but during that time, you won't be able to see anything. Although it was rather useless, at least it wasn't dangerous, and that was the most important thing. He was about to open the car door and get out when he suddenly froze. He had forgotten, while he could withstand the heat, what about Zhang Yu? What will you do? Ho Jie stammered, looking at Zhang Yu with despair in his eyes. Zhang Yu, hearing this, smiled faintly and slowly lowered her head. She was going to die. Here, with these, you might make it to the end. She handed Ho Jie 2 coupons and the jacket she was wearing, then, as if resigned to her fate, lay down in the car. Go ahead, I'll just enjoy the air conditioning. Ho Jie's voice choked. They had been through so much together, and just moments ago they had been laughing and talking. Now, was it already time for her to die? This damn copy. I'll fuck your mother. No matter how much he cursed, it couldn't change the truth. He had no power to change the situation. After one last glance at Zhang Yu, Ho Jie gritted his teeth and stepped barefoot into the water. Although he had already adapted to the outside environment, the temperature of the water was something incomparable to the air. The soles of his feet were instantly blistered by the heat, then the blisters burst, and more blisters formed again, in an endless cycle. The extreme pain turned into anger, his eyes blazing with fury as he walked straight toward the convenience store. Even though he was sweating profusely, and every part of his body was in pain, he didn't pause for a moment, walking step by step without stopping. At that moment, Bai Qi happened to cross paths with Ho Jie. When Ho Jie saw Bai Qi, he was startled, and his steps quickened as he rushed into the store. At this point, Huang Feihu saw that Ho Jie had already gotten out of the car. He couldn't hold back any longer, activating his talent as his whole body instantly turned metallic. Ignoring the pleas from Li Huadan and Yi Zian behind him, he walked straight out of the car. His entire body turned bright red, resembling a heated iron, with white mist swirling around him. But fortunately, he was still alive. Although his body was covered in wounds, he was still breathing. He followed Hojie's steps and walked toward the convenience store. At this moment, Bai Qi was staring at Hojie, somewhat confused. How did this guy dare to walk through the water? Was it his talent, or a ghost artifact? Such high temperatures are unbearable for ordinary people, let alone the boiling water on the ground. While Bai Qi was looking at Hojie, Hojie was also eyeing Bai Qi suspiciously. He had seen this dungeon boss before, so why was the other person here? His brows furrowed, and he discreetly sidestepped Bai Qi's path, as if nothing had happened, continuing to walk past him. Bai Qi was a little taken aback by this. After all, the other's courage was truly remarkable, he was still in his sight after all. But since he hadn't broken any rules, Bai Qi couldn't take action. He turned his head and stopped paying attention to Hojie. After all, he was here to kill players who hadn't entered the store by the set time, and there were still a few seconds until the rule-breaking moment. Click-clack, a glowing hot iron bar came walking toward Bai Qi, leaving him stunned. What is this? Another player? Is this the copper-skin iron bone one? Bai Qi shook his head. He didn't think this guy could survive. When the talent's duration ended, he'd definitely burn to death from the heat. This wasn't something worth his full attention. His main focus was still on the player with dual souls, because the tastiness of a soul was directly related to the talent and power of the player. He took out the dungeon core from his pocket and held it up in front of his eyes. Inside, a soul was wildly thrashing about. This soul was Hong Zhe's. The souls of the dead in the dungeon were all collected by the core, making it very convenient. Looking at the two familiar cars in the distance, Bai Qi's lips curled upward, unable to stop his eerie expression. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the time to run out. Once the time was up, he could act. For Zhang Yu, time passed quickly. Her talent also made her troubled. While having photographic memory sounded great, it wasn't as powerful as she had imagined. The death of her loved ones, the death of her teammates, the disaster of her family, and the image of her boyfriend being pulled into the dungeon, all of these she remembered, and could never forget. This cursed talent, maybe death was the only release. She closed her eyes, and at this moment, her heart felt unusually calm. She no longer thought about the rules, nor death. She didn't need to think about anything. She would just stay here and die. On the other side, Li Huadan and Yi Zian were completely the opposite. Their will to survive was incredibly strong. Do you have a ghost artifact? If you do, take it out now. Li Huadan shouted angrily. Yi Zian shook her head. He pointed to the storage box. Huang Feihu didn't open it when he left, should we open it now? Li Huadan was speechless upon hearing this. What could opening a box possibly do? Would it just make death come a little quicker? But it was too late to say anything now, because Bai Qi was already standing outside their car. He directly pushed the car door open and sat in the driver's seat. Li Huadan and Yi Zian were immediately startled and didn't dare to move a single bit. You broke the rules. I'm going to kill you. Bai Qi said the cruelest words in the calmest tone. No, I haven't taken over the main personality, I can't die, please. Li Huadan screamed in terror. But Bai Qi didn't pause at all. He reached out and pressed Li Huadan's head against the glass. Just as it was about to crush, Li Huadan's underwear suddenly exploded, and he was wrapped in a faint light. Bai Qi looked at the shield that repelled him with confusion, then reached out again. But this time, he couldn't even touch Li Huadan's body. The entire person was wrapped in golden light, as if he was about to explode. Li Huadan was startled by his own sudden change, but he reacted quickly. Seeing Bai Qi temporarily unable to do anything to him, he didn't care about the heat around him anymore and rushed out of the car. After landing, he didn't feel any heat. He turned around and saw Yi Zian being grabbed by Bai Qi. She had already realized she couldn't escape and stopped struggling. Li Huadan's eyes met Yi Zian's for a moment, then he hurriedly turned his head away and whispered, I'm sorry, I can't save you. He didn't wait for Yi Zian's response, turning around and running straight toward the convenience store. Bai Qi picked up Yi Zian, his strange posture fully visible. Blood was continuously flowing down, and the water around his feet was turning red. The immense power kept Yi Zian still, unable to move an inch. Aren't you angry that he ran away? Bai Qi suddenly asked. Yi Zian seemed stunned by the fact that a ghost would ask her a question. A look of surprise flashed across her pale face. I don't have the right to be angry. After all, this is a competitive dungeon. I actually wanted to kill him at the beginning, but I didn't expect that I would die before him, she said with a bitter smile, closing her eyes to await death. Seeing this, Bai Qi didn't bother with it and prepared to crush her immediately. Wait. Aren't you supposed to say something? Since I'm this magnanimous, shouldn't you say something meaningful before letting me go? Yi Zian suddenly opened her eyes, feeling Bai Qi's hand tightening around her, and quickly shouted. What? Bai Bai Qi looked puzzled, not understanding what she was trying to do. No, no. You can't kill me yet. This is how it always goes in the movies. Yi Zian struggled, her face turning red from the pressure. This isn't a game, I don't care about pressure, nor do I care for moral coercion, thanks. Bai Qi didn't waste any more words. With a forceful twist, he snapped Yi Zian's neck. He casually threw her aside, as if discarding trash. His figure flickered and appeared in front of the minivan. The familiar process continued, but this time, the players inside seemed strangely calm. Even though they were watching Bai Qi enter, she was still sitting there enjoying the air conditioning. Another best actor? Bai Qi grabbed Zhang Yu by the collar, puzzled. Aren't you afraid of death? Maybe if you beg me, I'll let you go? Zhang Yu smiled at this, then said, how about I beg you to die instead? Bai Qi's gaze turned suspicious. What did she mean? Was she really not afraid of death? Thinking of this, Bai Qi decided to fulfill her wish and give her a less painful way to die. But just as he was about to press his hand to Zhang Yu's head, a shadow suddenly appeared, and then a right hand grabbed Zhang Yu and started running. Boss. Sorry, I can't go against the rules you've set. The shadow was actually Zhou Zhu, which was something Bai Qi hadn't expected. The rules I set? Which one was used? Bai Qi stood still, pondering, not chasing after his employee. Chapter 55, Silent Highway 23. Seeing the person was taken away, Bai Qi had no choice but to return to the store. He also wanted to see how the other person was using the rules to trap him. He stepped on the scalding hot water as he walked back to the convenience store, and by this time, the store was already filled with people. He could understand why Hojia didn't die, after all, he had an adaptation talent, but Huang Feihu was something he hadn't expected. At the time, his condition was so absurd, putting him in a steel furnace could directly turn him into a metal ingot, and yet he survived. Though his face and body were burned, Huang Feihu had somehow made it out alive. Bai Qi probably needed to ask Zhou Zhu about it later since Zhou had been inside the store. Bai Qi glanced at Li Huadan again, his lips curving into a slight smile as he nodded toward him. Seeing this, Li Huadan hurriedly turned his head. His clothes were all torn, and he was now only wearing the jacket that Huang Feihu had given him. This led to his big white buttocks being exposed halfway. The fact that he survived was purely an accident. After his last piece of clothing tore, there was still some invincibility time, leaving him with no way to act. Why did all the players in his instance seem so strong? Bai Qi felt speechless. He suspected he was being targeted, but he had no evidence. Before Bai Qi could even ask about what had just happened, Zhou Zhu suddenly slid to his knees and landed in front of Bai Qi. Bai Qi's face darkened, and he immediately shot Zhou Zhu a cold glare. What do you mean by kneeling? I'm not some emperor. Don't ever pull this kind of thing again. Zhou Zhu heard this, stood up, then bent over, and said, I'm not saying that the rules you set are wrong, but these guys really exploited the loopholes in them. Speak. Bai Qi waved his hand, and the two instantly appeared in the office. Bai Qi casually turned off the weather-changing skill of the cursed skeleton, returning it to winter. This cursed artifact was indeed interesting. Using hot air consumed far more ghost energy than cold air, much like an air conditioner. Zhou Zhu saw that no one was around and whispered, Boss, do you remember the discount card? Bai Qi nodded, took a bottle of cola, and drank while listening. Did you forget to set restrictions for it? They used the discount card to make me save people, and I can't violate the rules you set, Zhou Zhu said, crying and looking extremely aggrieved. Bai Qi was taken aback. When he made the rules, he never thought the players would be bold enough to use the strange entity to save people. We'll change the rules later. This time it's not your fault. It's fine, you can go now. Bai Qi waved his hand, stretched lazily on the couch. It was time to start preparing for the journey to the underworld. At this moment, Zhang Yu squatted beside Hojia, hugging her body and curling up into a ball. How did you save me? How did you do it? Her face was pressed against her arm, so Hojia couldn't see her expression. Well. Actually, it was because of that discount card you gave me. It was a desperate move, and in my panic, I found the strange entity in front of the cashier. Before he could finish, something soft brushed his lips, and the sweet fragrance in the air made Hojia feel as though his body had frozen in place, like a machine. Hojia instinctively touched his lips, then looked toward Zhang Yu, who had turned away, his ears turning bright red. This is a thank you gift. Don't think too much about it. I only did it because I have nothing else on me, Zhang Yu said, her ears as red as Hojia's, if not more. In the distance, Huang Feihu, whose whole body was burned, and Li Huadan helplessly watched the scene. Damn it, we're in a strange instance, and they're still doing all this love stuff. You think that's crazy? Huang Feihu complained. Li Huadan nodded, but his mind kept wandering back to the figure of Yi Zian. Was it contaminated? Interesting. Li Huadan shook his head, smiling as he looked at Hou Jie and Zhang Yu, though a small drop of water always seemed to appear at the corner of his eyes. If only I had been stronger back then, would the result have been different? By the way, did you use the discount card you found in the store? Zhang Yu suddenly asked. Hou Jie thought for a few seconds and confirmed, it should be the one I found in the car. Zhang Yu was stunned for a moment, then joyfully stood up, saying, really? That's great. The one found in the store is way better than the one you used. Hou Jie was confused, why? What's the difference between the two cards? At the time, he had no chance to check the card, so he didn't know there was any difference between the two. Of course there's a difference. The one found in the car can be used to buy all kinds of items in the store, except for living creatures and strange lives. The other one can directly buy someone's life, though it can't be used to buy strange lives. Hou Jie was taken aback. Although the discount card couldn't be used to kill strange beings, it could definitely be used to control them. The chances of survival increased just a bit more. After being tricked once, Zhou Zhu started staying at the cashier desk and never went into the staff lounge, just staring at the four people. Aren't we running low on gas? Li Huadan whispered into Huang Feihu's ear. Huang Feihu nodded, then made a one gesture with his hand. What does that mean? Li Huadan asked, puzzled. Only 10 kilometers of fuel left. Li Huadan froze. How could the fuel have run out so quickly? There was so much left earlier. Could it be the air conditioning? He thought carefully and felt he wasn't wrong. The air conditioning consumed fuel at an absurd rate, using enough fuel for 10 kilometers in just an hour. Creak. Just as everyone was relaxing and speaking quietly, the door was pushed open by something unknown. Hou Jie and the others sitting by the door immediately reacted, quickly standing up and stepping back. They looked up, and a familiar figure appeared. It was Hong Zhe. Hou Jie's face grew serious, but he didn't dare to take his attention off him. The air was filled with the smell of meat, and Hong Zhe's head had grown a whole circle compared to before. The smell of meat was coming from there. After taking a few deep breaths, Huang Feihu was now kneeling on the ground, throwing up. Damn it, this thing's like an unshakable ghost. He was furious but had no intention of helping Hou Jie and the others. Although he wasn't the smartest, he wasn't dumb either. He knew what was important. Hong Zhe walked into the store but didn't immediately head toward Hou Jie and the others. Instead, he walked to Zhou Zhu's side and squatted down. Zhou Zhu reached out and touched Hong Zhe's head, as if transferring some kind of energy. This scene left Hou Jie and Li Huadan's group stunned. They had suspected it for a while, but now they had confirmed their guess. This corpse was really being controlled by the employee. After replenishing the energy, Hong Zhe's mocking gaze locked onto Hou Jie and Zhang Yu once more. Hou Jie watched Hong Zhe warily, and that look made him feel uneasy. But Hong Zhe didn't stop moving. He walked straight towards him. Hou Jie, why did you leave me behind? Aren't we teammates? Look at me now, I look like a real person, with a nose and eyes. Hong Zhe mumbled quietly to himself, as if talking to no one in particular. In just a few steps, he reached Hou Jie and casually sat down next to him. What do you mean by that? We didn't break any rules. Hou Jie glared at Zhou Zhu and shouted angrily. Heh, if you can exploit a loophole in the rules, why can't I? I'm not hurting you by letting him sit next to you. Zhou Zhu grinned, looking very pleased with himself. Hou Jie was furious upon hearing this, but there was nothing he could do. This guy is right, this corpse definitely didn't harm itself, but who knows what will happen next. He increased his vigilance toward Hong Zhe's body by 200%. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and even Li Huadan and Huang Feihu, who were sitting aside, fell silent. Hou Jie stood in front of Zhang Yu, then stared blankly at Hong Zhe. Why are you staring at me like that? Do I have words on me? Hong Zhe pretended to look at his clothes, then scratched his head and smiled foolishly. But his head was now completely soft and tender, and when he scratched it, a piece of flesh came off. Ugh! Zhang Yu couldn't hold it in anymore and turned to dry heave. But Hong Zhe still made no move, quietly waiting for the 30-minute break to end. Hou Jie carefully thought about the rule he had seen earlier, the one about the fake person. It might be referring to someone like Hong Zhe now. And since the other person wasn't making a move, they were probably waiting to get on the car, because his position was the driver. And Hou Jie had to stop the other from getting on the car, but that was just a temporary fix, because the other would eventually catch up, just like last time. Suddenly, Hou Jie seemed to have thought of something, and his face lit up with joy. Hou Jie? Why are you so happy? Hong Zhe was still there, trying to interfere. No, I just thought of a way to make you tough, Hou Jie said with a forced smile, starting a conversation with Hong Zhe. Time flew by quickly, and soon the 30 minutes were over. Hou Jie let Zhang Yu get in the car first, then whispered some instructions to her, and then walked out of the convenience store side by side with Hong Zhe. Wait, you'll drive, right? I really can't compare to you, a big vehicle driver. This car still needs you to drive it steadily, Ho Jia said with a grin. Oh, well, since you said so, I have to show off a little. You know, back in the day The three of them chatted and laughed as they got into the van, skillfully fastening their seatbelts. Ho Jia sat back in the rear seat, his palms sweating, revealing his inner unease. What puzzled him was that the outside world had turned into winter again, and the water on the ground had frozen into ice, making it very easy to slip. Now I really have to rely on you. I really can't drive in this snowy weather, Ho Jia continued to praise. Hong Zhe was pleased, and his driving skills were indeed impressive. There wasn't the slightest feeling of slipping, and it felt as if they were driving on solid ground. I say, why did you guys leave the car and not take care of me back then? Did I die? Hong Zhe said as he drove. Ho Jia dared not be careless upon hearing this, and awkwardly explained, I thought you were too hot, so I let you get out of the car to cool down. Then why do I feel like you guys are so afraid of me? Is there a mirror? Let me see if my hairstyle is messed up. Hong Zhe said as he prepared to take the makeup mirror from the front seat. Seeing the situation, Ho Jia quickly moved forward, pressed his hands on Hong Zhe's arm, and hurriedly said, I think you should focus on driving. Don't get into an accident. We're driving on ice now. The two of them started a tug-of-war again. Sweat broke out on Ho Jia's forehead, unsure if his plan would work. At this moment, Hong Zhe's body seemed to turn to stone, his arm stiffly raised in midair. It worked! Ho Jia was overjoyed, kicked open the car door, and threw Hong Zhe out. As expected, hot air is fatal to them. It seems the instances year-round snow and ice have something to do with this, Ho Jia said with a smile, then took the driver's seat and drove off. Damn it! They've found the flaw. Zhou Zhu's face turned as black as a pot bottom. The fake person he controlled was still afraid of heat, because he was only a ghost now, and his control ability still needed to improve. It's okay. Anyway, it's not like we can't kill them. Just make more snow corpses, right? Add more snow to the outside layer, Bai Qi said, standing in front of the shelf, holding a chicken leg in his hand. He was happily gnawing. Zhou Zhu nodded respectfully and then returned to the staff lounge. Huang Feihu, can you stop looking back all the time? Can't you just drive properly? We've already skidded several times. Li Huadan shouted angrily. I can't help it, the body of Yi Zian is still in the car, and I just feel uneasy. Huang Feihu turned his head again, looking at the twisted neck, feeling a chill in his heart. Li Huadan didn't want to sell the body to Zhou Zhu for the moment, because the previous case in Hongzhe had proven to them that it wasn't a good choice. So, they had no choice but to keep the body with them. Their car was moving at a high speed, making it easier to skid. Since just now, they had already hit several raised ice chunks, and the front wheels of the car had been slightly damaged. Click! The car crashed into another ice bump, but this time, it was different from the previous ones. This red bump looked like a human shape. What was that just now? Was it a person? Huang Feihu asked nervously. What person? Are there any living people besides us in this scenario? Step on the gas. Li Huadan said urgently, constantly looking back. But unfortunately, once the wheels started spinning fast, they would skid, and skidding couldn't shake off the eerie presence. The ice snow stood up, its stiff limbs crawling on the ground, quickly rushing toward them. Li Huadan saw the scene clearly and was immediately shocked, wishing he could kick Huang Feihu aside and drive the car himself. He didn't have any ghost tools, and the only thing he could use was his talent, but his talent could only be used 3 times per scenario, and he only had 1 use left. Don't slow down. Step on the gas slowly to get it moving. You idiot. Li Huadan cursed loudly. Huang Feihu did as told, and the car indeed started moving. But the car's speed was exactly the same as the ice bump speed, and they couldn't shake it off, with the risk of being caught. It was clear that this monster was a physical attack type, and his Kasaya had already been used up, unable to withstand the monster's pursuit. But Huang Feihu's talent was physical defense, which meant that if they were caught, whether Huang Feihu would die wasn't certain, but he was definitely doomed. Chapter 57, Silent Highway 25. At this moment, Huang Feihu screamed sharply, and then there was another thud. Li Huadan was almost resigned. He was holding the body, and unlike the previous ice sculpture-like monster, this was a real body, and it was wearing clothes. It's Hongzhe. Wasn't he taken by Ho Jia in the van? How did he end up here? Li Huadan looked at the body standing up in surprise. What? Hongzhe? Huang Feihu was about to turn his head, but he was slapped on the head by Li Huadan. Drive properly. You've crashed into 2 people already. Can you even drive? Li Huadan shouted angrily. He didn't even know how this guy passed the driving test, crashing into 2 people. His driving skills were simply absurd. Huang Feihu didn't turn his head again, grumbling as he controlled the steering wheel. As for the body of Hongze, it was completely different from the ice sculpture person. After standing up, it didn't go crazy or scream, it just stood there like a normal person, checking if there were any injuries on its body. And the ice sculpture showed no interest in its movements, directly running toward their car. Not paying any more attention to Hongze, Li Huadan rolled down the window, ready to use his last Fire Ice talent at any moment. But just then, something hit the car window behind him, startling him. Li Huadan quickly turned his head and saw a handprint. His face darkened. If he had a choice, he definitely wouldn't want to see what it was, but now he had no choice. He leaned his eyes forward, and a boiled head appeared in his view. It was exactly Hongze, who had just been adjusting his clothes. He was shocked, his eyes ready to shoot out golden light at any moment. Wait, Li Huadan, I mean you no harm. Hongze's voice came from outside the car, and what he said made him even more terrified. What nonsense are you talking? You're definitely strange. Li Huadan said angrily, having had enough of this scenario. I can't make a move against you, I'm a player too. Hongze's voice came again from outside the window, sounding very sincere. Li Huadan was so angry he laughed, I'm not blind, do you think I'm an idiot? Seeing that Li Huadan didn't respond, Hongze spoke again, I'll help you deal with the guy behind us, can you let me on the car? He pointed to the ice sculpture, struggling to run over there, his voice full of sincerity. Li Huadan still didn't nod, after all, both Hongze and the ice sculpture were strange, and they were most likely controlled by that store clerk. What would it take for you to trust me? Hongze asked again. Li Huadan looked cold, his voice leaving no room for hesitation, aren't you controlled by the same person as him? No need to act for me. Hearing this, Hongze no longer panicked but instead smiled proudly, you probably don't know, right? Even though I'm dead, I still have consciousness. If I can leave Hojia and Jianyu behind, I can level up into a real strange being. This is the rebirth given to me by the boss. Then how do you explain the scene where you were charging after entering the shop? Li Huadan, although surprised, still didn't lower his guard. He is the strange being responsible for keeping my body activated, like my superior. As long as I kill Hojia and Jianyu, I can become a strange being like him. This is my test. Hongze's words indeed made Li Huadan waver. He thought this was indeed an opportunity to use this strange being to clear the scenario. He turned to look at Huang Feihu, and when he saw him looking the other way, he immediately cursed, focus on driving, stop looking around. Huang Feihu, who had been listening excitedly, quickly turned his head back to drive, still muttering curses. Alright, do you agree to let Hongze on the car? Li Huadan gave him a glare, then spoke to him. Upon hearing this, Huang Feihu was surprised and wanted to turn his head, but Li Huadan stopped him just in time. Just answer, don't turn your head. Huang Feihu thought for a moment, then said, it depends on what you think, anyway, if he betrays us, the first person he'll kill is you, not me. Li Huadan, though angry, didn't say anything more, because Huang Feihu was telling the truth. If he made a wrong judgment, he could lose his life because of that mistake. He pondered for a few seconds, then spoke, you go deal with that monster behind us first, I'll let you on the car. Li Huadan spoke calmly, staring at Hongze's eyes, which were both cloudy and lacked any spirit. I'm entering your car as a player, not as a monster. Remember that. Hongze immediately brightened up and added, before letting go of his hand. Li Huadan stuck his head out of the car window and looked at Hongze, who was now standing still. He saw Hongze collide with the ice sculpture-like figure and then kick towards the monster's thigh at a speed that was almost impossible for an ordinary person to react to. But this monster seemed to be enraged. It crouched down, arched its body backward, then leapt up, and after a roll, it stopped and continued running forward. When it landed, there was a clear sound of ice cracking. Clearly, these ice pieces weren't its real body. Inside, it was definitely something else. Perhaps this was a version of the snowman. Those snowmen melted during the summer, and now they had frozen up again. Looks like this ice sculpture person is just a snowman, it's just been affected by the season. Li Huadan thought his deduction was correct. It's very close to the true nature of the monster. Looking again at the center of the battlefield, the power of the two monsters seems very similar, but Hongze's reaction speed is astonishing, as he always manages to interfere with the ice statue person's movements just in time. Hongze turned his body at an extremely awkward angle, then executed a high kick, and the immense force even left a small pit on the ice beneath his foot. Bang! The ice statue person was kicked in the head and spun midair, ice shards flying everywhere, revealing his true face under the ice sculpture. A snow-white face, murky eyes, long black hair, it was clear that this was a snowman, also a moving corpse. But the kicked ice statue person did not lose its fighting ability. In fact, it became more agile, likely due to the breaking of the ice pieces on its body. However, Hongze turned again with the same movement. Seeing this, the ice statue person hurriedly tilted its head, preparing to dodge. But clearly, he was not as smart as Hongze. A solid fist hammered into its face, and with the inertia accumulated from the turn, Hongze knocked the snowman down to the ground with a punch. Then, without mercy, he stepped on the snowman's head and forcefully pressed down. You, a lowly and bizarre creature driven only by instinct, still want to take my prey. Crack. Its head exploded like a watermelon, its foul-smelling organs spilling all over the ground, creating an extremely disgusting scene. Chapter 58, Dead Silence Road 26. Seeing this, Li Huadan couldn't help but swallow. The scene was too beautiful to look at for long, so he quickly turned his head, preparing to quietly ignore it. Bang bang bang. There was more tapping on the glass. Li Huadan looked up and saw Hong Zai's cooked face. You said you'd let me in, he said in a deep voice. Li Huadan did not go back on his word and reached out to push open the car door. Come in. Hong Zai got into Li Huadan's car as he wished, and surprisingly, he didn't cause any trouble. You really don't want to harm us? Li Huadan leaned against the car door and asked in a deep voice. No, I can't. These are the rules. I can only attack Ho Jia and his people. Li Huadan thought for a moment, then glanced at Yi Zian, who was between them. Looks like we can't sell our teammates' bodies. That shopkeeper really is a fraud. Li Huadan supported his chin, secretly thinking to himself. The situation inside their car was now quite complex, 2 corpses, 2 people, and the scene was so eerie that it was hard to imagine. Can you reveal your rules for killing? Li Huadan asked again. Hong Zai glanced at him, then shook his head. You think I'm stupid? Li Huadan lay back on the seat, disappointed. He had been hoping to get something out of him, but this guy's mouth was really tight. For the next few minutes, the atmosphere in the car was very awkward, and no one spoke. After almost 10 minutes, they finally caught up with the van. Li Huadan subtly looked at Hong Zai with his eyes, wanting to see what he would do. Hong Zai unbuckled his seatbelt, then directly opened the car door and jumped out. This scene puzzled him. Why did this guy just jump out of the car? While he was confused, Hong Zai had already placed his palm on the back of the van, trying to stop the car with his own strength. But unfortunately, his feet were covered in ice, which made them very slippery. The driver, Ho Jia, just happened to see this scene. He looked back in shock at the sedan and then at Hong Zai clinging to the back of the van, his mind in a complete mess. He quickly made a small steering correction and then suddenly slammed on the brakes, hoping to shake Hong Zai off. Unfortunately, Hong Zai held on tightly, his hands gripping the car's rear, and he directly dented the vehicle. Li Huadan. What is this supposed to mean? Ho Jia shouted loudly. He had clearly seen Hong Zai jump out of their car. Inside the sedan, Li Huadan smiled slightly upon hearing this and shouted back, I don't know, he came over here just like that, clinging to our car. Ho Jia's face turned ashen when he heard those words. This guy deliberately brought Hong Zai here, and his intentions were clear, to kill him. He immediately slammed the steering wheel, and the car began to lurch and spin on the ice, whirling like a top. Although Hong Zai wasn't affected, Huang Feihu cursed loudly, Are you trying to get yourself killed? Ho Jia didn't respond. He simply kept spinning, trying to provoke the other side into a collision. As long as their car scraped against his, he could demand compensation. And if they tried to block Hong Zai, perhaps they wouldn't be able to refuse. With that thought in mind, he spun harder, but this caused Zhang Yu in the back seat to be tossed around violently. She began to feel dizzy. You, slow down, don't go so fast. Ho Jia shook his head at her words, his hands never pausing in their motions. No, if I slow down, we won't shake off Hong Zai. He's hanging on too tightly. Huang Feihu was also desperately dodging. Since they were on ice, if either of them dared to brake, they would risk sliding uncontrollably. Li Huadan watched nervously, wishing she could drive instead. Several times, they barely avoided collisions, and she couldn't believe how skilled Huang Feihu's driving had become. At this moment, Ho Jia noticed a pit ahead. The ice there was much higher than the usual surface. If he dared to drive over it, the car would likely slip. But it was impossible to stop now, everything was sliding anyway, so he immediately chose the small ice mound ahead. Bang! The van stopped its choice and slid straight forward. The steering wheel was useless now. When it would stop was entirely up to fate. Hong Zai, behind the van, was momentarily airborne due to the bump. In that instant, the van broke free from his grip. But the sedan behind them couldn't dodge in time and slammed directly into Hong Zai and the small ice mound. It's over. Li Huadan's forehead was covered in cold sweat because the windshield of the car ahead had shattered, completely cracked with countless spiderweb-like fractures. Damn it! I can't see the road. Huang Feihu shouted, then let go of the steering wheel, wrapping his hands around his head. Li Huadan quickly followed suit, covering her head in fear, worried she might hit her head if the car flipped. Hong Zai's entire body was stuck in the front windshield, and he couldn't move for a while. The pursuit came to an end, both sides suffering heavy losses. You guys, come down and help me. I'm stuck and can't exert any strength. Hongzhe shouted loudly through the windshield, but since they were still drifting, no one got out to help him. Stop shouting. When the car stops, we'll help you out. Huang Feihu answered loudly despite keeping his head down. But Hongzhe didn't listen to their advice. He twisted his body, knocking off a small piece of the front hood. His body finally moved, and he turned his head to rip open the shattered glass, making a hole big enough to crawl into the passenger seat. But it wasn't over yet, his seat was in the back. Huang Feihu was sitting close to Hongzhe, and the stench of decay made him almost gag. A scab formed at his neck from the stitches cracked and fell onto his head. Ugh! He quickly shook his head to fling the disgusting, foul-smelling scab away. The car slowed down more and more until it came to a complete stop. Looking ahead, the van had long disappeared, and no one knew where it had gone. The two of them stared at Hongzhe with resentment, but no one dared to voice any complaints. Try to see if the engine can start properly. Li Huadan asked anxiously as the car finally stopped. Huang Feihu stepped on the gas and noticed the tires still moved, but the window in front of them was shattered and it was cold. It's so cold, maybe we should turn on the heat. A little warmth would help. Just as Huang Feihu finished speaking, he reached for the air conditioning controls. Just a few centimeters away from pressing the button, a cold, pale hand grabbed his finger. Don't turn on the heater. Hongzhe looked at Huang Feihu with a stern expression, carrying a hint of threat. Fine, I won't turn it on. Why are you so serious? Huang Feihu reluctantly withdrew his finger, but in his heart, he was complaining. You could have just told me not to turn on the air conditioning instead of acting so fierce. However, Li Huadan, who was beside them, noticed this detail and took a few more glances at the air conditioner. Chapter 59, The Silent Highway 27. There was no attack from snowmen on the road ahead, as if they had been wiped out. Hojia and the others also experienced a smooth ride, the car sliding in the direction straight ahead, where there were no piles of ice. Why did Hongzhe come out of Li Huadan's car? Hojia was very concerned about this. He was afraid that Li Huadan and Hongzhe might be teaming up to plot against him. But overthinking was useless, he needed to find a solution. If they could cooperate with Hongzhe, could he cooperate with Yixian? He had seen the bodies inside Li Huadan's car. Are they afraid of turning into monsters like Hongzhe? Their fuel reserves probably aren't much left either, right? He turned to Zhang Yu and whispered a few words to her. Is this really feasible? Won't it trigger the rules? Zhang Yu froze for a moment and was about to refuse. It's fine, that shop assistant would love to see this happen. His van had already covered a third of the total distance, far ahead of Li Huadan and the others. There was no way they would let him reach the finish line first. If they weren't kind, he couldn't be blamed for not being merciful. Time flew by, and soon it was on the dot. The two cars almost arrived at the parking lot entrance at the same time. Hojia looked at their battered car and felt a burst of satisfaction. How about it? Want to race again? Hojia teased, playing with the steering wheel. What's the big talk? Do you really think just running far means you've won? Li Huadan spoke up, his tone no less fierce, but the two corpses beside him made him uncomfortable, so he was ready to get off the car and drag Yixian's body out. He had tried it before, his team could drive other people's cars, so keeping the corpses inside wasn't safe. But in this icy world, there was no safe place to hide anything, so he decided to sell off part of the flesh. It wasn't that he was heartless, but he wanted to survive, he wanted to pass the level. This was a necessary sacrifice. Meanwhile, Hojia and Zhang Yu kept a close watch on Li Huadan's group, who were oblivious to their gaze. This made it easier for Hojia to observe their movements. Alright, let's open the storage box first. Li Huadan said, smiling at Hongzhe. Me? Hongzhe pointed at himself, incredulous. Who else? Didn't you say you'd enter our car as a player? Now's the time for you to show up. Li Huadan smirked, still relentless. Hongzhe had indeed said that before, but if he opened the storage box, he would fall into the trap. Your current behavior isn't helping with the unity, I hope you think carefully before speaking. Li Huadan threatened and coaxed, using words to pressure Hongzhe. Hongzhe frowned, he couldn't let the boss see him fail like this, he had to stand tall. Fine, I'll do it. He shoved Li Huadan aside and said coldly. Li Huadan wasn't angry, he just looked at Hongzhe with the face of someone who had succeeded in their scheme. Click. The storage box opened, revealing items similar to puffed snacks. Food? Hongzhe's big head was full of confusion. He picked up a bag of chips, but there was no special energy coming from it. Normal food? How is this possible? Li Huadan stepped forward, taking the chips from him. Then, a light screen appeared in front of him. Puffed chips. Description, delicious and tasty. It is said to be made by a large brand, and after eating it, you can recover one use of your talent. His pupils trembled, and he immediately stared excitedly at the chips in his hand. Can you see the use of this thing? Hong Zhe asked with confusion, as he hadn't felt anything unusual about the chips yet. But from Li Huadan's expression change, he could tell that this item was no ordinary one. Of course, it's similar to restoring physical strength, Li Huadan said as he handed the snack to Huang Feihu, signaling him wildly. It really is, but it seems like this kind of thing is useless for you. Huang Feihu, not being dumb, quickly caught on. Alright, you guys hold on to it. It should come in handy later. Hong Zhe lifted the body of the leaf corpse from the ground and turned to walk towards the convenience store. Li Huadan and Huang Feihu followed closely behind, neither of them even glancing at Hou Jie and their car. What now? Should we follow them? Zhang Yu opened the car door and poked her head out, looking at the distant figures and speaking. Don't rush, I'll open the trunk first, Hou Jie said without hesitation, immediately opening the storage compartment. Inside was a blood-stained brick. This, a brick? Hou Jie picked it up with a bit of uncertainty, trying to examine the panel, but it seemed this wasn't a ghost weapon and had no panel. Seeing this, Hou Jie realized that what he had in his hand was just an ordinary brick. I thought it would be a ghost weapon. What a waste of excitement. Both of them also got out of the car and followed Li Huadan into the convenience store. At this moment, Hong Zhe seemed to ignore him entirely, showing no intention of attacking. Don't be careless. This guy definitely hasn't been sitting idle, he thought to himself. Hou Jie didn't rush over to disturb the transaction between him and Zhou Zhu. He just stood in the corner watching. We only sell some parts of the body and flesh, the rest is not for sale, Li Huadan stood at the counter, pointing to the body of the leaf corpse. Zhou Zhu glanced at him and then said nothing, waving his arm to split the corpse in two. Li Huadan swiftly dragged away the upper half of the corpse. Hong Zhe followed behind, cautiously eyeing Zhou Zhu. He could clearly sense the familiar aura on the other man, the same as his own. Zhou Zhu smiled at him, but just standing there gave Hong Zhe an immense psychological pressure. Huang Feihu saw their gazes and immediately shrank back, afraid they would start fighting. But Zhou Zhu only narrowed his eyes, and a wave of ghostly pressure filled the room. Hong Zhe was instantly pressed to the ground, as if carrying a 1,000-pound weight. On the other hand, the players nearby weren't affected by the pressure at all, looking confused and stunned. Don't forget your identity, Zhou Zhu said before turning and walking back to the rest area, leaving Hong Zhe still lying on the ground. Need a hand? Huang Feihu asked timidly. Hong Zhe raised his hand to stop him from moving, then stood up like nothing had happened, resembling a ghost. I don't have much time. I must kill them quickly, or my soul will collapse. Huang Feihu was somewhat puzzled, but he understood the general meaning, that they needed to finish the dungeon as soon as possible. Li Huadan, on the other hand, stayed by the leaf corpse, never moving an inch, as if afraid it would suddenly disappear. This is tough. Their division of labor is too clear, it's hard to snatch the body, Hou Jie said with a solemn expression, watching the scene unfold. Chapter 60, The Silent Road 28. His plan now was to wait for Li Huadan and the body to be alone. Once that happened, he could snatch the body and sell it directly to the store clerk. So what he needed most right now was time and patience. That chip of yours? Huang Feihu leaned closer to Li Huadan and whispered. Don't even think about it, this is really important to me. I need the uses for the Kasaya. Li Huadan shook his head, quickly eating the chip and not giving Huang Feihu a chance to respond. Huang Feihu immediately darkened his face. After cooperating with him for such a long time, he received not a single benefit in return. Don't be in a hurry. There should be more of these ghostly items later. I won't grab the next one, I'll leave it for you, Li Huadan quickly reassured him, explaining the importance of his skills. Huang Feihu then calmed down. At that moment, Hong Zhe walked in front of Hou Jie again, staring at him without shifting his gaze. Originally teammates, the two were now mortal enemies, and it was a fight to the death. Do you still have human consciousness? Hou Jie sneered. I'm already dead, what would I want with that kind of thing? Do you think we're close? We've only met for less than a day, don't think too highly of yourself. Hou Jie didn't get angry at these words. Instead, he laughed and said, You're being controlled by the store staff now, right? You haven't even learned Hong Zhe's way of speaking, stop embarrassing yourself. As soon as his voice fell, a wave of anger and pressure erupted from the staff lounge. It seemed that his guess was right. Although Hong Zhe still had some of his own consciousness, it wasn't much. Most of the time, the staff was in control. From a distance, Li Huadan stared at Hong Zhe with suspicion. He had just heard their conversation and naturally felt the pressure from that wave. What does this mean? Is there something wrong with Hong Zhe? He began to think carefully, as if there was something wrong, he would be the first to suffer, and he had to weigh his options carefully. But thinking alone wouldn't help. He had to ask and find out the truth to avoid causing trouble. Meanwhile, in the corner, Zhang Yu was crouching quietly, ready to snatch the corpse at any moment. Ho Jia had even specifically returned the bloodstained jacket to her, hoping it would be useful at a crucial moment. What did you just mean? You're being controlled by the staff? Why didn't you say that earlier? Li Huadan asked as he walked up to Hong Zhe, his tone questioning. Huang Feihu noticed this and also moved closer, ready to hear the truth. Suddenly, just behind Huang Feihu, Zhang Yu struck. Before anyone could react, she grabbed the corpse from the ground and ran towards the door with all her might. Huang Feihu immediately sensed something unusual and turned to see Zhang Yu running towards the door with the corpse. Li Huadan and the others didn't notice until Zhang Yu reached the door. Seeing the half-body in her hand, Li Huadan was immediately startled. Without time to think, he rushed towards the door. At that moment, Ho Jia also ran up to Huang Feihu, blocking him. Since players couldn't attack each other, he just needed to use his body to block him. Hong Ze's eyes turned red as he saw this. He quickly moved to chase after them, wanting to snatch the corpse back. However, Ho Jia stood firm in front of him, not moving, showing no fear at all. But just then, Zhang Yu suddenly changed direction. She didn't pay attention to the people in front of her but instead turned and ran toward the cashier. Li Huadan, realizing something, desperately ran toward the cashier to stop her. But because he couldn't speak aloud, all he could do was run, unable to say a word to stop her. Sell all the flesh. Zhang Yu whispered, her forehead dripping with cold sweat, gasping for breath. A pale, large hand pushed aside the curtain. Zhou Zhu, who had been watching for a long time, walked out. He glanced at Zhang Yu a few more times, then nodded, ready to take the corpse away. No! Hong Zhe shouted angrily, as if trying to snatch the corpse back. Zhou Zhu simply stretched out his hand and gripped it. Hong Ze's body immediately froze as if time itself had stopped. He stood motionless. I think you should have understood this earlier. You're just a half-finished product. Your foul-smelling body can still move only because I'm supplying energy, Zhou Zhu said, waving his hand. He slapped Hong Zhe to the ground. The players around were so scared that they didn't dare to move, and the once powerful Hong Zhe didn't even get a chance to make a move in front of the staff. Li Huadan could only watch helplessly as the staff took that half-body back to the resting room. It's over. Li Huadan's first thought was that they were doomed, because if Yi Xian's body came back to life, it would definitely hunt down its former teammates like Hong Zhe had. He glared at Ho Jia, his eyes filled with killing intent. Ho Jia wasn't bothered by the look. After all, it was Li Huadan who had brought Hong Zhe into the game, so he couldn't blame him. Humph. Just wait. After saying that harsh sentence, Li Huadan left the convenience store with Huang Feihu, and Hong Zhe glanced at him before following behind. 30 minutes had passed, it was time to hit the road. Zhang Yu and Ho Jia exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh. They were indeed a bit lucky this time, neither Hong Zhe nor Li Huadan was by the body. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to achieve their goal so easily. Excited, they pushed open the store door and headed straight for the parking lot. Even though it seemed like they had gained a huge advantage, in fact, that advantage wasn't obvious yet, because Yi Xian's body hadn't come back to life. And on the road, they would no longer have the protection of the convenience store rules. Hong Zhe would definitely make a move on the two of them, so they had to withstand this attack, otherwise, everything would be meaningless. Looking at the car driving away, Ho Jia didn't hesitate and also entered the road, but he stayed behind the other car, since dragging it out a little longer was also a win. The biting cold wind made Li Huadan shiver uncontrollably. He turned to look at Hong Zhe, then glanced at the clothes on his body, finally unable to resist asking, "Aren't you cold?" Hong Zhe turned his head in confusion, not knowing what Li Huadan was trying to do. "If you're not cold, could you give me your clothes? After all, you don't seem to need them." Hong Zhe froze, not expecting Li Huadan to ask for something like this. "You want to wear the clothes of a dead person," he mocked. "So what? It's better than freezing into an ice sculpture, right? Besides, this hole was made by you, so you have to take responsibility for me," Li Huadan said, already starting to pull at Hong Ze's clothes. Seeing the situation was bad, Hong Zhe quickly dodged to the side, distancing himself from Li Huadan. "Remember, I only joined your team. Your life or death has nothing to do with me," he said coldly, pushing away Li Huadan's hand. Chapter 61, Dead Silence Road 29. I don't care. Huang Feihu, turn on the heater. Li Huadan sighed dramatically, then motioned for Huang Feihu to turn on the heater. Huang Feihu, hearing the request, immediately reached for the air conditioner switch, as he too was cold. Just as his finger was about to touch the heater switch, Hong Zhe spoke. "Wait, this matter can actually be negotiated. It's just clothes, right? Here, take it." Reluctantly, Hong Zhe took off his clothes and quickly handed them to Li Huadan. "Ah, my legs are still a bit cold." Hong Zhe frowned but still threw his pants to Li Huadan. Li Huadan quietly laughed inside. His guess was correct, Hong Zhe really couldn't handle the heat. He wasn't sure why, but he had found a way to control him. The car drove steadily, but they could always see the faint glow of car lights in the rearview mirror. It was Ho Jie's car. When do you think Yi Zian's body will come and start chasing Li Huadan? Zhang Yu asked, clearly annoyed. Was this really a good thing? Teaming up with something eerie, how could that not be problematic? But right now, Ho Jie wasn't thinking about much. As long as both his team and Li Huadan's team had something eerie, they could counterbalance each other. In the end, his chances of winning would be higher. ZZZZZ. Sudden event, the Blockman. Time spent, 3 hours, no need to return to the gas station during this period. Introduction, both teams need to participate in the task. There will be scattered bodies ahead, and you need to drive and search for limbs in the snow. In the end, whoever collects the most limbs wins. Victory, 100 kilometers of fuel. Failure, executed by the Blockman's instant death rule. Sudden event? What the hell is this? Ho Jie looked at the car in the distance. The other side must have received this message as well. The task was to find limbs and flesh, and it started immediately, meaning that those limbs and flesh were also on the road. He slowed down the car and looked around through the front window. The flesh was visible in the heavy snow, but the snow was still falling. If they didn't start searching soon, it was likely to be buried by the snow. Zhang Yu also looked around. Since they couldn't avoid it, they had no choice but to participate. Moreover, the punishment for failure was to be executed by the instant death rule, which was different from death. For example, if you were judged dead, you could still use ghost devices to resist damage and such. But if you were judged as instant death, you could only pray that you had 2 lives. Unless you killed or repelled the strange creature, the opponent could continuously attack you. Li Huadan also slowed down, and they all started to hold their breath, carefully observing the situation outside the car. Can't you just get out of the car to look? After all, you're not afraid of the cold. Li Huadan looked at Hongzhe and said, since he wasn't afraid of the wind and snow. Hongzhe nodded after hearing this. He had already guessed the main character of this task. The Blockman sounded unfamiliar, but if you changed the name, they would all be familiar with it because Yi Zian was the Blockman. He was struggling inside. He didn't want Yi Zian to be revived, but he also didn't want Ho Jie and the others to win. However, if Li Huadan and the others died, it wouldn't affect him much. But if Yi Zian was revived, it would have a big impact on him. So he had to try his best to hide Yi Zian's body, making sure that Yi Zian would never be fully revived. This way, his pressure would be lighter. He made up his mind. There could only be one slot for a strange being. If Yi Zian was revived, she would undoubtedly be a powerful opponent. He didn't want to take that risk. Even though he had turned into a corpse, his senses were still sharp. The bonus from his talents remained, it was just not as strong as before. And behind the car, Ho Jie and the others naturally saw Hongzhe get out of the car. This immediately raised Ho Jie's guard to the highest point. What is this guy trying to do? He squinted his eyes slightly and observed the other party's actions carefully. But unfortunately, the snow was so heavy that it was hard to see clearly. Look! Is that a finger? Zhang Yu suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a spot just 2 or 3 meters from the side of their car. Ho Jie was immediately delighted, pushed open the car door, and walked towards the place Zhang Yu pointed to. When he got closer, there indeed was a severed finger, and it was very thin, seemingly a woman's finger. Some bad guesses popped up in his mind, and he quickly shook his head, interrupting those weird thoughts in his head. Then he hurried back to the car. He placed the finger in the passenger seat and gave Zhang Yu a thumbs up. Well done. Zhang Yu's face turned a little red, not sure whether it was from the cold or something else, but it was very red. This was a good start, and the two of them started searching more carefully after this. But despite a good start, in the next few minutes, they didn't even find a single hair, let alone any limbs. If we follow them, it will probably be difficult to find any limbs. We can't stay with them. Ho Jie said in a low voice. Zhang Yu nodded and then suggested, how about we turn around? This way we won't run into Li Huadan and the others. Unexpectedly, there were so many bodies behind. I fully support your suggestion. You are the brains of our team. Ho Jie smiled and patted Zhang Yu's head. Beside him, the passenger seat already had 5 or 6 body parts, fingers, feet, and organs. This was already a decent haul. The most important thing was that their mileage had reached over 200 kilometers. If they drove at full speed for these 3 hours, they could easily cover over 400 kilometers, but due to the task, they might only end up with more than 300 kilometers. But that was already impressive, considering that Li Huadan and the others were far behind them in distance. Ho Jie. Look! The body parts in the passenger seat seemed to be moving. While Ho Jie was deep in thought, Zhang Yu's reminder snapped him back to reality. He instinctively glanced over at the passenger seat, where 5 completely different body parts, flesh and blood, were wriggling. The sight was utterly unbearable. He was so startled that he almost yanked the steering wheel off. What is that thing? He dared not approach, only able to look from a distance. But there was no way around it, the car was that small, and even if he didn't want to look, he couldn't avoid it. Are you helping me find body parts? A female voice rang out, familiar but strange at the same time. What was most unsettling was that the voice seemed to come from the pile of mutilated limbs right in front of him. What kind of look is that? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? The voice spoke again, causing Ho Jie to shudder. A beautiful woman? Was she talking about that pile of rotten flesh? Stop staring. I'm asking you something, answer me now. Ho Jie snapped out of his shock and quickly nodded, speaking in a low voice. Our task is to put you back together, so what you said is true. Li Huadan, that bastard, he should have been able to save me. That damn hypocrite. As she said this, she showed signs of madness, the pile of organs and flesh trembling as if filled with fury. Are you Yi Zian? Ho Jie only just realized, how could Yi Zian be revived in this way? How could they fight against Li Huadan and the others now? Actually, it's not just us who are collecting, Li Huadan and Hong Zhe are also gathering your body parts. Can you help us? Ho Jie asked, testing her. Yi Zian sneered upon hearing this. Hong Zhe? I'm going to settle the score with him sooner or later. This guy buried many of my flesh and blood underground. If he doesn't want me to come back, I'll make sure to mess with him. I can help you, but only with dealing with Li Huadan and the others. Your lives are not my concern. Ho Jie nodded in agreement, showing that he accepted her terms. Zhang Yu, sitting in the back seat, witnessed the entire transaction, and now, another player had joined the car. With Yi Zian's addition, their speed in finding body parts increased drastically, turning from a small pile of flesh to a small mountain, and the full reassembly was not far off. Although the two of them had already gotten used to Yi Zian's presence, the smell of her flesh was indeed unpleasant, so Ho Jie rolled down the car window. The biting cold wind blew into the car, and Zhang Yu stared at the window outside without blinking. My skin is not far from here. Once I have the skin and flesh, I can restore my human form, Yi Zian said, trembling with excitement, but this scene made Ho Jie feel uncomfortable physically. Humph, useless kid, when I had a good figure, you didn't have the guts to even look at me. If you had, your little girlfriend would probably get jealous. Zhang Yu, sitting in the back, blushed and quickly waved her hands, saying, No, we're not like that. Alright, your eyes right now are just like mine from 7 years ago, infatuated, foolish, only seeing one person. But just staring and not acting, sooner or later, you'll regret it, just like I did. Yi Zian seemed to have recalled something and fell silent for a while. Well, actually, she has kissed me before, Ho Jie suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. Oh? Looks like you're a bit better than me, at least you're braver, Yi Zian chuckled lightly, and Ho Jie could sense the genuine emotion in her, as if she was really happy. The car continued for nearly 10 more minutes, and a human skin was spread out on the ground, seemingly freshly peeled off. Ho Jie was shocked, and his gaze toward Yi Zian was full of surprise. Don't be shocked. I didn't have consciousness when my skin was peeled off, and it didn't hurt, Yi Zian seemed to sense Ho Jie's gaze and casually said. Ho Jie awkwardly scratched his head, then prepared to get out of the car to retrieve the human skin. But at that moment, a figure dashed out from the opposite lane and grabbed the skin before Ho Jie could reach it. Behind that figure, there was a faint glow. It was clear that it was Li Huadan and Huang Feihu. Hong Zhe. As soon as Ho Jie saw the figure's face, he immediately became furious and rushed forward, ignoring his identity. Ha! Hong Zhe looked confused. The other side shouted so loudly, yet turned around and ran away? But he didn't dwell on it. He treated the human skin as a belt and tied it around his waist, pressing it down to make sure no one could see it. He turned to look behind him, then headed off to search for something else. Seeing this, Ho Jie quickly got back in the car and made a U-turn. He wasn't ready to face Li Huadan right now, as the situation wasn't favorable for him. Both sides tacitly avoided confrontation, but at this moment, the pile of flesh beside Ho Jie was starting to get restless. Damn it! How dare he use my skin as a belt? Yi Zian yelled angrily, while Zhang Yu, sitting in the back, dared not make a sound, looking like a frightened little rabbit. But now was not the time to deal with Hong Zhe. He lightly stepped on the gas and drove back in the direction they came from. Turning around, Ho Jie finally answered Yi Zian's words. Don't be angry, don't be angry. We take a detour. Hong Zhe is definitely looking for your body and flesh along the way, and judging by his appearance, he doesn't want Li Huadan and the others to know of your existence. What do you mean? Yi Zian, hearing this, was no longer angry and immediately turned around, asking in confusion. Think about it. If he doesn't want Li Huadan and the others to see the body parts, then they must be hidden under the snow, right? We'll go around and catch him from behind, Ho Jie said while gesturing, leaving Yi Zian stunned. The van started to speed up. Since the area behind them had already been searched, there was no need to look there. Li Huadan still didn't know this, so it was the perfect time to overtake them. With an hour and a half left before the task ends, they had to hurry. At this moment, there was someone more anxious than them. Li Huadan's clothes were soaked with sweat. After driving for so long, they had only picked up 2 or 3 small pieces of flesh, and all the edges and corners were deliberately left for them by Hong Zhe. It could be said that they were bound to lose this round because their teammates were deliberately sabotaging them. Chapter 63, The Silent Highway 31. I say, is this situation normal? How could we only find these few pieces along the way? If we calculate by time, it's impossible to collect them all, even if both teams combined, Huang Feihu said in a low voice. His face was red from the broken car windows blowing at him, and now he felt like he was speaking with a bit of a lisp. Well, isn't it obvious? Something's not right, Li Huadan said with a grim face. He hadn't seen Hou Jie's team for a while and was starting to worry that the current situation was caused by them. Now there are 3 possible explanations. Which one do you want to hear first? Li Huadan asked in a low voice. 3 explanations? Well, just tell me all of them. Huang Feihu said, rolling his eyes, irritated by the suspense. Alright, listen carefully. The first explanation is that the task was designed like this: maybe the block person will show up at the end, and we can use these scraps to fill her up and avoid the death penalty. The second is that Hou Jie and the others are causing trouble. Have you noticed? How long has it been since we've seen their team? They're very suspicious. And the third is that there's a mole among us, Li Huadan said with a dark look on his face. Huh? Are you pointing at me? There's only the 2 of us, right? Huang Feihu's voice weakened as he realized he had forgotten to count one person. Are you talking about Hong Zhe? What motive would he have to help Hou Jie and the others? Isn't he trying to kill their team? Huang Feihu asked, confused. Li Huadan grinned and said, guess why he wants to kill Hou Jie's team? Becoming a ghost? What's wrong with you? Stop making things up. This is driving me crazy. Huang Feihu said urgently. The block person is very likely Yi Zian, and if the block person becomes stronger, it's very possible that she will compete for the chance to become the strange one, so Hong Zhe deliberately hid those body parts. Huang Feihu was shocked. Did that mean they couldn't win this task? Could this mean one of them was going to die? Just thinking about it, Huang Feihu's hands began to tremble. He was afraid the other side would target him as the prey. It's too late to say anything now. Hong Zhe won't care about our lives. We have to find a way to save ourselves, Li Huadan said casually, but his trembling hand showed that he didn't have much faith in saving themselves. Damn it, can we go look for Hou Jie and the others? What if they're kind enough to let us go? Huang Feihu said, still unwilling to give up. Stop dreaming. They're not fools, and they must have collected far more flesh than we have. They might even have already started communicating with Yi Zian. Li Huadan directly splashed a bucket of cold water on Huang Feihu. At this moment, Hou Jie was vigorously digging snow, and there were indeed signs of something buried on the ground. As long as one looked carefully, it could be found. Yi Zian also initially had the framework of a human skeleton, but because she lacked skin and a head, she looked very strange. However, what was even stranger was that she was digging her own flesh and blood, making anyone who watched feel a chill run down their spine. By the way, can you really see the road like this? How can you see without a head? Can you describe it? Hou Jie brought a pile of freshly dug flesh and blood to Yi Zian's side and asked in a low voice. Yi Zian was truly speechless. She was the weird one, yet this guy couldn't have a bit of boundary awareness? But Hou Jie was simply too bored and kept pestering her persistently. Fine, I'll say it. Is that enough? Yi Zian rolled her eyes at him, even though she didn't have a head. It's just like when I was human, except my strength has increased, and my field of vision is now 360 degrees. But for now, I don't have any special abilities. Maybe it's because I'm not fully formed yet. Hou Jie felt a wave of envy when he heard this. If he had such power, wouldn't he look cool? Mission completed, must die rule permissions granted, fuel distributed. At this moment, a black car appeared in the distance. Who else could it be but Li Huadan? They parked the car about 10 meters away and rolled down the window, shouting, "Can we sit down and talk? We don't want to be executed by the must-die rule." Upon hearing this, Hou Jie stood up, looked at Li Huadan and the others from afar, and couldn't help but sneer, "Now you're scared? I won't talk. If you come any closer, we'll release the ghost." Hou Jie shielded Yi Zian and pointed at Li Huadan, cursing at him. You! Huang Feihu immediately couldn't take it anymore, pushing open the car door, ready to curse back. But at that moment, another voice rang out, and it wasn't Li Huadan, but Hong Zhe. You're collecting fast, huh? It's only been a little over 2 hours, and you've gathered so much? You're only missing 2 organs, right? Hong Zhe sneered. Upon hearing this, Yi Zian turned to look at Hong Zhe and saw the head in his hand. It was her own head. Seeking death. Without saying another word, Yi Zian locked onto Hong Zhe with the must-die rule. Without hesitation, she rushed to snatch her own head and skin, shouting, "You don't want the must-die lock, right? Let me tell you, as long as you stop Hong Zhe, I won't attack him." As she spoke, her figure was already close to Hong Zhe, her fist tightly clenched, and she leaped forward to punch Hong Zhe in the chest. Upon hearing what she had said earlier, Li Huadan made no move, as if he was contemplating something. "Do you think we should go?" He turned to Huang Feihu, as if asking him, or perhaps asking himself. "What do you think? Should we run? After all, this guy isn't fully recovered yet, and he probably can't beat Hong Zhe. Let's retreat and observe the situation." Huang Feihu's response was unusually calm, making Li Huadan look at him a few more times. "Alright, I'll listen to you this time. I also think Hong Zhe probably can't lose to a half-finished product." The battle on the field had now become incredibly tense. Yi Zian moved swiftly, but both sides were strange, and since they both had investigative-type abilities in life, neither had gained any advantage. Both of them were now half-finished anomalies, but Yi Zian was slightly weaker than a half-finished product because her body hadn't fully recovered. "Do you really think that just because you have my skin and head, I can't beat you?" Yi Zian waved her hand, and a large amount of snow was swept up from the ground, followed by a series of rapid strikes. She seized the opportunity to close in and raised her hand to land a punch on Hong Zhe's chin, causing his hands to loosen for a moment. But just in that instant, she quickly retrieved her head, leaving only the human skin behind. Just as she was about to reach out again to grab, Hong Zhe's block arrived, forcing her to give up on her attack and quickly retreat. In the process, she pressed her head back down, and her strength was further enhanced. Chapter 64, The Silent Road 32. Hong Zhe saw this and raised his fist, swinging it fiercely, causing a gust of wind to rush toward Yi Zian's head. His movements were both fast and steady. Yi Zian sidestepped, narrowly dodging the punch, then transformed her fist into a palm, aiming it at Hong Zhe's jaw. There were scars from stitches there, clearly indicating that this was one of the opponent's weaknesses. The power of this palm was immense, directly reopening the previously healed wound, and the excruciating pain made Hong Zhe quickly retreat. He held onto his neck, which was almost about to snap, and staggered back nearly 10 meters before stopping and speaking, "If you dare to come forward again, I'll tear it." He drew the human skin from his waist and laughed wickedly. Yi Zian's face turned extremely ugly. This guy was disgusting. Just thinking about her own skin being tied around his waist made her feel sick to the core. "Even if I don't want this human skin, I'll still kill you." She did not waver in her decision to kill him. She tensed the tip of her toes, and in the next moment, she charged forward like a missile. Raising her hand and thrusting her knee forward, she executed a perfect Iron Mountain impact. The immense force sent Hong Zhe flying, crashing directly onto the roof of Li Huadan's car. Looking at the roof just inches away from him, Li Huadan felt that watching the scene was still not safe enough. He had to retreat a bit further. This Iron Mountain impact completely knocked the fight out of Hong Zhe, and his whole body was embedded in the car's roof, unable to get out for a while. You practiced martial arts?" He struggled to lift his head, his face full of shock as he looked at Yi Zian. Yi Zian calmly walked over to his side, casually removing the human skin from him, then slowly put it on herself. The dried blood and flesh were covered, and her skin became smooth and full, just like when she was alive, looking like a freshly peeled egg, white and tender. "You know, actually, the strange beings also have levels. You're nothing but a defective product, worse than that. Do you know that?" She stomped on Hong Zhe's chest, and the tremendous force broke through the car's roof, crushing Hong Zhe and the car roof onto Li Huadan's body. Her deathly execution had already locked onto Hong Zhe, and she could kill him at any moment now. She didn't waste any words. Her arm bent in an unbelievable way, wrapping around Hong Zhe's body, and she pushed down with all her strength. The immense force crushed down directly, causing Hong Zhe's flesh to shatter and his bones to misalign, leaving his body utterly powerless. Li Huadan, underneath him, fared even worse. His body had returned to nature, though he barely clung to life. Meanwhile, Huang Feihu tightly clutched his head, not daring to even raise it. Bang! Hong Zhe's head exploded, black liquid splattering onto Li Huadan's face, making him feel an unprecedented fear. Yi Zian wiped the blood on her hand onto Hong Zhe's corpse, disgusted. Since the execution target had already died, she couldn't act against Li Huadan, but she gave him a cold glance. She then turned and walked toward Ho Jie's car. After getting in, the car sped toward the sedan in front of them. Not good. It's another scam. Li Huadan's face turned pale with shock. Ignoring the pain in his body, he hurriedly signaled Huang Feihu to retreat. For a moment, only the two cars remained in a high-speed chase, with the sedan still driving backward. Every time it tried to turn, it was blocked by the van, unable to escape. He regretted his earlier choice, wondering why he had allowed Hong Zhe to enter the car in the first place. If it weren't for him, the blood and flesh of the corpse he found would definitely not be less than that of Ho Jie and the others. But now, it was too late to say anything. Once the front of his car was hit, the other party would definitely be required to compensate, and at that time, he might really die. But things went contrary to his expectations. Their car was already badly damaged, and the fact that it could still move was already a miracle. Bang! Sudden event, rear-end collision. Please compensate for the other party's losses until they agree. Ho Jie smiled slightly. Although the compensation he was demanding had limits, those limits weren't impossible to exploit. Li Huadan, you've lived long enough, it's time to welcome death. Ho Jie's tone was cold, as if a steel blade were piercing Li Huadan's heart. He didn't want to die, even less did he want to fall in the first instance. After all, he had dual talents, wasn't that the treatment a protagonist should have? But no matter how he thought, it didn't matter, because Ho Jie and the others had already gotten out of the car. Seeing this, Li Huadan unwillingly got out of the car, his heart pounding loudly. When a person is about to die, they can feel it, and he now had that feeling. Huang Feihu, I want you to run right now, the farther the better. Yi Ziyan said with a grin. Huang Feihu froze for a moment when he heard this, but it was the time for the other party to demand compensation, so he still needed to clarify things. Is this the compensation you want? Yi Ziyan impatiently nodded and then angrily said, hurry up. Huang Feihu glanced at the still-standing Li Huadan and then turned to flee the scene. Li Huadan knew he was going to die. He raised his head, staring straight at Yi Ziyan, still begging. Really can't spare me? No, you and Huang Feihu both have to die. No room for negotiation? Yi Ziyan shook her head and reached out to lift Li Huadan. Fine, consider it retribution. Can I at least take a nap? Li Huadan pleaded. Yi Ziyan nodded. She knew that he wanted the main personality to take on the pain for him, so she didn't care. Li Huadan gave a bitter smile and directly lay down on the ground, falling asleep in the snow. After a while, the main personality came online and, upon seeing the surroundings, was completely stunned. What do you mean by this? Where's my car? Yi Ziyan didn't listen to his nonsense, directly grabbing his neck and lifting him up, then squeezed hard with her hand. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed, and Li Huadan's head twisted at an unbelievable angle. Li Huadan was dead. Standing aside, Ho Jie and Zhang Yu both finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their biggest competitor had finally been dealt with. What about Huang Feihu? What's your rule for killing people? Ho Jie asked curiously. Do I need to say it? Haven't you already guessed it? As for Huang Feihu, let him live a little longer. Yi Ziyan waved her hand, turned, and returned to the car. Her wish was fulfilled, and she no longer cared about anything else. Ho Jie had already guessed most of the other party's talents. Most likely, it was triggered by the escape of an executioner's teammate. That meant betrayal, and the strange abilities after they turned were closely related to how they died. He called Zhang Yu over, and the two of them lifted Li Huadan's corpse, preparing to store it outside the convenience store, where they could replenish fuel once it ran out. Chapter 65, Dead Silent Highway 33. Only when they got in the car did Ho Jie finally relax. This mission had truly frightened him. Not only did he kill Hong Zhe, but he also killed Li Huadan along with him. This was truly killing two birds with one stone. Seeing that it was almost time, Ho Jie drove directly into the parking lot. He dragged Li Huadan's corpse out of the car and then returned to the car, saying, "You all get out first. I'll open the storage box." Yi Ziyan naturally didn't mind. But Zhang Yu looked at Ho Jie with worry. "You've already driven twice in a row, let me take over this time." Ho Jie shook his head upon hearing this, then forcefully pushed Zhang Yu out of the car. Thud. Without saying a word, he placed his hand on the storage box while silently praying in his heart. With a click, the storage box opened. He leaned in, and inside was just a piece of paper, which seemed to be made of material like rule paper. He carefully took out the paper, then unfolded it to read its contents. Only one person is needed to pass the level. Ho Jie smiled slightly, casually tearing the paper into pieces. No need to tempt me anymore, there are two types of people in this world, good people and bad people. I've always been a good person, and I'm not in the habit of being bad. He gave the sky the middle finger, then opened the car door and stepped out. How is it? Are you hurt? Zhang Yu quickly ran forward to ask. Ho Jie shook his head with a smile, then looked in one direction. Creak, creak. The parts collided with each other, sparks flying, and only one headlight remained, with the windshield and roof punctured. Overall, it was a miracle that the car could still move. And the person driving the car was, of course, Huang Feihu. At this moment, seeing Li Huadan lying on the ground, he was filled with fear and didn't dare to move forward. Ho Jie didn't care about him and, on his own, pulled Li Huadan into the gas station. Li Huadan is dead? Huang Feihu sat alone in the car, looking at the convenience store in the distance, unsure of how he could pass the level. Perhaps, he was still alive because the other side didn't want to kill him just yet. He parked the car and, trembling, opened the storage box, which this time contained 2 items. One was a lighter, and the other was a broken piece of a mirror's edge. He first picked up the lighter to check its effect. Lighter, one-time use. Description: semi-finished, the weird creature fears its own flesh being burned or destroyed, and the lighter can repel it once, firing a flame snake straight ahead after use. World Fragment. Description: the space exclusive to the Dungeon Master. If you collect 3, you can exchange them for a discount card from the boss. The lighter was essential, while the fragment needed 3 to be useful. However, both items were already quite valuable. Being able to repel semi-finished creatures meant he wouldn't have to worry about being killed by Yi Zian. Excited, he put the items away and walked directly towards the convenience store. Meanwhile, the store was lively. Li Huadan, who had originally died, had come back to life. How is this possible? How are you still alive? My death rule had already been executed. Yi Zian looked at him in shock, unable to understand why Li Huadan, whose neck was broken, was still alive. Ha 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 ha. I'm still me, but I'm no longer the one who died. Li Huadan laughed loudly, finally freeing himself from the foolish master personality. Hou Jia and Zhang Yu's expressions became incredibly serious. This was a situation they hadn't anticipated. This is really exciting, what a powerful talent. A mocking voice echoed, and Bai Qi walked out of the office. Today, he was personally going to test the strength of these players. After a moment of thought, Bai Qi decided which ability to use to end this dungeon. He took out Joker's mask and immediately put it on his face. His figure began to change, his presence fading, and the player's perception around him started to be influenced. Sudden event: the non-existent person. Description: for the next 4 hours, you can race on the highway without needing to slow down or return to the gas station. A teammate who you know well will appear in your team, and your perception will be altered. If you do not identify and capture this non-existent person before reaching the finish line, you will all die. Yi Zian naturally saw this bullet screen, and could also participate in this game. After joining, if she successfully identified the third person, she could immediately be promoted to a complete abnormal being. Li Huadan was stunned upon hearing this. Find the non-existent third person? There were only 2 people in their team, how could finding a third person be like playing a game? But his thoughts were quickly extinguished, because the task had already started, and the boss named Bai Qi had somehow disappeared without a trace. Could it be that it has already mixed in? How is this possible? He pointed at everyone, counting one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 people? Li Huadan's scalp tingled. Including himself, there should only be 4 people present, so who was the 5th one? A chilling cold spread throughout his body, and he warily observed Hou Jia and the others, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Creak. At that moment, the store door suddenly opened, and everyone turned to look at Huang Feihu standing in the doorway. Being stared at by so many people, especially when he saw Li Huadan, his entire body couldn't help but tremble. So quickly turned into an abnormal being? Does this mean I have to deal with 2 ghosts? The thought of this made his entire face drop. Li Huadan naturally knew what he was thinking but still warned him cautiously, when I return your clothes, was there a note inside? Huang Feihu was confused but honestly replied, you didn't return them after you took them, aren't you wearing them now? Li Huadan relaxed a bit but still kept his distance from everyone. He then explained the situation to Huang Feihu. What did you say? An abnormal boss has infiltrated among us? Huang Feihu was shocked. He casually looked around but didn't find any unusual people. He even checked the staff's break room but didn't see the so-called boss. Li Huadan knew he didn't believe him, but still patiently explained, you count carefully. Huang Feihu didn't argue. He started counting from Li Huadan. Li Huadan, Hou Jia, Zhang Yu, Yi Zian, and I with Yi Zian. 6 people? He seemed to have counted Yi Zian twice. Let's count again. Li Huadan, Hou Jia, Zhang Yu, Yi Zian, Zhang Yu, and myself. 2 Zhang Yes? How could this be? Chapter 66, Silent Road 34. At this moment, everyone also noticed something wrong. They could occasionally see 2 identical figures, but upon a closer look, they couldn't find anything. This task practically bound the 2 teams together, because no matter where this non-existent person was in the end, as long as they couldn't find them, the task would fail, and everyone would die. Moreover, Li Huadan's vehicle was almost wrecked, and the remaining fuel was low. It was impossible to drive the remaining few hundred kilometers. So, they must prepare fuel in advance because they couldn't return to the convenience store during the journey. How much fuel is left in the car? Li Huadan asked Huang Feihu. We can probably drive for about 70 kilometers more. How many kilometers have we driven? About 300 kilometers. They still had nearly 430 kilometers to go. They would need about 43 liters of fuel. The most important thing was that for each organ they sold, they could only get 5 liters of fuel. They needed to sell their body organs 9 times to reach the destination. 9 times? Does this mean they would be turned into human sticks? Although injuries would recover after the instance ended, they must first ensure they could survive the instance. He looked at Huang Feihu, and both of them understood the situation they were in. Then let's buy the fuel. Li Huadan also did not waste words. After calling the shop clerk, he began to choose which flesh and blood to give up. 1 ear, 1 eye. After the two finished buying the fuel, their bodies were missing nearly half of their organs, and they looked extremely tragic and bloody. On Hojie's side it was much better. They originally had nearly 30 liters of remaining fuel, and they had even run nearly 350 kilometers, which means each of them only needed to pay 4 organs. Although that was also not little, compared to Li Huadan and the two of them it was already considered very little. Although Li Huadan and Huang Feihu both took more than a dozen organs from their own bodies to exchange for gasoline, they still kept their 4 limbs to the greatest extent. So walking by themselves was still not hard, but if they fell on the ice they might directly go see great-grandma. Everyone walked out of the convenience store. The sky gradually became bright, without the warmth of ultraviolet rays. Instead it was gloomy and cold. They walked together toward the parking lot along the light spots that had just shown their heads. Looking at the big or small damages on his own car, Li Huadan could not help but sigh. Sigh, take 1 step and count 1 step. After all, we are people who have died once. Huang Feihu nodded when he heard this. He gave Li Huadan a thumbs up. The move of revival was indeed very awesome. It even fooled him. You all remember, absolutely do not let anyone be alone, otherwise the person who comes back again has a very big possibility of being disguised. Zhang Yu carefully warned. Seeing that everyone had no objection, they drove the cars onto the highway. The 2 cars were close to each other. Through the window one could see the figures of the people inside the other car. Sai, look at that. Huang Feihu woke Li Huadan, who was thinking, and pointed at the van. Li Huadan raised his head when he heard this, and also understood why Huang Feihu told him to look at the window. Because through the window, they could clearly see that there was one more person on the back seat of the other car, yet the people inside the car seemed not to notice that there was an extra person beside them. This was too strange. Li Huadan coughed 4 times loudly, deliberately letting the smartest Zhang Yu in the opposite car hear. And Zhang Yu inside the van indeed heard the 4 coughs. She also quickly came to the conclusion that the other side had a new discovery. This was the secret signal they temporarily decided in order not to alert the enemy. Simple and easy to understand. However many times you cough is how many people are beside you, and just now the other side coughed 4 times, which means that the non-existent person was inside her own car. And this secret signal was only made by Li Huadan and Zhang Yu. The others temporarily did not understand its meaning at all. Zhang Yu casually looked at everyone with her eyes, then began to count. She counted 2 Yixian in total. She looked at Yixian, seeing that the other had no movement and found no clue, then automatically turned to the next person. Wait. On the back seat were only herself and Yixian. How could there be another person? But when she raised her head to look again, she found that beside Yixian there was no one. But she did not believe it. She looked toward the front seat again, then she saw 2 figures, and both figures looked like Hojia. One of them must be disguised by the strange thing. She immediately reached out to grab Hojia in the passenger seat, but the next second something that shocked her happened. In her view she was touching Hojia in the passenger seat, but when she blinked again, her hand was pressing on the shoulder of Hojia in the driver's seat right in front. Why are you patting me? Hojia's voice sounded, making Zhang Yu a little confused. She did not believe it. She put her arm on the shoulder of Hojia in the driver's seat, then leaned to the right, wanting to try whether she could touch Hojia in the passenger seat. Why do you keep patting me? Did something happen? Obviously, she still did not touch the strange thing. What happened to herself? Were her senses in chaos? The other person actually managed to interfere with human senses. Why can't I touch that extra person? That strange being clearly already noticed its own intentions, so there was no need for her to hide anything anymore, and she revealed that there was a 4th person in the car. What? He's in the car with us right now? Then why can't I see him? He casually counted, 4 people. The scene became quiet. Almost everyone could hear their own heartbeat, but even the heartbeat had an extra one. It was chilling to think about. Even Yixian, this strange being, was startled. She couldn't help but shrink her neck and looked around warily. But it wasn't over yet, because they could clearly feel that the surroundings had become even darker. If it were still the early morning, they might not have noticed, but now it was already daytime. Zhang Yu, why did you kiss me before? Hojia suddenly asked. Huh? Well, mainly because I didn't have anything else to thank you with at the time, so I kissed you. Zhang Yu spoke in a low voice. Hojia sighed in relief, locking onto Zhang Yu's position through the rearview mirror. Yi Zian, what ridiculous question did I ask you before? Ho Jia asked again. Was it how to drive without a head? Ho Jia nodded, signaling that there was no need to say more. Then he pointed to another person, speaking in a low voice, how many years have I been driving? 5 or 6 years, what's up? Why are you asking this? Ho Jia nodded in satisfaction and then said, alright, now it's your turn to ask me. How did you spend your summers back then? A vague yet familiar voice sounded. Because of my talent, why ask about something like that? Ho Jia said helplessly. Yi Zian furrowed her brow, staring intensely at Ho Jia. But I didn't ask that just now. Zhang Yu also nodded, indicating that she hadn't spoken either. Chapter 67, The Silent Road 35. The three of them were stunned for a moment, but Bai Qi had no intention of letting them off. A hand rested on Ho Jia's shoulder, causing him to freeze in place, not daring to move. He suddenly turned his head, but still saw nothing. This was a deadly trap because they couldn't see the non-existent person. What should we do? Yi Zian looked at Ho Jia, hoping to hear some good news from him. Try closing your eyes and see if you can feel anything. If the strange being can interfere with perception, then there's no solution. It might be that it only interferes with vision. Zhang Yu suddenly spoke up, because she had seen such experiments on TV before, saying that closing your eyes gave a big chance of feeling things that were normally undetectable. Except for Ho Jia, the other two closed their eyes. Bai Qi was a bit surprised. He didn't expect them to use this method to find him. But he wasn't nervous, his whole body was like mist, silently floating to the passenger seat. Then he blew a breath at Ho Jia, who was driving. In an instant, the entire car started to wobble, and Ho Jia was now trapped in an illusion. The person in the ghost in the back seat immediately realized something was wrong. When they opened their eyes, they saw Ho Jia pushing open the car door and stepping out. Ho Jia! What are you doing? But shouting had no effect, because the world in Ho Jia's eyes had already changed completely. If they let him keep walking like that, he would soon be replaced by the strange being. Zhang Yu was the first to push open the car door and run towards Ho Jia. Just as she got out of the car, a familiar yet strange person appeared in front of the car door. She felt it was normal, so she didn't bother to question who this person was, simply nodding at them. Bai Qi saw that both of them had gotten out of the car, so he turned and reopened the car door, using his hand to firmly grasp Yi Zian's neck. Suddenly choked by immense force, Yi Zian started to struggle in fear, causing the whole car to shake because of her movements. On the other car, Li Huadan and Huang Feihu were already at a loss, not understanding how the people who were fine just a moment ago had suddenly turned into this. But he didn't panic. He just pulled the car up next to the sedan and watched the dangerous scene unfold in the back seat with his eyes. At this moment, Yi Zian's entire head was being pressed down, clearly dead beyond any hope. He casually tossed the body out of the car, and Bai Qi sat in the driver's seat. With the pressure of the rules bearing down on him, he forced the car to block the sedan, blocking their path. Li Huadan realized something was wrong and quickly tried to reverse, but it was too late because Bai Qi was already standing on the snow right in front of him. The figure was hard to make out, with the snowstorm being especially fierce, but it kept approaching. When it was just 2 meters away, he finally saw the face. My face? From that figure's face, he saw his own face. Goosebumps covered his entire body. He turned to look at Huang Feihu, and found that his face was now exactly the same as his. How is this possible? What is happening? How did things end up like this? His questions went unanswered, not even Huang Feihu could help him, looking just as confused, not understanding what Li Huadan was freaking out about. At this moment, Ho Jia also finally came to his senses and immediately realized the situation they were in. Not good. They've gotten separated. Without wasting any more time talking to Zhang Yu, he quickly turned and ran toward where the cars were. Seeing Yi Zian's body lying on the ground, his heart skipped a beat. Meanwhile, Li Huadan, sweating heavily in the car, saw Ho Jia from a distance and hurriedly shouted. Quick, come help me. There's something weird here. 2 identical Huang Feihu figures stood before them, and suddenly, a light screen appeared in front of them. Choose one, if wrong, one person will die. Everyone furrowed their brows, with Huang Feihu himself feeling the most uncomfortable. He immediately shouted, I'm the real one, he's the fake. With that, he was about to take out a lighter to use a ghost weapon to burn the other, but in the next second, the other pulled out the same lighter and aimed it at him. He was startled, quickly stepping back. The other might not be hurt by this flame, but if he got hit, he would definitely die. Ho Jia and Zhang Yu exchanged complicated glances. They didn't know Huang Feihu, so how could they tell who was real? Huang Feihu. You should still have unused talent points, right? Quickly use it now, there's no time to waste. Li Huadan urged anxiously. Bai Qi's lips curled up, and under Huang Feihu's shocked gaze, his entire body turned metallic, exactly like his talent manifestation. The real Huang Feihu's face darkened upon seeing this, and he immediately started to retreat because his talent points were all used up. There were only 5 in total, and he had used them all up earlier. But his strange behavior was so obvious that it almost wrote "I'm the fake" on his forehead. "You're the fake." Li Huadan pointed at the metallic Bai Qi with a grim expression. "What? But hasn't he already activated his talent?" Zhang Yu and Hou Jie both looked at Li Huadan with confusion. "Yes, he used it, but I already knew that Huang Feihu's talent points were used up." Bai Qi's gaze sharpened as he realized he had underestimated the players in this instance. These people were truly clever. Seeing that there was no way to hide anymore, Bai Qi disappeared with a flash, vanishing before the 4 of them. Phew! Huang Feihu collapsed to the side, clutching his chest, unable to rise for a long time. He had almost died just now. "Stop dawdling. If we don't leave now, the same thing will happen again." Li Huadan opened the car door and urged urgently. Neither of the 2 cars paid any more attention to Yi Zian lying on the ground, because if they didn't hurry, the next body lying on the ground might very well be their own. The car raced down the road. They no longer cared how many people were in the car, they only wanted to get closer to 800 kilometers. Creak, creak. The sound of snow being crushed came from behind the car, and the shadows of already dead players appeared behind the 2 vehicles. Zhang Mingyuan, Lin Xiaoye, Chen Tao, Hong Zhe, Yi Zian. They looked dazed, like puppets, their steps perfectly in sync, following behind the cars. "It's that shopkeeper, what does he want?" Hou Jie said in a deep voice. The car kept speeding up. Hou Jie wanted to shake off these puppets. During this time, those strange figures just followed the car without launching an attack. But Hou Jie wouldn't believe that these corpses were just standing there to watch the show. Hou Jie turned around but didn't see the 3rd person. It seemed that the hidden strange figure was no longer in his car. Those puppets stopped as soon as his car did, still motionless. He opened the car door, and the cold wind rushed into his sleeve. He couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 68, The Dead Silent Highway 36. They were not far from 800 kilometers now. They had to find the main body of the strange entity before that, or everyone would die. Li Huadan also got out of the car. He now understood why the first to die were the 2 players with the detection abilities. It was obviously premeditated. If the players with the detection talent hadn't died, finding the entity's main body would definitely not be difficult. "How many people are in your car?" Hou Jie asked, staring at Li Huadan. 2. Hou Jie glanced into his car again and saw no one, letting out a sigh of relief. "I think you know the situation now, no one should hold back anything. Share all the information you have." Li Huadan nodded, then said, "The glass should be able to temporarily block its interference. You can use a piece of broken glass to block in front of your eyes." Hou Jie nodded at this, then revealed a piece of information as well. Being separated is probably one of the death rules of this strange entity. Remember not to split up from your teammates. While the 2 were exchanging information, the puppets that had been motionless in the distance suddenly began to move. Li Huadan noticed this immediately, his brows furrowing, unsure of what the other side was up to. As the puppets got closer, his feet involuntarily took a step back. Creak, creak. No attack came, the strange entity just stood there, showing no intention to strike. Just when he was puzzled, many figures suddenly appeared around them. Each figure seemed very familiar to him. Those people kept crossing in front of them, disturbing their sight. "Zhang Yu! Where are you?" Hou Jie yelled in panic. "I'm here. I'm over here." One hand pointed to her own arm, and Zhang Yu was right beside her. But was she really Zhang Yu? The strange entity had isolated them, its intention now clearly becoming somewhat deliberate. It wanted to disguise itself as all of them. And now, Hou Jie couldn't trust anyone. The figure's movement stopped, but everyone started to grow more cautious because there were exactly 8 people standing there. "What should we do?" Li Huadan said in a low voice. But Hou Jie didn't respond. Instead, he smiled and said, "Zhang Yu, can you thank me once again?" The 2 Zhang Yus froze at his words. One of them blushed a little but still walked up and kissed Hou Jie on the cheek. "You?" The other Zhang Yu had a cold expression, showing no intention of stepping forward. He shielded Zhang Yu behind him and then pointed at the one with a gloomy face, confidently saying, "You're fake." The moment the fake Zhang Yu was exposed, it exploded in the next second, blood and flesh splattering as if some magic had been cast on it. Huang Feihu looked at the other version of himself and immediately used a lighter to burn the other. Boom! Another strange entity exploded. Li Huadan also personally took action, his eyes shooting out sparks of fire, the intense heat instantly melting the disguised figure. The crowd cleared the disguised figure, and then discovered a surprising scene. On the ground, how did a corpse appear? The body seemed to be male, but it was completely charred, making it impossible to tell who it was. Li Huadan's expression instantly turned serious, as he thought of something terrifying. Someone among them had been killed and replaced. He scanned the crowd, and seeing that no one else had realized it, he felt a bit relieved and quickly changed the topic. Maybe the explosion wasn't thorough enough earlier. Let's get in the car quickly, to avoid further trouble. Everyone nodded in agreement, and one by one, they got into the car and continued on their way. Li Huadan, however, kept his eyes fixed on Huang Feihu, watching him vigilantly. What are you staring at me for? Do I have any secret information on my face? Huang Feihu complained, rolling his eyes. Li Huadan didn't respond but reached out to pinch Huang Feihu's arm. Not interested, thanks. Li Huadan's face darkened, and he immediately shared his suspicion with Huang Feihu. Are you saying someone among us has been replaced? And it's a male? Huang Feihu felt like his nerves were fried. How could these Eerie incidents always be so sinister? If you and I are excluded, the only other male is Ho Jia, right? We can just vote for him. Li Huadan shook his head upon hearing this, eyeing Huang Feihu for a moment before saying. I don't believe it's that simple. He's definitely digging a hole to bury us. Time passed quickly, and an hour went by in the blink of an eye. How many kilometers are left to the destination? Ho Jia paused, then answered, 50 kilometers. Hey, when we get back to the living world, can we have a meal together? I want to thank you in person. Huh? Sure. Zhang Yu smiled happily upon hearing this, the two of them chatting joyfully, clearly enjoying the moment. Just as Ho Jia turned his head, a gust of ghostly air blew into his nostrils. Bai Qi's heart skipped a beat, his mind starting to spiral into confusion, anger bubbling up. Ho Jia's perception was muddled, and he watched helplessly as Zhang Yu ran off the car, heading straight for Li Huadan's vehicle. In his eyes, Zhang Yu was being chased by something strange, and ahead was that damned Eerie boss. She stood in the middle of the road, and even the car in the distance saw her figure. Stop the car. Ho Jia has been replaced. He's one of them now. Li Huadan in the car was shocked upon hearing this. His suspicion was correct, it was indeed Ho Jia who had been replaced. He immediately got out of the car, ready to help Zhang Yu identify Ho Jia as the Eerie one, but just then, Huang Feihu watched as Ho Jia ran toward him and grabbed his neck. Almost at the same time Li Huadan got out of the car, Huang Feihu's seatbelt was slashed, and he was violently pushed into the back seat. Li Huadan immediately ran to Zhang Yu's side. As long as they were together, they could effectively avoid the death rule. Quick, identify Ho Jia. Zhang Yu screamed, her eyes red with anger. Li Huadan didn't move. He looked at Zhang Yu and said. Is he being controlled now? Your acting is really bad. Zhang Yu froze for a moment, then saw Li Huadan pull out a piece of glass from somewhere, and swiftly cut his own arm. She immediately dodged the attack, calmly avoiding the sneak attack. Li Huadan's strike missed, and he quickly retreated 2 steps, gripping the shard of glass tightly, his knuckles turning white. The Zhang Yu before him stood still, watching him, the frantic expression on her face gradually fading, replaced by an eerie calm. You're clever. She spoke, her voice still sounding like Zhang Yu's, but the tone was completely off. When did you figure it out? Li Huadan didn't answer, instead tossing the glass shard in his hand.